we have made a ton of progress in short order, Tom.
We have. So we talked about the stuff that's already done, the Talos integration.
Yep.
A topic that I think is really important and probably on the minds of customers is, as Splunk is able to ingest this huge quantities of data, how can we do that efficiently and effectively? And don't overlook the power of the basic integration of telemetry with the work that we've done together around the TAs.
That's exactly right. And so we are taking an approach around making it better to manage all this data and get richer signal from the network in a couple of dimensions. One, we've been in a process for the last couple quarters of updating what we call the technical adapters or connectors for all the Cisco devices in the environment. So Catalyst updates, Meraki, other things in the environment as well to get richer signal within Splunk.
Yeah.
The second thing we've been doing here is working in the Splunk platform layer to consolidate the way we ingest and manage data from metrics, events, logs, and traces to help you filter, route, and redact that data into federated data lakes as well, to make it more efficient, effective for you from a cost and from a performance and attention units perspective to pay attention to the right things in security and observability. And we're doing all of this in concert because what we really want to get is the highest fidelity, most valuable signal from every layer of the digital footprint into Splunk.
Let's talk about kind of where we see this going in the future. So the combination of Cisco plus Splunk, I will argue, we have a unique ability to see east-west traffic that today isn't really observed because it's just too large to capture it all.
That's right. Splunk is really good at cross-correlation of large volumes of data. We can now do things like federated analytics and search without ever leaving our enterprise security product. You can search your Amazon S3 data lake, for example. Yeah. But what we really want to do is extend down into the depth of that network layer.
Yeah.
And there are the significant investments. That thousandeyes integration that's coming will not just feature feeds of data, but we'll take selective alerts like we're beginning to do from XDR and send those up into Splunk. Yeah. And we'll continue to deep link between all of our products to make it easier for individuals to troubleshoot and for teams to collaborate together because they're seeing and working on shared data context.
Yeah. Cisco is unique in that we see each movement laterally in the data center. Every little connection, we see the process that initiated it and the process that terminates it. That's incredibly valuable data if you can harness it. And I believe the combination of Cisco plus Splunk, we're going to be able to do this.
I think so too. To learn more, go check out the World of Solutions Showcase. Ask your Splunk or your Cisco sales representative.
Awesome.
And there's a ton here. Let's go discover it together.
Thanks for coming.
Cheers.
So you can see the power of the Cisco security platform. When we tie together networking, security, observability, and collaboration, when we design products from the beginning to be integrated, we can solve problems in ways that I think few, if any, other vendors can. So thank you very much for listening. Look forward to further conversation. I'm going to hand the microphone back to Dave. Dave?
Thanks, buddy. I love how you put together the power of the network. Security, observability, collaboration, just great.
Only one company in the world that can do it.
I would say I am now feeling sorry for your dog at this point in time.
He's still going.
He hasn't rebooted. His reference. So thank you so much, Tom. You will be known as the Jedi of whole portfolio from this point forward. Hey, let me ask, do we have any cricket or AFL fans in the audience? How about Taylor Swift fans? I know, Taylor Swift outraised cricket and AFL. So our next guest is absolutely going to wow you with what they are doing at Melbourne Cricket Club. He is the leader of IT and innovation for MCC. Please welcome on stage Ray Samuro. Come on stage, Ray. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks.
So, Ray, I mean, huge expectations. Clearly a lot of cricket and AFL fans. I'm sure we have a lot of folks from India online excited about the Aussie cricket match. So tell me a little bit, if you could, about your role at MCC.
Yes, thanks, Dave. So my role is GM of IT and innovation at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Spans all across from the network to Wi-Fi to IPTV to access control, security, cybersecurity, AV, and broadcast. So it covers everything except the players that play on the ground.
So, you know, you just hosted a couple of Taylor Swift concerts, right?
Yes, a few.
Tell me about how that digital experience was at MCC and why it was important.
It's an amazing concept. So, Dave, we had 96,000 people for 3 nights coming to the stadium, and we had about 20,000 outside. Now, the expectation of people coming into the ground is connectivity. They need engagement. They walked in every night for the 3 nights. On average, on the free Wi-Fi at the MCG, they consumed 45 terabytes of data every night. And let me tell you, if that didn't work, we would have heard about it.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of pressure and a lot of pain. So, we just talked a lot about digital resilience as part of this. Sure. How critical is digital resilience to you, your board, and to MCC?
It's very important. It's a focus of our agenda items at board level. Imagine rocking up to a game and your network, there's latency in your network, or you've got a breach on security, and I just can't go to the umpires before the first ball is bowled to say, hey, can we just delay the game for 2 hours before we get our network sorted, right? So network and digital resilience is very important to us.
So it's high stakes.
It is.
It's high stakes. And when you think about everything we've talked about and what you see going on around you with AI, how does AI play into your strategy on, fan experience and customer experience?
As important as anything else. With AI, we can enhance the customer experience, but also enhance our operations. Right? Currently, we rolled out AI using scanning devices. So when you walk into the MCG at the moment, we've got scanners that you walk through that has an AI platform. We can do 35,000 scans in 30 minutes. So it's seamless ingress into the stadium. Using AI to do generative AI to give us better predictability of what's going to happen. So the customer experience, we can predict when the fans are going to arrive, which gates, which outlets to open, and what do they do when they get in.
So it's absolutely critical. I mean, is this, because I know you just went from a smart stadium 1.0 to a smart stadium 2.0. What is that about?
It's right through, Dave. So we've started right from improving, upgrading our Wi-Fi to our network, going from to the SD fabric switches now, IPTV upgrades, and also increasing our building management system. So our network is so critical to all our operations that moving from Smart Stadium 1 to Smart Stadium 2 was a no-brainer for us. And what better other company to do it with than Cisco?
So, I mean, by the way, thank you so much for that. Thank you for your partnership. So at the end of the day, the network is the foundation here, and it is the most critical thing for success for you.
It is very important. I keep giving an example to the board. Just imagine just before halftime, there's 90,000 people and a building management system. The network is not working properly. It triggers off alarms. We can't cook chips, and there's patrons lining up to get chips and pies and beers, so we cannot delay that. So everything runs on a network, from a building management to our point of sale to our security cameras.
Wonderful. Well, Ray, thank you so much for your partnership. Thank you for everything you do. I do hope that maybe I could get some tickets to the Aussie-India game that's coming up.
Hey, it's going to be a great summer of cricket. We're looking forward to India touring, Australia versus India, Boxing Day test match. It's funny. I sort of get about 10,000 calls during this period, and I didn't know.
There's about 100,000 people watching and tuning in right now.
I hadn't realized I had so many friends, Dave. So you know what? For day 1 and day 2, it's going to be a bit of a challenge to sell out, but I'll see what I can do for day 3.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much. Thanks. Let's give Ray a round of applause, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ray. Appreciate it. Thank you so very much. Now, to close us out, I want to bring up our head of customer experience to talk about how we're working with you day in and day out and our partners to make sure that you get the best experience. Please welcome on stage Jackie G, Head of Customer Experience.
Thank you, Dave. It's great to be here. Before I talk to you about how we're going to help you maximize success with all the great technology that you've heard from the team, I want to say first, thanks for being here. It's a lot of time out of very busy days trying to keep technology working for your companies, and we really appreciate you being here. So today I'm going to talk to you about customer experience. In my role leading APJC, I can confirm in talking to many of you that these are your top priorities. And the reason is clear. The AI era is here and it is accelerating, making us rethink everything. The transformation involves AI to power data centers, to power cloud, to power networks, but also ensuring that people are augmented with AI to move faster and to move smarter. But many of you have said, you've told us, you're not ready. And I think Dave and the team shared some of those statistics earlier. You're not ready. You need help. You need to modernize your infrastructure. You need to make sure you can run AI models at scale with resiliency and with security, super important, and you need to do it fast. Now let's talk about the customer experience vision, which is all about you. You heard the team earlier talk about their incredible innovation. And seeing these new technologies come to life, it's really exciting. But customers, and I used to be one of Cisco's too, customers are only happy when they get the fullest value from the technology that they buy, and they want to see a return on their investment. Now imagine a world where every interaction with you is not only personalized, but also proactive and predictive. It's powered by AI, where we anticipate your need and maximize value from your investments. Well, that is what we want to achieve for you every single day. That's what we're striving to achieve. Now, turning this vision into reality takes more than ambition. It requires cutting-edge technology, deep insights, and exceptional experiences. Now, I can tell you, having been a customer of Cisco and Splunk and thousandeyes, that we are harnessing all of that, the power of the Cisco data, the Splunk data, also a customer of Splunk, and your data, to make sure that we deliver unmatched visibility and actionable insights, leading to faster resolution, because that's what we need to be prepared for. Insights and expertise also that will help you guide your adoption of the technology to make sure that you capitalize and you maximize the impact, again, of your investment. So what are some of the capabilities that we have built to support you? Let me talk about a few of these. Network policy variation analysis. Bit of a mouthful. Using AI and ML, we analyze device policies for one customer. This revealed issues across 148 devices, which saved them 200 hours of manual effort and improving network resilience. Also, AI-powered TAC, virtual engineer, also known as Sherlock. Now, Sherlock provides proactive and predictive problem resolution, handling more than 1 million cases to date, which is pretty impressive. And then the final one is proactive RMA. We're always going to have issues with parts and replacements, but imagine using analytics, which are predictive, to make sure that we know when your hardware is at risk, and we're already on it. We've raised the case. We're trying to get the part to you to make sure that you have no downtime. All of this is great advancements that we are driving at Cisco. And then finally, look, I want to announce today the integration of Cisco support into the Cisco AI Assistant, and you heard a little bit about this earlier, into one place, bringing it to you, making it easier for you. Now, not only can you manage your security operations, but now in the same product interface, you can seamlessly open a TAC case. The AI Assistant will do it for you. It will bring into that case all of the information that is needed, all of your configuration, and it will give it to the engineer so that they have only one thing to focus on, and that is response, to make sure you are back up and running as fast as you can be. Now let's turn our focus to what matters to you. It's more than just delivering personalized, proactive, and predictive. It's actually about maximizing value for you. And what does that mean? What does maximizing value mean for you? Well, to me, it's pretty simple. It's achieving the business outcomes, the outcomes you expected when you actually purchased and took a step forward in the direction of Cisco products. And that's why we want to be there for you in order to make sure we can help you. So let me share a couple of examples, which I think always is great in terms of bringing it to life. What matters to you? So this is what mattered to Coles. So Coles, one of Australia's largest supermarket chains, over 18,000 stores, 120,000 employees. It's a heavily interconnected organization with IoT devices like smart price tags and shelves with sensors to monitor inventory levels. Identifying issues, if you can imagine, in this kind of environment is difficult. It's across the network, it's in the devices, it's in the applications. It takes days and sometimes weeks involving multiple teams to figure out what is actually going on. With Cisco's support, Coles implemented a holistic solution with custom dashboards. They have a modern SD-WAN, Wi-Fi, security, and observability capabilities. And now they have what they call digital resilience. So when they get the phone call, they already know about the problem. And by the way, they're either already fixing it or it's fixed, which is pretty incredible. And that allows them to be proactive and predictive. I think that's what we all want. Now, the second example I have here is Woven by Toyota. They are a subsidiary of Toyota, dedicated to pioneering advanced mobility technologies, including automotive vehicles. At the core and success for them is their data center infrastructure. And as you can imagine, also making changes to their network environment takes a lot of time. It's significant time to upgrade very complex networks. Now, with the introduction of services as code, automation, they've transformed their operation, and this one is incredible. Not only network state and elements are defined as software, but they can be versioned and managed at scale, which essentially means a change that previously took them 29 hours, wait for it, is now accomplished in 1 minute. 29 hours in 1 minute. So these are two examples of where Cisco are helping our customers achieve their goals and make the art of the impossible possible. Now, today, my favorite part also, I want to recognize the customer experience heroes. Thank you for your incredible innovation. Thank you for what you're doing for your companies. You are the heroes that make everyone in this room always feel great. I want you to stand up, please. I know you're here in the front row. Let's give them a round of applause. Customer heroes for the amazing innovation that you drive for your companies. Thank you so much. And I know they're a little bit shy, but you can join us later at the CX stand today at 4:30 p.m. We're going to celebrate their stories and we're going to celebrate their success. Thank you. Thank you so much. So as we celebrate these heroes, it's important to remember it took their human touch to make these achievements a reality. We know the magic of AI is happening all around us. Our AI assistants are getting smarter. They're much better at generating content and delivering great insights. But when it comes to understanding complex human emotions, ambiguous tasks, ambitious goals, AI does have its limitations. This is where we, humans, come in, bringing our empathy, our emotional intelligence to the table. We are the superhero side to AI, and together we form a dynamic duo. When it comes to customer experience, Nothing beats the magic of the human connection. Thank you all.
Jackie G, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
All right, so I hope you saw the power of the network with security, observability, and collaboration, all the innovations and great insights. Innovation is alive and well at Cisco, and you'll see the proof of faster innovation if you go to the world of solutions, where you can see all of the technology, all the capabilities, everything that we're doing. So thank you so much for your time today. Have a great Cisco Live and enjoy, everybody. Thank you so much.
Wow, there was so much to unpack from that keynote. You know, we'd love to hear your thoughts as well. We're on all different socials. You can use the hashtag Cisco Live APJC. Give us your thoughts. Tell us if your predictions came true. Shika, I think all of our predictions came through.
They did, and that was so much to unpack. And I loved how it was kind of segregated into three main segments: the AI-ready data center, future-proofing your workplace, and then obviously data resiliency. Did anything in particular stand out for you out of those announcements?
Yeah, no, there's a couple of key phrases that I think really stuck in my head, and that's what I'll be using as a theme throughout the next 2 days as well. I think the first that Dave went into around the AI era, and he said a great theme, which I wrote down because it's a bit of a but it's like, to be a great networking company, you have to have great security. To have great security, you have to be a great AI, and to be a great AI company, you have to have big data, like great data. Yeah. And so I'd love to see, you know, how our technology actually, you know, supports all of this, and how we can, you know, take the companies that are in APJC who are potentially, as Dave said, only 50% ready for AI to that next level.
Yeah. And I think what stood out for me, particularly being in collaboration, was Vanessa's presentation as well. And then we had recently the Ceiling Mic Pro that was announced. We had a demo of that recently within our collaboration space. The difference is incredible. And then obviously the workspace designer, I think that was the first time I was seeing it, and I think a lot of my customers will be very excited about that. And with contact center as well, because in this day and age where the contact center kind of developing by the minute and so many capabilities coming in, and with the AI agent, I think that's another thing that a lot of customers will be very excited about. I loved when Tom Casey said, it's not the network. I think being a networking company, we're always hearing, it's the network, and how Splunk and Cisco has come together. Yeah. What did you think, Dave, of any key highlights for you from the
I thought it was absolutely fantastic. You can hear everyone behind me just buzzing coming out of that keynote talk. But for me, absolutely, it was about Wi-Fi 7 access points. We've announced it. What have we got here? They're intelligent, they're secure, they're AI assured. Wi-Fi 7 is here at Cisco. That's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, it's just so many announcements, so many things to unpack. I think all of our customers and partners are so excited. And with that, we also have you ever actually wondered what goes on behind a Cisco Live video? So there would be so much. We'll have a quick look at the video from the world of solutions. But before that, was there anything else from our predictions that you think was a definite key standout?
Well, outside of the fact that they're, you know, now putting the design of collab rooms in our hands, which I'll be doing.
I know. Definitely a lot of customers very excited about that.
Yeah, I think it's all about, you know, AI-ready infrastructure, looking at what we're doing with the GPUs, looking at our server opportunities, and seeing actually, you know, it's not just the network that's taking on the particular load, but also our data centers. Yes. And I know I'm having a conversation with especially customers who are looking at AI in the next 18 months about what they're doing around power, cooling. It's a conversation you need to have now, because you don't want to get, you know, 80% of the way into a project and realize that your infrastructure just can't handle it. I'll definitely be asking a lot of those questions. And we've got a couple of interviews that are coming up that will delve into what we're doing around AI-ready infrastructure.
That ties really well into the Splunk when Tom Casey was talking about the Enterprise Security 8, when the announcement, because a lot of customers will get a preview into the AI part of that next week. So this kind of prepares a lot of our customers who were actually wondering how the Splunk and Cisco story would come together. But after that session, I think it answers a lot of questions and how it's going to get integrated with Cisco XDR as well. But yeah, now we also have a quick video from the world of solutions with Mark and Karen, who are talking to Paul Johnson, who is one of our leaders in ANZ, who will tell us what's the work that goes into Cisco Live. And trust me, it's a lot of work. So let's roll the video. Back to you.
Greetings from Melbourne, Australia, and welcome to Cisco Live's World of Solution and Hub Tour for 2024. My name's Karen McAllister, and I'm one of the solution engineering leaders here in Australia.
My name is Mark Hughes, and I'm a solutions engineer based in Sydney.
And together we will be your hosts for the next few days, bringing you the best and most exciting content and demo right here at Cisco Live Melbourne.
And Karen, I can't believe it's been nearly a year since the last Cisco Live Melbourne, and what a year it's been.
It's been a really big year. We, of course, have completed our acquisition of Splunk, and it's the biggest acquisition in the history of the company. We have had some major innovations announced around AI. We've hit major achievements in our sustainment goals, and of course, lots of new development right across the portfolio of Cisco, including IoT, networking, collaboration, data center, and security.
Now, for those of you who have attended Cisco Live in person before, you'll know that the World of Solutions is such an important part of the overall week. It's where we showcase our newest technology, products, and solutions. But more importantly, it's where we give you an opportunity to connect with experts all across Cisco's different architectures, deepen your understandings of our platforms, and get answers to your technical questions. So this year, we wanted to bring that experience to you, our virtual audience. And so Karen and I will be offering a virtual tour through the World of Solutions, stopping off at what we think are some of the most interesting and exciting demos and stands, and making sure you get that complete Cisco Live experience.
Absolutely. And I think perhaps the best place for us to start with this is to go and talk to someone who understands what goes into the planning and the execution of what we're going to see in the next few days. And that, of course, is Paul Johnson. Let's hope he's got some time to come and talk to us.
Let's go.
That's great.
Okay, I'm joined now by Paul Johnson, one of our solution engineering leaders here in Australia. Paul, why don't you tell the audience your role in bringing the World of Solutions to life here at Cisco Live?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Yeah, so I look after the Cisco Stand strategy, which is effectively working out what areas, what products we want to showcase, how we segment the whole floor, and then bring together a whole team that works across the whole stand to basically bring our showcase to life, our products to life.
Amazing. And so you've done this role for a few years, Paul. Tell us how long it's been and what it is that keeps you coming back year after year.
Yeah, about 10 years now, so which will surprise me. But sort of started off just doing some of the network, dragging cables, building the infrastructure required for the demos, and then graduated about 4 years ago into the stand lead. So yeah, it's been pretty exciting. Yeah.
So give our audience a taste of what's involved in pulling all this together. You know, when does the planning start and what are you thinking about as we begin the process?
So the planning starts just before Cisco Live in the US. We go across to the US and understand what the demos are there and how they would translate to the Australian market. Then we actually start the planning process of actually assigning leads to each area, and the agencies come on board and start to really plan that up. And that's a big process around understanding what are the demos that are Australian focused, what are the staff that we've got involved, what's going to resonate for us as customers in our region. And then from August onwards, we're full on into planning. October's huge, and then the last couple of weeks, it's just wait and see. It's all said and done. So
yeah, no doubt.
Exciting period.
So what's the guiding philosophy you adopt when you're thinking about what kind of content we should be showcasing at the World of Solutions?
We've got a couple, really. The first one is, what do customers want to see? So there's a bunch of core products that customers really want to see, that everybody's got in their network or is looking to put on their network. They expect to see those at Cisco. There'll be things like DNA Center, ACI, some of the core collaboration products. But there's also some of the stuff they want to get excited by. We want to show people something new. So it's a blend of what we've got, but also what is new. So that's one of the philosophies. The other major guiding philosophy is the stand is dedicated to demonstrations. So it's not necessarily talking just about futures. It's talking about products that we can demo. They're running somewhere, whether it's in our demo environment or in a live environment. So you can actually see and get hands on the real product. It's not slideware. It's not PowerPoint presentations.
Amazing. Now, just looking around, Paul, there's just so much infrastructure must be required to support all these demos and obviously to keep everything running smoothly through the week. Tell me, are we just shipping container loads of infrastructure on boats into Melbourne every year leading up to Cisco Live?
We do. Basically, we do. So we have a pretty substantial team called TechX that has a lot of this equipment and the BUs as well. And we ship container after container, probably dozens of tons of equipment here every year. And that goes on from event to event. Cisco Live US, Partner Summit, Cisco Live Australia, and then on to Europe just straight after this. So yeah, there's a lot of good. You see it all in the showcase when you see the product displays. But it's a big undertaking.
And so I can see behind us the Network Operations Centre, Paul. Can you tell us a little bit about what does it take to keep the event like this running smoothly?
Yeah, well, we've got a huge NOC team, Network Operations team, and they operate across all of the major events. And so, yes, this is live data. They roll out 200 plus access points, almost 200 switches. There's 60-odd switches on the Cisco stand. So there's a huge team of people that underpin that. And then across the top of that, we've probably got 177 staffers, maybe 180 staffers that are actually manning the demos that we build based on that. So huge amount of that. Each demo's got an infrastructure under it, whether it's a technical marketing lab or we've got a great D-Cloud demo that a lot of you can access. And we leverage that extensively. That's actually been fantastic because it's cloud-based and it allows us to spin these up super quickly. Cisco Live 10 years ago was a lot of on-premise equipment and took a long, long time to set it up. So that's been a real blessing for us. Yeah.
And so you touched on demos. How many demos do we have this year?
About 75 demos. So that's pretty consistent too across all three of the Cisco Live events because it's probably really the minimum we can show to give you a good taste and a good feel for our product portfolio. So, yeah,
Understood.
Huge amount.
And so I'm leaving the tough questions for last here. Favourite demo? And if you don't want to answer a favourite demo, perhaps you can let us know what is a must-see.
That is a tough question. I've got a lot of favourite children in this here. So I think broadly, there's the ones you can touch and experience, which are always great. I love, looking at equipment, the geek in me, likes looking at the kit, really. So a lot of the IoT stuff, the product walls, I find is fascinating. So that is fun. And collaboration is very similar because it's experiential, right? You can get into it, you can see and feel what it's like. So that is great. But I think from the other perspective, there's also exciting new products that are like AI is all in the AI hub, all constrained in there. So that what is new is really exciting because year over year, this is probably one of the stronger years we've had around lots of new products, and that's exciting in itself. So there's 4 favourite children there, I guess.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well answered. Do you have any funny stories that perhaps you can share with us?
Well, probably sleep deprivation can lead to some funny incidents. We're very professional here, but I did walk into the organiser's office the other day, and they've got an extensive whiteboard of things they need to do to get an event like this going. And I think after about 18 hours of no sleep, they've written something, tried to correct it by hitting the undo button on a normal whiteboard. It strangely wasn't working. They were crying, But there's probably tons of sleep-deprived incidents going on. But yeah, that was particularly funny.
Mark, we've got a lot to be looking here across the next few days. I think we're going to have to split up.
Great idea, Karen. And thanks so much, Paul, for sharing all the insights. I've got a feeling we might see you again later in the week.
Absolutely.
But for now, for our online audience, we're going to pass you back to the studio where they're going to take you into another exciting segment.
Wow, that was incredible. 75 demos and almost 200 people. And Paul, I'm sure a lot of us can relate to the sleep deprivation comment. Let's head over to the other side of the studio where we have Dave with Anil Nair, who is the Vice President of Cisco Security Group, ready to dig deeper into the Cisco security solutions. Over to you, Dave.
Thank you, Sheikha. Yes, that's right. With me here is Anil. Anil, welcome to the studio and welcome back to Cisco Live. How are you going?
Great. Glad to be here.
Glad to be here. That's good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear the year. Did you happen to catch the keynote by chance?
Absolutely. It was really great to listen to the innovation that's happening, the breadth and depth of it. We've always been great at building great products, always been good at it. I think the transformation the company is going through is how do we bring it all together? It's not just about making the products right, but really getting the solutions right. I think it's really great to hear about that.
It's very exciting. All the coming together. It is very exciting. Now, you've been wandering around the Cisco Live floor. What are some of the security woes you've been hearing?
Good question. So there are a few themes that we are hearing on the ground, and that's what we've been hearing from the customers in the recent past as well. The first one I would say is that increasingly applications, the entire enterprise is getting hyper-distributed. Applications are distributed, users are distributed, and how do you think about security in a hyper-distributed environment is very challenging. In the past, there used to be fairly simple, straightforward control points, and they don't exist anymore. So that is one challenge that we are hearing. The second aspect that we hear is it's so important to have the visibility for you to have a proper security posture. With the encryption that you see in the networks, it's extremely hard to understand the kind of traffic that's passing through, the nature of threats that we are dealing with. So the entire encryption, the lack of visibility is another key theme that we are hearing. And the third one, I don't know why I made it third, it should have been the number one, but AI. So you heard Dave talk about the survey that we did, but 86% of our customers think that in the next 18 months, they need to be AI ready. They are not there today. So many of the customers are going through the journey of understanding what it means to them. What does it mean to be AI ready? What does it mean to the domain, to the business they are in? And related to that, closely related to that is how do you think about security in the era of AI? How do you really secure the workloads? How do you really secure the models, the data? And what does it mean from a security standpoint once AI becomes really prevalent?
Yeah, and you mentioned that word AI. You mentioned visibility. I think we might have a product that can help with that. But how do you seeing Cisco address some of these issues?
Oh, glad that you asked. So if you think about what makes the enterprises go hyper-distributed, it is the network. The network is ubiquitous. It's available everywhere. And that's the reason you're going hyper-distributed. And if you have to protect those hyper-distributed applications and users, what do? You go back to the network. So Cisco being the leader in networking, we are in a unique position to protect them in a hyper-distributed world as well. And you will hear a lot about that in the next couple of days at Cisco Live and in the products that we'll announce and so on and so forth. The second, I want to kind of touch upon the HyperShield in that context. So HyperShield is, Tom talked about that as not a next generation of an existing product, but the first product in a new generation of solutions. So HyperShield thinks about AI and distribution as a native capability or a native design element. So I'm really, really excited about what we can do with our portfolio, with HyperShield and so on and so forth. And once we bring networking and security together, I think that's the power of Cisco, and that's how we're going to be unique about it.
Anil, I love your passion, your enthusiasm. This is just fantastic. Now, you obviously have a wealth of knowledge. How long have you been at Cisco now?
I'm hitting 25 years at Cisco in another month or two.
Incredible. And how have you seen the evolution of our security product with the ever-changing demands of our customers?
Yeah, so the success of Cisco, the reason Cisco is still the most relevant technology partner company for our customers is because we have gotten ourselves tied into the changing landscape and closer to the customers and so on and so forth. For the last 25 years, we've been having the cybersecurity portfolio. We've been really good at it. But if you look at the last few years, we have invested significantly in the security portfolio, both organic and inorganic. We have done a lot of acquisitions that helped us get into the cloud security area, get us really deeper into the AI. The most recent acquisition we made, Robust Intelligence, gives us a lot of ability, capabilities to get into the AI security and securing the AI data center world and so on and so forth. But over a period of time, what we have done is really get the expertise and the skills and the technologies in the different areas. But over the last couple of years, what we have really done extremely well, and I'm really proud of, is building that as a platform. Our customers do not want to kind of deal with multitude of vendors, multitude of technologies, all having its own perspective on how to secure your world. What Cisco is uniquely positioned to, and where we are moving in an aggressive fashion, is around bringing them all together as a platform. And that's probably the fundamental shift and the transformation that we have done to our portfolio over the last couple of years. It's not just bringing them together. It's also about enabling our end users consume them as a solution, as a platform. The suite go-to-market that we have launched in the last year or so is really helping the customers consume what we build as user protection, breach or a cloud protection, and so on and so forth. So bringing them together and getting the platform story out is something that we have changed a lot.
Yeah, and I think those security suites was something I know it was touched on in the keynote as well about the cloud security suite, and the additions to that is something that is resonating a lot with my customers. So I really like that. Now, I can't let this wrap up without mentioning the Forrester report, the recent Forrester report announcements, naming Cisco as a leader in enterprise firewall solutions and as well as a leader in micro segmentation. Like, what an incredible achievement that is. What would you say are some of the standout features that helped us achieve those accolades?
Absolutely. I want to call out that we are the only vendor in the industry who are a leader in both workload as well as in the segmentation as well as in the firewall, and we are very very proud of that. It's not just that. Just last week we've come out really well in the NetSec Open testing in terms of price performance and so on and so forth. So what has really changed in our product portfolio, in our products, that is helping us really win the industry accolades? So all the recent past, we have put in a lot of focus and energy into being unique in the threat protection space. So we talked about lack of visibility. We talked about encryption being a lot more prevalent. And our technologies like Eve, where we are able to look into encrypted traffic, getting visibility into encrypted traffic without really decrypting that, and being able to protect the customers from malware and others, it's been very unique, and that's been well received by analysts as well as our end customers. Price performance has been phenomenal. Some of our newer platforms, they are absolutely the best in terms of the performance, as well as being able to deliver that level of capability in a 1RE form factor or a 2RE form factor is just phenomenal. We have also done a lot of ecosystem integrations. So within Cisco, like how we integrate with the likes of ICE, the likes of the rest of the networking portfolio, they've all been very unique. And I think analysts and Forrester has definitely called that out. I want to call one more thing. We are probably the one that has gotten the most score for product security. So it's not just about protecting our end customers with the products that we build, but also how much of care and feed we put into building those products with security as a primary concern. So our CSDL processes, what our security and trust organization does to build really secure products is yet another differentiator that we have.
It's great to finally see some recognition of all the hard work that goes into behind the scenes. So that is fantastic call out. So just give me a quick sneak peek into what can our customers expect to come in our security innovations over the next 12 months.
So you will see quite a bit of announcements on a regular basis over the next few quarters along the lines of what I mentioned earlier, like what are we hearing from our customers and what can we do to kind of get them to the next phase. So I think in the next few months, you will hear a lot more of our capabilities that we're going to launch from a platform standpoint. So we talked about the security cloud control. We launched the security cloud control yesterday, and we started that with a certain level of capabilities. Over the next few months, you will see a lot more of those capabilities rolling out on the security cloud control. You did hear about Hypershield, and that is the beginning of a new architecture, a new approach to security. You will see a lot more of announcements coming from Cisco in terms of how we bring networking and security together. How do you bring security into the networking portfolio? How do you bring Hypershield into the entire infrastructure? That's going to be something phenomenal. Identity has been something that we've been investing on, and we've been putting a lot of focus on. From a customer standpoint, identity is increasingly becoming complex. You hear the big question being asked: why hack in if you can log in? The credentials are not necessarily secure anymore. You have credential leaks, you have shared credentials, and a lot of that. We are working on. We'll be expanding our portfolio to bring in the identity as a core piece. So in general, I think across all the different challenges that we are hearing from our customers, you're going to see a lot more of product innovation and announcements, and we are accelerating our innovation. And looking forward to a lot more of the announcements in the coming.
I think not the only one looking forward to it, Neil. Thank you so much, as I said, and it is a great segue when we continue the conversation around security and it's particularly how it's connecting with Cisco's, combining the power of Cisco networking and security in this AI era. Up next, we're going to head over to centre stage where we have Raymond Yancey van Rensburg, Vice President of Networking and Solution Engineering, APJC. Let's head over to centre stage now.
Please welcome to the stage Vice President, Networking and Solutions Engineering, APJC, Cisco, Raymond Yancey van Rensburg.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our very first session at Centre Stage in Cisco Live Melbourne. Also, a very warm welcome to all of our broadcast viewers that's tuning in today. I trust you're going to find a lot of value through the sessions throughout the day. This session will continue and expand on the keynote theme around connect and protect. And over the next 30 minutes, we will unpack that in a little bit more detail. One of the key themes that we all experience today is that technology is defining and influencing every aspect of what we do. It doesn't matter if it's work, if it is related to learning, if it's related to social or engaging or playing. Everything that we do is influenced by technology. But the world is now more complex than ever, and more connected and more distributed. But we've also heard as part of the conversation this morning that there is a significant transformation going on, and that AI is having an impact on business more broadly. AI is forcing every organization to rethink how they operate. Doesn't matter if you're in financial services or in manufacturing or education, there's a significant drive to look at how AI use cases can be deployed within your environment to maintain that competitive advantage. An interesting stat that came out from the keynote as well is around 86% of organizations surveyed indicated that they've got about 18 months to really catch up and deploy AI capabilities within their environment to be able to not be left behind. Now, this world where the creation and delivery of goods and services as well as experience is materially different than it was in the past, it's clear that the approach that we followed in the past cannot necessarily be the same approach that we follow as we go forward. New use cases are being introduced on a daily basis, and this complexity is having an impact on the way that we operate. If we think about the data center, latency in the data center in the past was a bit of a frustration or a nuisance. But if we put it in context of AI deployments, then latency have got a significant impact on the large investments that we are making in the AI space. So we need to think about how do we redesign the data center? How do we move to an environment where we can deploy capability, not just in the data center to be AI ready, but also at the edge, and the business requirements around manufacturing and retail and a lot of other industries driving that change. But within this world, it's not just about the data center. It is also how do we connect and protect the users that are connecting to these capabilities, and ensure that their experience is seamless and that their experience is frictionless. All of these factors combined means that today the demand on the network is higher than ever. But that's not it. If we look at some of the data, it is clear that next year, most organizations will have more unmanaged devices within the data center, within the network, than managed devices within the network. And that adds to the complexity. And unfortunately, your IT teams will have to cope with that and manage that process as they move forward. We also see that AI continues to rise in use cases, and those use cases will put more demand on the network, another thing that you need to be prepared for and live up to. So let's take a look at a typical network to understand what's going on. Delivering those seamless experiences that we talked about with quality is complex, because we've got a distributed environment with some of the infrastructure that we own and some of the infrastructure that we do not own. And we've got users, devices, and things that's trying to connect to applications and data. And through all of this, we need to provide that visibility and control with secure connectivity to ensure that we can deliver on the user expectation. But if we move forward, the challenges to meet the expectations of a perfect digital experience is changing. That complexity of the environment is also introducing risk. And that risk is compounding across the network and the security landscape. The operational complexities can threaten digital resilience of the organization, and it'll disrupt the delivery of the experience and materially harm business outcomes as well as business continuity. There's also a number of trends that we see in the industry, and some of those is captured on the slide, talking about almost half of the organizations acknowledging that they let unmanaged devices connect to protected resources. That's got a significant bearing on the security posture within the environment. Secondly, in just this year alone, we've seen that there's a 30% increase in the number of devices connected per organization. And that increase of devices will continue to accelerate as we move to an environment where we provide workplaces, offices, and buildings that's smarter and more intuitive. Of course, there's also the people factor. And I think if we look around us in the room, or if you think about your family and friends and colleagues, I think everyone can relate to someone who has fallen victim or fallen prey to a phishing scam. So security, the expansion of devices within the environment, as well as the impact of the type of devices that's connecting, is changing in a rapid pace. So what do we need to do? What are the right building blocks for your AI ambitions and for creating a connected and a protected environment to deliver on the digital resiliency that your organization and your customers expect? We believe the network has to be intelligent, making use of the next generation capabilities in not just our wireless portfolio, but throughout the portfolio, focus on AI native operations that we talked about in the keynote early on, and also automated operations. Secondly, secured, bringing together Cisco Networking Cloud as well as the Cisco Security Cloud to drive common policy throughout the infrastructure and provide a unified framework. And then finally, assured, complete visibility throughout the entire digital footprint for that experience and the seamless experience for the users. Now, if we take each one of these building blocks and we look at them in a little bit more detail, we can start with security. End-to-end security as a native embedded architecture should be common throughout your networking infrastructure. This will extend capabilities into the network around fabric, like software-defined access. It'll drive a comprehensive approach around zero trust within the network, and also focus on delivering common policy that simplify that end-to-end network experience across the campus, the branch, as well as the data center. If we think about the assurance piece and the visibility, over the past decade, organizations have undergone several shifts that increase the reliance on external infrastructure and environments and introduce potential complexity or exponential complexity for IT and network teams. As we look at it today, cloud is the new data center. SaaS and APIs is the new application stack. Everywhere connectivity is the new office, and the internet is the new network. The center of gravity is now more external. And what these things have in common is that you don't own any of it. You've gained agility in the process, but what you've given up is that level of control and the level of visibility to be able to manage and run and operate the environment. So the outcome for you is a barrier turning insights into action. And this is where we can play a role, delivering visibility as well as continuous intelligence across both the owned as well as the unowned infrastructure, preempting results where we detect as well as diagnose remediation to instantly resolve any potential pitfall that we identify within the environment. The question is, how do we do that? We focus on collecting billions of metrics across every layer of the network, doesn't matter where it is. We have visibility into 1 billion endpoints out there. We've also got the ability to take 5 billion synthetic measurements from millions of agents we've deployed and that are running, testing cloud endpoint as well as enterprise devices. So a lot of data that's feeding the machine, and if you reflect back on the keynote, the conversation was around data as one of the key elements for us to be able to facilitate and drive some of the capability. Then finally, we talked about security, we talked about assurance. The next one is around the intelligence. Driving intelligence in the environment takes the complexity out of the way in delivering some of the outcomes that we need to work towards. The tools that you use to today, you won't get, and there won't be an opportunity for you to scale in an automated fashion as we move forward. So we need to focus on elements around being predictive, proactive, and automate it. And these are some of the key influences that will help us drive capability. We talked about AI a lot, and it's not just about the AI infrastructure, but the ability for us to drive endpoint analytics, to identify predictive path recommendations within the network, to use the radio resource management capability within our Wi-Fi network to be able to optimize the Wi-Fi service across the fleet, but also bringing in the AI assistant and the Keynote, the messaging around the introduction of the AI assistant also for the networking component within the installed base. And if we think about powering of AI, it's not just the focus around the three components within the Cisco networking cloud, but it's also extending that capability into our infrastructure base and also driving the capability all the way through to our CX capability from a services point of view. All of this coming together that enable our customers across industries to deliver secure, resilient, and new experiences faster. In financial services, giving you the ability to do predictive and secure trading. In manufacturing environments, focusing on computer vision to enhance quality, or focusing on predictive maintenance, identifying particular machines within the environment that need a focus. In healthcare, to help to predict and improve care and patients getting healthy faster. A lot of focus around industry. And in closing, if we look at bringing it all together, if we want to connect and protect in the AI era, the focus is on how do we transform the data centers to power workloads anywhere. Fundamentally, where do we focus on as we modernize the workplace to ensure that everyone can serve their customers, doesn't matter where they work from. And then finally, on the digital resilience piece, keeping organizations secure and reliable throughout the entire digital footprint. And all of that based on the foundation of our AI capability that's embedded in the portfolio. Now, this is a first session in center stage, essentially setting up the rest of the day. Each of the topics that we covered off will be unpacked in a fair amount of detail, but as we look around us in the world of solutions, there's an opportunity to go and see some demos, experience some of the technology firsthand. There's also an opportunity during the course of today and tomorrow where customers will come and share their story and their experience more broadly. And then, as with this morning, there's a lot of announcements around new innovation and new capability, and a lot of that is also on display in the world of solutions for you to consume. So I want to thank you for your time. It's an initial setup of the conversation, and there's a lot of this to follow during the course of the day. Thank you.
It's a new day for the new era. AI is everywhere. So are we. We have the infrastructure AI needs. And now, the breadth of data AI craves. We'll use AI to help the world see more, do more, and we'll secure it like never before. You've all heard the AI hype. Now you want AI's help. That's exactly what we'll give you. Cisco, making AI work for you.
Convert a traditional stadium that's utilised 35 times a year into a world-class, multi-purpose sports and entertainment facility that's utilised 365 days, 24/7, and welcomes more than 1.8 million people a year. You think really big, digitise everything in order to operate small. We've thought about operating a roof club tourism business. Then we went and built a hotel. Then we wanted to be able to host any event at any time. Ultimately, we wanted it to be a world-class precinct.
This has all been made possible through Cisco's investment back into the Adelaide Oval to fund the digital guest program. The first step was to integrate several networks into one Cisco network. The latest Cisco servers, the latest wireless access points, enables a seamless end-user experience. That is the key to us being able to add value to the guest experience, while at the same time creating operational efficiencies and increased digital security. We can monitor how many people are in any given space. We also have gamification in our corporate suite areas and within the room, a Cisco-backed sports gaming experience. The roof climb is another aspect of our tourism arm here at Adelaide Oval. The network enables people to order online. It also allows us to send them their photos digitally at the end of their climb.
Now we are one of South Australia's leading tourist destinations. We no longer see ourselves as just an oval. We see ourselves as a world-class, multi-dimensional precinct that is capable of providing a seamless experience for customers.
With Cisco's help, we're running all of this with a team that is smaller than any team that plays here at Adelaide Oval. Now that is amazing.
DP World is one of the largest logistics companies in the world. Per year, we move about 3 million containers, or boxes as we call them. If we stop, the nation starts to stop. Every minute, every hour is crucial.
When you turn up at a terminal, you can see the scale and sheer size of the operation. But what people don't see is what's behind the scenes. One of the important things for our business is ensuring that we have that solid foundation. And you can't do that with fragmented technologies. And that's where Cisco come to play for us. Because we can start to use their full product suite and have that one house view of our technology stack. And so we start with our key cranes. And the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul there is a really important part of the technology stack for us here at DP World. Our industrial Ethernet switching, it's really not seen by anyone, but it's the lifeblood and carries that data across and allows all our equipment to talk seamlessly. And then we move to our core network, and the Catalyst network series from Cisco really comes to play there. That's where we have to, in this critical business, rely on those solid foundations of our tech stack.
We have established a national control centre, and that coordinates with all 4 ports and the ships that arrive into those ports and where those boxes get put onto the ground and when those boxes get moved on to external transports.
$750 million worth of cargo goes through our business every single day. This business is mission critical. We are 24/7, and so it's important we have systems that are reliable and they have that uptime.
Our container ports in 10 years' time will be drastically different. To manage that environment, we need clever systems and rock-solid networks.
But it's like an orchestra. You've got to get every little part right for it to work and really hum. And so that's where having different products from Cisco and having that one-house view is really important for us so that everything works seamlessly. This business is huge. And so as you take a real step back and a high-level view of this business, technology is everywhere. And it's important that we have the right technology in place for the future.
Schools, by their nature, are very creative and innovative. Our role is to try and enable that to occur in a way that's safe, secure, and protects the student. My name's Dan Hughes. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the Department for Education in South Australia. My role is to fundamentally provide ICT services to about 950 sites across the state. We've got about 380 preschools, close to 512 schools, mix of primary schools and high schools. I think when I first stepped into my role, we had about 7% of our schools connected to enterprise-grade internet. So when you consider things like NAPLAN testing, SACE online testing, a lot of schools just couldn't engage with that, even though nationally we're shifting towards that mode of testing going forward. We did have a massive problem then to address the connectivity. From our perspective, the shift has been more away from technical outcomes to how can tech be used in a way that can enhance student learning, that can ensure greater levels of collaboration across our sites and certainly with the centre. It's really important that we are able to simplify our support. So the fact that Cisco are currently working on a single pane of glass that bring together a lot of the technologies that are in the Cisco stack into one frame, for us is awesome. We focused on the deployment of Cisco Meraki to not only solve the hardware and infrastructure layer, but to also gain better visibility of what each school was doing. So through the tools such as the Meraki dashboard, we're able to get line of sight to every wireless access point, every switch, to build a level of confidence that we could see things going wrong in the environment, we could solve them on behalf of schools. In South Australia, we've got schools that are probably 700, 800 k's away from where we are located in town. To deploy someone out to that site when a wireless access point goes down is just not financially viable. Through the power of the tools, we're more capable in supporting remotely a lot of those schools that otherwise wouldn't be able to support themselves. We consider some more fundamental efficiencies that we've driven. Certainly the amount of calls to our service desk that we receive that are network related, user connectivity type related, have significantly dropped. I'm talking probably 75% drop in those types of calls. Through Cisco, we landed on not only the technology solution, but also a way forward. We can now focus on just delivering classes and delivering the curriculum to the students. Having the digital foundation in place, having the right technological foundation in place, and then having those tools that we can support those schools remotely means that all those kids in those schools aren't left behind, and we can support their learning in ways that we've never been able to do before.
No hay tiempo y dimensiones, lo único que escucho es el ritmo de la canción. Hace la diferencia con
A cyber attack can grind everything to a halt. Cisco Security keeps your network and your company moving forward. Because if it's connected, it's protected. Cisco. It's a new day for the new era. AI is everywhere. So are we. We have the infrastructure AI needs. And now, the breadth of data AI craves. We'll use AI to help the world see more, do more, and we'll secure it like never before. You've all heard the AI hype. Now you want AI's help. That's exactly what we'll give you. Cisco, making AI work for you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you're able to catch Raymond's session earlier, as he really touched on some key points as to why Cisco is your leading partner in this ever-changing digital world. A standout for me was his comments around how important secure connectivity is and how important that is right now in this AI era. This is a constant conversation piece that I'm having with a lot of my customers, and it really relates to Dave West's statement, which he mentioned in the keynote speech, around reimagining what it means to be connected. Dave and Tom reiterated a couple of times a couple of keywords. Integration is a big thing that we're focusing on this year. Bringing together our powerhouse networking capabilities, and strengthening our security portfolio with the addition of Splunk. Giving our customers that end-to-end approach is truly a differentiator for Cisco. We have such a broad portfolio across collaboration, observability, security, and networking, and not just a broad statement. We go deep into each of these areas as well. And then we have the trending topic of today, which is, of course, AI. Tom Gillis highlighted in the keynote AI native technology, and that's a space Cisco is truly building towards. An example of this would be Hypershield. Now, we heard from Anil earlier in the studio interview and how passionate he was about Hypershield and the capabilities that's bringing across the portfolio. Of course, with AI, we just need to call out, I would like to call out, over in the world of solutions, we have the AI Hub. Now, in that AI Hub, you can get set up there, and you'll be able to do a quick AI readiness report and see where your organisation is in the world of AI. With those, but for those who are joining from the live stream as well, you'll be able to do this AI readiness report online as well. All you need to do is just look up Cisco AI Readiness Assessment, and you'll be able to do that from your very own seat where you are. Once you've done that assessment, let us know, jump on and let us know, hashtag Cisco Live APJC. Let us know your thoughts and feelings towards that. For those who are here and in the world of solutions taking that assessment, you'll be able to then speak to the experts over in our AI Hub in the world of solutions. There's another topic that's resonating quite a lot with my customers at the moment, and that's going to be highlighted that was highlighted in the keynote as well earlier, and that's about future-proofing the workplace. Cisco is laser focused in this area. I'd like to head over to the world of solutions now, where we have Chris and Richard, who take us through a quick walkthrough of the capabilities Cisco can provide organisations as they look to future-proof the workplace. Let's head to the world of solutions now.
Welcome back to the World of Solutions, and I'm here on the collaboration stand joined by Chris Anderson and Richard Stepancic, where we're going to talk about how we're helping customers future-proof their workplaces through the power of Cisco technology. Chris, I guess starting with you, I'm really keen to understand what's top of mind for customers when you're talking to them in the field, how they can modernise their office environment and improve their employee experiences.
Fantastic. Yeah, absolutely, Mark. So, what we're hearing from customers is that they need to future-proof their workplace now. Like, so much has changed over the last few years in terms of the way everybody's working. And so what our customers are really keen to do is enable really powerful hybrid experiences, allowing people to work in different types of ways and different size meetings and with people no matter where they are. But also they need to be able to measure the way their building's working, right? So, the way their workplaces, the utilisation levels and the way the occupancy is working in their buildings, to be able to get insights and make decisions about the way that's working. So, from Cisco's point of view, future-proofing your workplace means using the computer network, using the network, securely connecting everybody in the building, applying experiences on top of that, and then delivering really powerful capabilities that enable you to work better inside the office.
Yeah, fantastic. And I know we've got a lot of devices that really deliver on some of those requirements, and I'm keen to see them all. So, Richard, where do you think we should start?
Well, we're not going to start at this great design behind us with the EQX. We are going to start at our smaller devices and show the power that we can get out of our AI capabilities built into our desk devices, and then move on to our wide range of capabilities within our wide range of devices for each type of meeting room.
Sounds great. Let's go. Okay, so here we are looking at our devices for desk and small office rooms. Richard, do you want to take us through what we're looking at, what they can do?
Sure, Mark. So we're at our reserve and hot desk demo here. So we're showcasing our new 9800 phone, which has desk reservation capabilities. And the great part about that is you can sign in just by scanning this QR code. You'll bring over all your call queues, so great for contact centers and anybody with calling accounts. And we also have our Desk Pro device here, where the same method of scanning a QR code, you can book and reserve this desk. So great for private video booths or even open desks where you have hot desking capabilities. And also the great part is all the AI capabilities that we have across our devices are available not only in this desk device through frames, tracking, noise cancellation, but also on our 9800 phone.
Okay, so it sounds like these are devices that are really ideal for hot desk or maybe very small meeting rooms in an office. But I'm keen to hear what we've got when it comes to the more traditional meeting room, because you know that's such a key part of delivering a great in-office experience. So let's go and have a look at those systems, shall we, Richard?
Let's go.
So we all know that meeting room technology is key to delivering a really great in-office experience. And here we are looking at the technology that we have for our customers' meeting rooms. Take us through what these devices are and some of the capabilities we've got built in.
Will do. So as we've just seen from our reserve and hot desk, we're all about creating a frictionless environment when it comes to our technology. And that moves on to our meeting rooms, and we do that through the power of AI. So in all of these devices, from small, medium to large rooms, we have NVIDIA chipsets that are powering AI technology that's able to track where people are through framing and also speaker tracking technology. And also built into our microphones here, we have adaptive beamforming technology that's able to track and focus on where people are. So mixing this all together creates a frictionless environment for people to walk into a meeting room, have the confidence in the technology, not worry about, is the camera going to pick me up where I'm sitting? Is it going to pick me up on audio? It's going to adaptively cancel out noise in any environment and also track where people are talking. And as you can see from this touch panel here, it's currently red at the moment. That's actually being tracked from this device, our desk device here, which from the AI-powered technology that's built into it, knows that there's people in front of that, turns red and lets everybody know that the space is now occupied. We have quite a large range of devices, so a lot of customers ask us, well, which one do we choose for which device? That's where our Design Your Workspace Designer comes into it. Customers are able to go to this, choose a meeting room, whichever one they need to for whichever size, go through the prompts, select a room, and actually see the camera views and the mic pickup range that you'll get from a meeting room.
I love the way this is also allowing you to lay out your room and download the blueprint of the space, right? So whether it be small, medium, or large, with the bar Pro, or even the EQX devices, you've got the ability to actually lay out your space and then download your blueprint. So much easier.
Amazing. And what's great is, as we saw earlier, we've actually got a meeting room set up with all these devices deployed. So let's go and have a look and see what it actually looks like when it's set up in a real office environment. Okay, so we've seen the power that we've got to help our customers in the small and medium-sized meeting spaces, but now we're back in this larger space, and I'm really excited to see what capability we've got and technology we've got to help customers with those very large conference room-style meeting rooms. So Richard, do you want to take us through what are we looking at here and what does it do?
Absolutely. So we're in front of our EQX unit here, and the great power of Cisco AI, it's available across all these devices that we've been showing. And it is available here. We're utilizing our cross-view capabilities. So we have extra cameras here to track where people are looking, and also our Ceiling Mic Pros, which is going to adaptively track where people are talking as well. So as we move around the room, the technology and the AI that's built into that microphone will adaptively track where people are moving and pick up who's talking. Now, the great thing as well is that once I'm talking across from this table and I'm talking to you, Mark, the camera that's above your head will focus on me instead of focusing on that camera and the side of my head. So really trying to create that distance zero approach that we have with our devices, so it feels like you're in the same meeting with the people that are on the far end as it is with the people that are inside the room here.
thing I love about this is, this is all coming out of the box, right? The EQX and the capabilities literally comes out of the box, all delivered from Cisco with the sound system built in, the amazing acoustic treatment that all goes on that customers would spend tens of thousands of dollars enabling. This is all just done and delivered and tuned from the EQX, so it's a fantastic experience. And then we talked about the space insights that comes with the camera intelligence as well. So, knowing how many people are in the space and knowing when somebody walks out of the space to free up the room and those sorts of things. The camera intelligence doing all of that now too in this space means within a few seconds we know how the space is being used. So that allows us to sort of drive great experience across the whole building as well.
Yeah, it's incredibly cool, Chris, and it's great to see how we've got all the intelligence in the device. I'd really love to see how we're surfacing some of those insights through Cisco Spaces to help customers make better decisions about how they use their office environments. So should we go and take a look?
Absolutely.
So Chris, we've seen the different types of workspaces that we have in offices and the technology that we've got that helps customers have amazing meetings. But we started our conversation talking about future-proofing the workplace. What I'd love to know is how does Cisco Spaces help customers deliver a great experience in the office for all employees across the whole building?
Mark, so this is a really powerful thing now as we bring all of this together with the insights and the information that we can share about those spaces because of the intelligence that's coming from each workspace, with the camera being able to track the people that are in the room in terms of how many people there are when people go in and out of the space. There's also sensors in that technology to be able to give us environmental information. So the power of Cisco Spaces is now bringing all of this together from every one of your collaboration meeting rooms that you have investment with from Cisco. But not just that. You heard this morning about the Wi-Fi 7 introduction and the new capabilities we're bringing with Wi-Fi 7. So by bringing your network together as well, Cisco Spaces is aggregating the information about how many people are across the floor in the building. It's also bringing that environmental information in as well and publishing that for people to be able to see here. So as employees are working across the floor, they can get really powerful insights into what's happening, what spaces are available to them, and they can go and start to use them. So, for example, here, this is our Melbourne office, and as you see at a glance, that camera system in real time is showing whether a room's occupied or not. So, for example, if I tap on this Magpie's room, I can see that there's one person in that room at the moment. I can see the temperature and I can see the quality of the environment. But also, if I want to go and find a room that I'd like to use, I can actually tap on one of the green ones. I can see that there's a Cisco collaboration device in this room. I can see that it's available. I can see the calendar as well. So I can now choose that might be the space that I'd like to use. And I can go and grab that space to be able to use in the environment. So it's really powerful to actually bring all of that information together. And then also for enabling more across your building with your ICT investment. You're investing in powerful collaboration meeting rooms, you're investing in your computer network, and now we can actually use all of that information so you don't have to go and spend money on parallel technology inside the building. So now I can go and start to use the wireless access points to understand what's happening in the building. Facilities managers can get views of how often space is being used, what people movement patterns are like across the floor. And as we start to bring that out into the space utilisation analytics, we can start to really powerfully make decisions about how our spaces are being used.
Amazing. Thanks, Chris. And if you'd like to know any more about any of these technologies, check out the QR code that's on the screen. It will take you to our Reimagining Workspaces site. There's an opportunity to learn more about everything we've talked about today. In the meantime, thank you, Chris. We're going to wrap up here and hand back to our hosts in the studio. We've got another exciting session.
Thank you to the World of Solutions team. How fantastic were some of those demos, Em, that we just saw. I particularly liked the demos around the Webex AI agent and how that assists in contact centers capabilities there. And of course, it would be amiss of me not to mention the workspace designer tool that we now have that allows you to design your own meeting rooms all from your very own computer before you go dive in and have a look and speak to your account manager about what the particular devices that you need. What caught your eye, Em?
I think, to be honest, I'm taking a couple of these demos outside of the world of solutions. I've got 2 customers that are looking at an office refresh at the moment, and I think their biggest challenge is, with a hybrid workforce and a changing environment of what they're doing in terms of, having people on the sales floor, having people within their support team, how they should be using their rooms. So I'll be showing them, space occupancy analytics so that they can actually gain that data and then adjust the spaces to what is more relevant to their use cases throughout the week, and then also camera intelligence. I think it's a really important thing as they design their office to actually look at the elements of sustainability and implement, a future-proof for, a smart workspace. So looking at adjusting how many, how big the temperature is, looking at different elements that you can adjust depending on how many people are in the room. So for these guys, I've got them covered. They're coming to see these demos. They've got 4 workshops they've got to be in, and I'm sure they'll be really excited.
Yeah, I particularly like those analytics of the environmental sensors and how it just automatically adjusts for you. Really makes everyone's lives a lot easier if it's all happening natively via AI as well. So.
Yeah, and the future workplace, I think a lot of people and a lot of customers, when they hear that particular phrase, think it's just collaboration devices. But, it includes the network, it includes collaboration devices, and it includes security. So we have a lot of announcements, such as the Wi-Fi 7 APs, that are going to be really important to that story.
We will hear more about Wi-Fi 7 a bit later on. But continuing with future of the workplace, we're going to head to centre stage now, where we have we're going to show you how it is possible to get workplace experiences done right. So we have Snorre and Vanessa over on centre stage now.
The stage, Director, Chief of Staff for Cisco Collaboration Devices, Cisco, Anna Yerlaug.
Hello, and wow, so great to see all of you here, and welcome to today's session, where we are going to show you real superpower so you can be the hero at your workplace. So my name is Anna Yerlaug. I am the Director and Chief of Staff working for the Collaboration Devices business, and very proud to be here today, first time in Australia. And I have to say thank you so much for giving me meaning that there are more to life than just Starbucks. The coffee is amazing, so thank you. And also welcome to everyone who joins us online. I hope you had a great morning attending the keynote. You heard our dear colleagues Tom and Dave speaking about One Cisco and AI. To be successful with AI, you need to reimagine 3 things as they're referred to. 1, your data center. Number 2, to future-proof your workplace. And number 3, your approach to make the digital footprint resilient. Connecting people, apps, data, and places and things that power our world while protecting us from all type of digital risks. Networking with security and collaboration together, as only Cisco can, you can deliver critical outcomes to the new era of AI. Today in this session, we're gonna deep dive into future-proof hybrid work and workplaces. We have been hard at work to improve our portfolio, to make your experience better with contact center, with the suite, and with the Cisco devices. And our priority have remained consistent, reimagining both the customer experience and the employee experience. And we never stop innovating, as we will show you here today. Wherever you are working, the Webex suite is the best toolkit for today's work. We started with meetings and calling, and then we added messaging and whiteboarding tools, and webinars, and host large events with up to 100,000 attendees. And then also the magic with Slido, and also the vidcast, a quick recording, and you can share it with your team. But under the hood, we added generative AI across our portfolio in the form of Cisco AI Assistant for Webex. The AI Assistant can troubleshoot, translate, make summaries, send you the actions of a meeting that you maybe already missed. You get the most out of every meeting and every messaging, but we don't stop there. But my colleague Vaktan is going to take you through that soon. Webex Suite comes to life in our portfolio of devices. From camera to headset to small meeting room to large meeting room, together our software and hardware solutions allow you to deliver modern and engaging interactions. And as I mentioned earlier, our solutions are meeting the two users, those who are using the product, but also those who are running the technology, who keep sailing the ship. But we also know that is not easy. Some of you may still find your way to the future of work. HR maybe want you to implement new applications to increase the company culture and inclusive future for all. Facility may be looking for technology that makes sure that the commute to the office is really worth it. And IT, our unsung hero, they are probably looking for one solution to cover all of the several challenges they have. And I know that there are many unsung heroes here today, but let's take a look and meet my friend Bobby and see how it is in her day-to-day life. Let's roll the video. Hey, Bobby.
This is Bobby. Every day, she deals with the impossible. She might just be your customer.
CEO is looking for you. What's broken? The call with investors, of course. What part isn't working? Don't know. While I've got you, the people don't feel like the business cares. The people? They don't come into the office. Have you seen Sue?
Jacob is here today. Andrew. Salima.
What do you do here again? I'm HR. You? You made everyone come into the office 5 days a week without a plan to update the aging tech? Okay, I don't do HR.
No one really knows what Janie does.
Frankly, my home office is better than this place. Then you understand my problem. Well, facility says hot desking is the issue. Has anyone seen Jerry?
No one has seen Jerry in weeks.
This doesn't count as booking a conference room. Hey, man, I really like your setup.
Oh, I have a home. I go on weekends. It's just a really long drive.
The investor meeting?
It's the network.
Probably the router.
Always the software.
It's user error.
Are you sure?
Trust me. It's probably maybe user error.
This is not good.
So do you recognize yourself? Well, I think many of us feel and experience what Bobby did on this video. Our solution to that is what we refer to as the power of full-stack collaboration. Leveraging both the network and the security as the foundation and building collaboration software and hardware on top, we can support management and monitor in real life. Only full-stack collaboration makes it possible to expand from 5 meeting rooms to 3 meetings rooms, but still only with 2 people. And that is something we at Cisco is doing with our customer today. And that solves a few pain points that probably you are facing. Our devices do more than just great meetings. Every device becomes an extension of your network, a sensor, and gather powerful data. As you heard Vanessa talking about in the keynote earlier today, we can have occupancy from the meeting room, the air quality, temperature in the room, and much more. And that data can be shared and analyzed by a number of Cisco tools to provide you with powerful outcomes. And that gives you, as IT, the superpower through issue detection and diagnostic with thousandeyes agents, integrated into every device. User benefit from an end-to-end insight and visibility into the network performance. Or Webex Control Hub, where you can manage and service your users. You can onboard and manage devices, configure security, compliance policy, and see detailed analytics about your workspaces. And not to talk about Cisco Spaces, As you probably have seen here also on the hub, there's many spaces who can give you real direction on map using AI-powered 3D maps, wayfinding, and you can also book rooms and it will show you the way to that meeting room. And there's so much more. And our latest innovation, we continue to support you as the IT heroes, where you have remote access that allows IT to remotely access devices from anywhere in the world. So when you're 800 miles apart, you can troubleshoot and join a meeting or turn on self-view of the conference room. And with smart diagnostic, the power of AI can not only report issues, but to tell IT team what exactly needs to do to fix those issues. And then you have the workspace ranking. We can also tell you which room to prioritize. So if there's a meeting room coming up now at 3 p.m. that is back to back to back, Control Hub can tell you that you need to prioritize that meeting room. Our vision is distance zero, to remove the distance between people, to feel that you're in the same room with your colleagues, with your peers, even though you're 1,000 miles apart. At Webex One in Miami in October, we had the newest launch of Spatial Meetings, a collaboration with Apple. Roombar Pro devices with Apple Vision Pro. It's thousands of Roombar Pros in the market today, ready to deploy 3D stereoscopic video, 4K with true colors. So that means that there's already thousands of you who today just need to upgrade your software and get yourself a Vision Pro. And this is what we say with Cisco being future-proofed. Seeing is believing. So please sign up for a demo today. Come reach out to me after the session, because you really need to see the magic. Vanessa at the keynote today also spoke about that great video starts with great audio. And that it's important that every interaction needs to be as good as in person, where all participants needs to be seen, but also heard clearly. With this new Ceiling Microphone Pro, it's super easy to install. It takes minutes instead of hours. And my colleague Jamie is going to show you how now. Let's roll the video.
Ever wondered how to set up your conferencing microphones in minutes instead of hours, without manual tuning required? Now it's possible. Introducing the new Ceiling Microphone Pro. With advanced AI beamforming, it captures sound with precision, tracking speakers dynamically for crystal clear audio. Configuring the microphone is a breeze. Just plug it in, start the setup wizard, and let the automatic configuration do the rest. Zero-touch calibration of a single or even multiple microphones uses ultrasound to self-adjust so that you can have it up and running in a snap. Once the automatic configuration is finished, you only need to verify if the tracking works properly, and you're ready. Effortless setup with superior sound. Transform your meeting spaces with ease.
That is a real superpower. And only Cisco devices deliver an end-to-end experience at the workplace. Now, I am pleased to invite my colleague Vaktan up to the stage, who's going to deep dive into the Webex suite and show you even more superpowers to give you as our heroes. Welcome up, Vaktan.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Thank you all for joining us here. It is such a great event. We have a lot of exciting capabilities to share about Webex Suite. But first, let's have a look at the progress we've made during a year. Please play the first video.
What if you could unify all your workflows with one powerful suite? Effortlessly join any meeting on any platform. Always be heard clearly. Take a break without missing a beat. Catch up with personalized summaries. Communicate across language barriers. illustrate your best ideas, and present your work in engaging ways. Enjoy seamless, powerful calling anywhere. Check in with the team. Host a workshop. Or launch a global event and make an impact. It all happens in one place. Webex Suite.
Thank you. With Webex Suite, employees can connect, collaborate, and engage all in one place. And wherever you are working from, Webex Suite provides the most comprehensive set of tools for today's work. There are Webex meetings, messaging, calling, webinars, and we also added tools like Slido and Vidcast. Those tools are used by teams to maintain high bandwidth engagements at all times. And you don't have to be constrained by the time zone you're working on or by schedule you're trying to keep. And employees really love that flexibility. Many customers ask us a question: what makes Webex Suite as a compelling platform for organizations to choose while there are other platforms available for communication and collaboration? My answer would be there are three important things make our platform different and unique. These are experience, platform, and purpose-built AI. Our company priorities directly map to those focus areas. Let's have a look at them. Experience really matters, and we have a unique ability to map physical and virtual experiences together so we can deliver consistent experience across networks, devices, operating systems, so users can actually connect, communicate, and collaborate without boundaries. We all can work like we are sitting in the same room. We can work with the language of our choice, and we also have flexibility to choose the tools we're actually working with. And we achieve that cohesive experience only because we build these capabilities into our platform. We don't just develop capabilities for meetings or for calling. No. Cisco devices, Webex Suite, and Contact Center, they all run on a single platform. And that single platform delivers consistent experience, user functions, identity, management, security, and AI capability. And third focus area for us is purpose-built AI. We announced Webex AI agent for contact centers and AI assistant for Webex Suite. And we demonstrated that we have AI capability in our platform. But we have a very different view to AI, whether we don't just focus on building large language models and using LLMs to generate summary and produce text. We've got very broad view with AI, where we build AI into our devices and application stack. Our AI captures all the signals across all interactions, whether you have been shared, you viewed, you've been capturing the voice, video, and conversations, and we capture all the rich signals across the whole network. That information brings a lot of context to high bandwidth interactions customers do across our platform, whether you are in a call, or whether you are in a meeting, or you're attending a webinar. And of course, we build our AI across Cisco Responsible AI Framework, which has control, security, privacy, all built into our platform. Our AI has a very strong foundation, and this is just a phase one. So the very common questions we've been asked by our customers: will our AI automate workflows? Will our AI give ability to organizations to find answers from their internal data? And will our AI extend the models we choose? And the answer is yes. We will allow all of this, so please watch the space. We'll make an announcement in that. So let's have a look at some of the AI notable features, as we call them, and we just go through them. AI Assistant is seamlessly integrated across Webex Suite and provides intelligence capabilities across different workloads. If you are not able to attend the meeting, for example, or you have to temporarily walk away from the meeting, you don't have to miss information which may be critical for you. AI Assistant will capture that information for you, so you don't have to take manually notes for that meeting. AI Assistant can search files, can search images, can search conversations, and it also has ability to support to share information with third-party applications. That AI Assistant actually helps you to bring your Webex experience very, very efficient. Another innovation we have is our ability to recognize people in a room when there are multiple people sitting in the same room. We use Webex AI audio intelligence to identify each speaker, each voice, and we capture those into transcripts. Later, host of the meeting actually can add and tag name to real person, which will make summaries and action points more relevant to the conversation. That's pretty exciting. This is my part where I really, really love. We are expanding AI capabilities across every workload, and we will bring AI Assistant to Webex calling. Whether you do point-to-point call or whether you do the call to PSTN, AI Assistant will be available. So when you are on the Webex call, we actually will capture the call, and through AI Assistant we can summarize the call and provide some action points without recording, and this is very important. It's all done on the client. Next, in case if you want to forward that call to someone else, we actually give you the option to also attach a summary and action points to that forwarded calls. That adds a lot of context. So if I'm receiving forwarded call, I can look at the summary, I can look at the action points, and I can pick conversation where it was left with me and drive that conversation forward with the customer. That's pretty cool. Regarding Webex native call recording, as we call it, which is available there, and you actually can use that, we soon Webex native call recording can actually start transcribing call recording, summarizing, and adding actions. And that information will be available for users through the client and also through API. You probably have heard about Webex AI codec, and actually we have got a stand in the Webex space. You feel free to come and have a look at the stand, what Webex AI codec is, and also please feel free to have a look and experience the AI Assistant in Webex calling. Going back, we all know that poor network connections result in packet loss, which concludes very bad net user experience for the call. Webex AI codec delivered very first industry application of advanced machine learning to speech, and is designed to solve the problem for poor codecs. So let's have a look at the example. First, we've got Emily, and she's trying to place a call across very poor network, and while she's calling, she's using Opus as a codec. Let's see what the experience is going to be. Please play the video.
Hey, our important business in the contract has been moved an hour earlier to 10 p.m. and we'll be in the Plaza Hotel instead.
Well, it wasn't really any good call. I couldn't understand anything. And as a platform, we can't capture anything. We can't create summary. We can't do anything. But let's have a look at the experience of Webex AI codec for the same call across the same poor network. Please play the second video.
Hey, Rob, our important meeting to sign the contract has been moved an hour earlier to 10 a.m. and we'll be in the Plaza Hotel instead.
You can see it's a big difference. It improved the user experience, and now we can actually put the power of AI to capture it, summarize it, and generate action points. So please visit us on the Webex space and the AI stand and have a look and actually learn how the Webex AI codec can work. we're doing a lot of exciting, actually, updates today. The one we really want to do very, very powerful is we're extending AI Assistant to Control Hub to help IT administrators who are managing Webex organizations. IT administrators will be able to simply talk to AI Assistant, configure user, enable features, disable features, and actually it can even go and troubleshoot it. So imagine if I'm an IT administrator and I had Emily on with a very poor call, I would simply ask AI Assistant, show me the bad poor calls Emily had for the past 2 days. I don't need to know Emily's username or extension. All that data will be generated, analyzed, and presented to me. So I will be presented with a number of specific information to the Emily's calls. I can take it even further. I may ask AI Assistant to actually plot some graphs for me, show me distribution of the packet loss over the past 1 week. You have just a lot of capabilities you can put through. So again, please come to the Webex calling stand in the Webex area. We can actually demonstrate you this capability. So these are a lot of interesting, notable features. But of course, we have Webex Suite roadmap also. We are developing extensive AI capabilities across every workload. I think it's very big takeaway from the session is, for us, it's a single platform that brings devices, Webex Suite, and Contact Center. So please watch the space for announcements for more capabilities we'll be launching across. In conclusion, only Webex Suite can empower employees with the most comprehensive and AI-powered collaboration solution. Anna, please join me. With Webex Suite, we can help organizations to secure their front spaces, and we also help them to achieve digital resilience.
Thank you so much, Vaktan. As I said in the beginning, this is the power of the one Cisco with the security, networking, and collaboration. We're so grateful and really want to thank every one of you, and also a lot of the logos we see here on the screen that are using these solutions today. It's everything from financial service, healthcare, high-tech, retail, manufacturing, to travel, sports, and entertainment. But I am very curious, Vaktan, what is your superpower based on what we spoke about today?
Yeah, I think I personally like AI Assistant in the calling, which means I don't have to do any more note-taking. It will take notes, it will summarize it for me, and I think the most importantly, I can forward the call and share that information. That is probably the most of the best function. I think I like it, as of today.
As of today. I agree upon that. We encourage all of you to participate in the deep dive session tomorrow, where Snorre and Vanessa will go into more of what we have showed today with even more demos. So the session is in room 106 from 10:30 to 11:30. To close off, I really want to invite Bobby back on stage so we can check in on how it's going with her and her heroes and her superpowers. Thank you so much for us. Have a great day.
Have a great day.
Please ignore that. Come on in.
As you can see, we need a little help here. Look, facilities wants to streamline the office, make it smarter. HR wants productive employees that actually enjoy their workplace. And IT needs visibility, manageability, and probably a larger office. I want to future-proof this place.
I think we can help with that. And by the way, I think I found one of your lost employees.
Sorry, got evicted from my desk tent. Needed to get a little shut-eye. Let's talk. I have got the blueprint for the next great interoperable multi-screen, multi-platform, multi-computer, multi-webcam meeting room.
What is it you do around here?
I'm in accounting.
Wow, what a session. I love how Cisco's technology comes together with collaboration security to kind of transform the way people work. So next we have in our lounge, Emerald, with Patrick Lin, who is the Senior Vice President and General Manager of Observability at Splunk Cisco. And I know this is one of the most awaited studio interviews because a lot of us have been speculating how things would get integrated ever since Cisco and Splunk came together. So over to you, Emerald, to take us deep and make sure you ask the hard-hitting questions to Patrick. Yes, over to you, Em.
Thank you so much, Shika. Hi, Patrick. No pressure, promise. How are you finding Cisco Live so far?
I'm finding it quite entertaining. A lot of good energy here, a lot of interesting things to check out. So I can't wait to be, to have the time to kind of go walk the floor a bit more.
Yeah, brilliant. And I think it's not your first time in Melbourne either, is it?
No, I've been here at least once or twice before, and it's also, I guess it would be my second Cisco Live. So yeah. I'm kind of enjoying that whole energy as well.
So you're almost a veteran now. Once you get to 3, I feel like that means you know your way around the traps.
Well, good. I can't wait to be a veteran then.
Fantastic. So we have a couple of questions for you, and as Shika mentioned, it's we have a lot of people tuning in who are really interested to see what the integration of Splunk and Cisco look like. Yeah. In particular, digital resilience has been one of the main topics for our customers, and also here at Cisco Live. I would love to hear from you what the combination of Splunk and Cisco means for digital resilience for other organizations. Yeah,
it's a great question, and I think that digital resilience is something that at this point, right, is a board-level concern. And typically we hear about interest across a few domains, right? Making sure that their applications and infrastructure are secure, that they have a good handle on them, understand how they're performing, making sure they're highly available, and then of course making sure they can also optimize the use of it over time. And so together, Splunk plus Cisco are able to deliver on each of these pillars, right? Security, observability, as well as assurance. And I think specifically in the arena of observability, which is kind of my area of specialty, right? It's really great to have that combination because I think with this combination of Splunk and Cisco, I think there are a few things that we can do that are very unique, right? Part of it is around the ability to meet customers wherever they are in their app modernization and cloud journeys, right? And so irrespective of the whether the application was built years ago using a 3-tier or N-tier architecture, or whether it's something much more modern, using microservices and kind of cloud-native infrastructure, we can provide visibility into that, right? And along with that, the visibility into the networks as well, right? Something that I think has traditionally been one of the harder things to figure out is, okay, when I've got an issue, is it something that is, is it the code? Or is it something in the network? Sometimes also maybe it's a bad actor, right? And so having all those capabilities come together really provides something unique for customers. I think the last piece also is that the combination of the product portfolios does mean we're also able to deploy in a manner that customers want. So whether that is on premises, whether that is in the cloud, whether that's some kind of crazy hybrid, right? All those can be done now with the power of Cisco and Splunk combined.
Yeah, that's amazing. And Cisco is a leader in networking and all these different product portfolios, and so is Splunk. So I believe that Gartner recently named Splunk a leader in the Magic Quadrant for observability in particular, and they quoted OpenTelemetry as one of Splunk's core strengths. I would love to know a little bit for those who might not be familiar with OpenTelemetry, what it is and exactly how Splunk utilizes it.
Yeah, it's a great question. So OpenTelemetry, I think the way I describe it is that it is now the leading standard for telemetry data. So if you want to bring in log data, you want to bring in metrics, you want to bring in traces, OpenTelemetry is now the standard that pretty much every vendor in the space has aligned to, and I think pretty much well, not every customer, but many customers are also now actively asking for it, right? And the reason for that is there's a couple of reasons, right? Part of it is that just because it is an open standard, it means that they aren't subject to vendor lock-in on the tools, right? And we're all in favor of this. In fact, Splunk was the leading contributor to the OpenTelemetry project for a long time. And with Cisco actually having done a lot of work as well, together we're very, very dedicated to this concept because it is something that is much more customer friendly, right? We don't compete on the fact that we have some proprietary agent that locks our customers in. We compete on the insight and the analysis that we can do with the data once it's captured, right? And I think that because we use it as effectively our agent, it means that all of the information that we show to customers that, hey, what is the out-of-the-box visualization for how a Kubernetes cluster is performing? How do we show you a microservices application in a way that is intuitive? All that is based on the structure of the data that's in OpenTelemetry, and our ability to navigate between those different things relies on the kind of standardized naming conventions of OTel as well. And so that's something that I think a lot of customers struggle with without some kind of standard to help drive that.
Yeah, and data is really important, especially as I think to consolidate with Dave West's Keynote. To be a great company, you have to have great data. There was a couple of steps in between that, but I think Splunk really understands that point. And as leaders in that space, it's a really great thing for Cisco and our customers combined.
Yeah.
And Splunk also releases a lot of information around that, and I know that you released your 4th annual State of Observability findings.
Yeah.
It would be great to understand, what you think were the key findings, and then selfishly for this region, what we could do for APJC or what might be relevant for us.
Yeah. So just to sort of provide a little bit of background on this study. So we conducted a study on the state of observability practices with maybe 1,800, 1,900 organizations across a wide variety of geographies as well as organization sizes and verticals that they're in. And really the point of it was to help us better understand the maturity of different kinds of customers in terms of how they've adopted the best practices for getting value out of observability, right? And so, that involves getting basic visibility into your applications and your infrastructure. It involves getting the context around it so that you know that if there's an issue, how it affects your users and your business. There's, of course, the desire to be able to get ahead of that, right? To be more proactive rather than simply reacting well when something does happen. And then I think for the final stage, it involves being able to take those practices and really kind of build them into the culture of the organization and have observability practice be kind of how you live and breathe, right? And so out of that, what we then did was take a look at those who were leaders in these sorts of practices and the kinds of things that they did that were different, right? Part of that was that they have a lot more confidence in the quality of the alerting that they do, right? So they're, much more likely to be able to have something that's actionable, right? Something that's not noisy, something that they don't mind waking up people to take care of because it's actually something that is real, right? I think there's also a pretty heavy correlation with the adoption of OpenTelemetry. So we were just talking about this, but something like, I think, 78% of leaders were adopting OpenTelemetry. There was also, I think, a greater willingness to experiment with and get value from AI and machine learning in how they use the data, right? To, again, get to more actionable alerting. And so these things combined with a movement towards building what we called a platform engineering team within these organizations gave the leaders the ability to really put this stuff into practice, right? And make sure that it was not left to individual teams to kind of figure it out on their own, right? But to actually have, some guidance about how to do it in a way that would then get you to an aggregate view of what's really going on, be able to figure out, who really needs to go tackle the problem, and really make sure that you don't have the finger pointing and, dozens of people on a conference call all looking at their own tool, right? That would be the case without kind of these practices around observability. And I think that the sort of proof in the pudding is the kind of results that these companies get as well, right? It's not just these things that we say, okay, hey, great, they have these characteristics. It's that they tend to also be able to deliver code more quickly and with a much higher confidence in the quality of what they're pushing. It means that, again, they're confident in the alerting that they do, and it also means that they are able to get a higher ROI out of their investment in these tools, right? So lots of really interesting things. Sorry, I went through a whole lot of stuff there when it comes to the state of observability, but broadly, right, it was very, very fascinating to see these kinds of results. Now, to your second question about the region, I think there were a couple things that really stood out to me. Part of it was that a couple of the countries in the region actually had a much higher proportion of leaders than was average, right? 2 to 3 times higher, right? And so I think, we've often thought of ANZ as one of the sort of leading edge type regions around adoption of new technologies and practices, and that seemed to hold true in this case, right? The other thing was around the adoption of AI and how in a lot of cases seemed to be compensating for staffing concerns, right? That you couldn't always have the right number of people handling things as they came up, and therefore there was a need to adopt the AI more quickly. So pretty interesting to see that kind of leading edge approach, right? And very heartening to see that we're able to help those customers with the capabilities that we bring.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're hearing a lot about from different product sets as well.
Yeah.
That, this particular region is a high level of growth. We're early adopters for the technology.
Yep.
So I think that's why we're really excited to see what Splunk and Cisco can do together. And in saying coming together as well, I'd love to hear a little bit more and maybe dive deeper into what you're thinking around the combination of AppDynamics and Splunk as well. I know that's a big question because we've had, it's within your field now as well, so we'd love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. So this has been probably the number one question I think I've had to answer for the past few months. And so I think the first part of the answer is actually just that AppDynamics itself is not going away, right? This is a product that's been out there for a while. So many customers rely on it, right? That we would be, it's not a great idea for us to take our kind of foot off the pedal, right? I think that we're going to continue the investment in it. We're going to make sure that the customer manager, the on-prem version, has the same kind of capability as the SaaS version. And generally, we're going to continue to innovate, right? So that's sort of AppD on its own, and customers who depend on it can rely on us to continue with that. Now, that on its own is just part of the puzzle, right? Because within Splunk's portfolio for observability, there's also the Splunk Observability Cloud, which is sort of highly complementary to AppDynamics with its focus more on public cloud infrastructure, more on microservices architectures. We have, of course, the underlying Splunk logging platform, right, which is the thing that most customers know us for. And then there's also something we call IT Service Intelligence, which is something that provides a bird's eye view, kind of a manager of managers, to be able to provide better cross-domain visibility, right? When you have information coming from either different kind of APM tools or from networking tools, right? And really kind of make sure that you understand how those things affect your business and your users. So we're basically putting AppDynamics into that entire picture, right? And we've already done a bunch of the work to integrate it with the Splunk logging platform. So single sign-on, the ability to look at your logs in context, right? So if you're going and saying, okay, I'm looking at a service map, I see a service or a tier or a node, what are the logs that are associated with that, right? And jump straight to something that's very filtered down and very contextually relevant, right? We're also taking information out of AppDynamics and feeding it into ITSI, right? So that you can then correlate that with other information you're getting, right? So ITSI, in addition to providing that kind of bird's eye view, does a really great job of looking at different alerts from different sources and then doing correlation across those and aggregation across those so that what you end up with is something that looks more like a logical incident, right, rather than a series of disconnected alerts, right, that you need a human to sort of kind of understand better, right? And then, of course, there's also work that we'll be doing to integrate that with Observability Cloud. We're actually starting with the common look and feel across those so that users who are using both tools won't have to learn as much, right, when they kind of go from one view to another. The little magnifying glass to search for stuff will be in the same spot, their profiles in the same spot, so really kind of make it more comfortable for them. But then also we'll be tying it in at the data level as well, right, so you can get visibility across hybrid architectures and hybrid infrastructure.
That's fantastic, and I know that in particular, like moving App Dynamics to the observability space and getting that overarching view means that you'll have a more consistent experience for your customers as well, and that there won't be any particular gaps. We have some of the App Dynamics engineers in our office have joined the Splunk team, and I know that the Splunk team here do really incredibly long walks. So I've been watching as as they've come back from the office completely sweaty. I'm like, where have you been today? And he's like, we've just done our 16-kilometer walk, so it's not even a walk around the block. So it's good to see the Splunk culture coming through.
The collaboration, I think, that we've seen since we merged the teams has been fantastic, right? And I think that that'll yield really, really great outcomes for our customers.
Yeah, no, brilliant. And we're seeing you tomorrow as well for our Keynote deep dives. Is there anything in particular that you want to mention to our viewers about why they should come see you tomorrow?
Well, we're going to go into a lot more detail on what we just talked about here briefly. So if you're interested in understanding a little bit more about the capabilities that we bring, what kind of makes the Splunk capabilities stand out relative to the competition, it'll be a great time for you to come and do that.
Brilliant. Thank you, Patrick. It's been great to hear about what we're doing with Splunk, observability, App Dynamics. I know that's something that we've been wanting to talk about for a while. So in particular, thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your time in Melbourne and that you get to go outside of the convention centre and at least
thank you so much.
Have a coffee and a pastry. Yeah. But it's been absolutely brilliant. If you have any questions, please talk to us online, Cisco, #Cisco Live APJC, and we'll be heading back to Sheikah to discuss what's happening in our next keynote. Oh, we're moving to center stage.
Please welcome to the stage, Vice President, Head of Cisco DevNet, Cisco, Shannon McFarland, and Head of Developer Strategy DevNet, Cisco, Matt DiNapoli.
Well, thanks everyone for coming to our session today. We're going to get into GenAI's impact on DevOps and application development. My name is Shannon McFarland. I lead the Cisco DevNet group, and with me is Matt. You want to do an intro?
Yeah, hi, my name is Matt DiNapoli. I'm the Head of Developer Strategy for the DevNet program.
Very good. So for those of you that are here, once you kind of get out of here and you're looking for something fun to go do, our DevNet zone is right over here, so that's a great place to go. For those of you that are viewing with us online, come to developer.cisco.com and check out what DevNet's doing. So a quick look at our agenda. I'm going to kick us off with just a little of the state of GenAI as it relates to what we're hearing from strategic partners, customers, and so forth around what they're doing and what they're concerned about as it relates to GenAI in the space of DevOps and programmability. And then we're going to pass that over to Matt to take us through the rest of the state of the developer and where developers can meet GenAI and get the most out of the benefits of GenAI, and then wrap it up. So from a state of GenAI, I think, if you've been, like on PTO or buried under a rock for the last 2 years, other than that, you would know what GenAI is all about, right? And one of the characteristics from a value proposition of GenAI, obviously, is things around code development, code refactoring, and those types of areas. And so when we look at customers and what they're doing in the GenAI space around software development, there's really two primary considerations that they're in this phase right now. The first one is around models. Which models do I use for specific things? Code generation, text, graphics, whatever it is, and all the multimodal elements there. And so there's a big infatuation with model selection for each of these areas. The other one is, where do I actually run these? So the accessibility of models and vector databases and all the other components that they're including in their GenAI software stack, these are also important. Is everything running in a hyperscaler? Is part of it running in my on-prem environment for inferencing, but the rest of it is running in a hyperscaler? And so these are pretty much where everyone is kind of focused from a software development point of view. I think some of the top benefits we hear from customers and partners around development is obviously around code generation, refactoring, and documentation, right? And so this is a big ticket area where folks are going through and they're going to refactor code for some purpose. They're leveraging GenAI to go through and, one, better document the code, two, explain someone else's code that may have retired long ago, and they don't actually understand what the code does. And so they're asking GenAI for some of that assistance on not only faster development, but the productivity of getting that code out the door. Now, one that we're seeing that we're not actually, really accustomed to knowing, and that is a bunch of developers communicating well together, right? A lot of them is like, you're a Python person and I'm a C# person. We got to do microservices together. The two of us are just not syncing, right? We just don't really aren't that passionate about each other's languages. So one thing we're seeing is in large microservices environment where multiple languages are involved, we'll actually ask GenAI, please help us out in this situation where we need all of this code explained in a way that I can understand it in my own framework. And so this is something that we're seeing develop. And then we'll definitely get into the testing and QA parts of these use cases with Matt. But if you look from machine learning all the way into assistants and agents, we're seeing software development of these categories really being overlaid in these use cases. So an aspirational view, something that we're definitely hearing that our customers want to do with code as it relates to GenAI, and that is around automation in CI/CD pipelines. And again, Matt's going to give us a good technical view of what's possible there. But AI-assisted workflows, and this is where I don't want AI doing my job for me. I want AI to take away the toilsome elements that I hate doing. Boilerplate code, writing tests for every single one of my outputs as it relates to code is concerned, and then ultimately helping me deploy that code into production. Another one is something that we've been doing for quite some time, and that is around proactive management, right? And so predictive AI has been around a long time. And so what we want to do is from predictive AI, we want to take action from the prediction. So anomaly detection turns into an action to close that vulnerability. And then roll that into a self-optimizing infrastructure. So predict something and then take action against the infrastructure. And then the final things that we want to do, and Matt will talk about this quite a bit, and that is improve the observability of our development pipeline. So when we are writing code and committing code through the pipeline and we're exiting that code into QA and then ultimately into production, how do we see it all as one living thing? And so that's all the way from log analysis, anomaly detection, all the way into things like Docker builds. And we want to work along with AI. We don't want AI, again, being this anomalous thing that is just doing stuff in our infrastructure that we're not aware of. And so that human AI teamwork is a critical element. So Matt's going to take us into kind of the state of the modern developer and where you need to go. So thank you.
Thanks, Shannon. I appreciate that. Hello, everybody. I wanted to kind of level set the state of the developer because then it'll give us some context into how we can start inserting AI and AI tooling into our operational processes. So this is kind of an eye chart, I know. It's not necessarily there for you to read it all. What it is there for you is to understand how complicated a developer's life could be. There's a lot of functional areas that developers interact with, whether it be testing, security, DevOps, collaboration, project management. Developers tend to be involved in every aspect of those functional areas. And within every element there's concerns around languages and frameworks, database technologies, development tools. And the landscape for all of those areas is pretty broad. And sometimes, like with databases, for example, there's function-specific databases. If we're going through time series and maybe that's appropriate for the application that we're running, we might want to choose that. It used to be back in the day, we would just choose a relational database and go. But with NoSQL and vector databases and a lot of other opportunities out there, we can fine-tune our applications in that space, and that requires an understanding by the developers on when we can employ and use those elements. And then even within those little specifications, there's different offerings there too. And we see that same element occurring within CI/CD pipelines, application deployments in the cloud. What are we worried about for hybrid and on-premise? There's a number of different scenarios that the developers themselves have to take into consideration. Now, that being said, the organizations that these developers are working for, or even on their own, they're already making decisions to that point, of course, but because the landscape has changed so quickly, those organizations are depending on their developers to help them make those choices and decisions. So with all of that in mind, let's actually look at the tactical functional aspect of a developer's day-to-day life. They have to first start at the beginning of a software development lifecycle, understanding the requirements. And we're starting to move into this do more with less scenario. And what that requires on the developer is to understand ever-increasing complexity of those requirements. They have to have business domain knowledge in most instances so they can help build out those requirements. And the way that we're able to deploy applications and features and functions so quickly now through these CI/CD pipelines and continuous integration and deployments, they're being forced into ever-increasing pace of pushing out those features and functions as well. They're also brought into the design process, and there's some challenges there because there's a lot of tools that we can use and tech sprawl that we can run into. And I don't know, we all kind of work in tech, and we're always introduced to these new tools almost like, it feels like every day. And so things like Figma or Miro boards, those are brought into the design process as well. And because the developers are part of that conversation, they have to learn how to navigate those things. And then I know this sounds a little cliche, but developers, I will say, like to write code. That's why they took the job. That's why they took the classes. And that's why they do what they do. And so in these instances where they're now being pulled in a lot of different directions, this forced collaboration is a challenge for them. It's a lot of context switching, meetings coming before code runs and things like that. It makes it a little bit challenging for them to walk through all of the things that they need to do. And even within the collaboration space, there's tools. Are we using messaging services? Where are we putting our documentation? Which repository are we collaborating in? There's a lot of different concerns that they have in that space. And then we get to the actual job that we expect developers to do, which is write, test, and debug code, right? But even then, and we saw that in the previous slide, there's concerns around languages, frameworks, and different tools that we might want to use in all of those functional spaces that we saw before. And then let's say everything goes really well. We've got everything deployed. It's running in production. Developers are brought in as somewhat of an SRE, and so they're expected to support the thing that they've actually built. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. They know how it works. They're the ones that can fix it should there be any problems. But there are other considerations that go into that. So there might be services that they're using that are out of their realm of responsibility. And so there's dependencies that are sitting there that they have no control over. And if those things don't work or come down, it's kind of a black box to them. So understanding organizationally how those applications are interacting with other services is helpful. But if Shannon had mentioned earlier, if we pass on these applications to other people, there's challenges there because there could be a lack of understanding or some information that's lost in the handover and transition. And then finally, after all that, we're then asking developers to do documentation, to write docs, to support what they've done. Now, there are technical writers and organizations that are also helpful, but the developers themselves, they wrote that code. Their logic is sitting, and running on that machine, and so it's very helpful for them to have provided some level of experience within that documentation. And then, so we did all that, document, support, code, collaboration, design, and now we're asking them, over the last few years or so, to take into consideration notions of infrastructure, notions of security, and notions of observability. The infrastructure piece, we'll tend to leave that to IT operations. That's their bread and butter. But it doesn't hurt to understand how my application's deployed, how it's being leveraged, what the usage looks like, and being tied into the operational strategies for maintaining and the usage of my application. On the security space, a lot of times organizations will already have their protocols in place for developers to set up secure applications and deploy them in a secure way. But it doesn't hurt to have that understanding as a developer where the opportunities are for attacks, whether it be through APIs or memory leakages in applications that I've written, because I've chosen a memory unsafe programming language. And then on the third layer is observability. We're now being asked to be proactive, not reactive, in the way that we're monitoring our applications and being able to solve those problems for security and usage. Now, there can be some help coming in the idea of shift left. Can we plan for these things in a more operational way that allows for developers to go into a new project, understanding that there will be a certain level of code quality that's employed, that there are already protocols and policies in place to maintain secure application deployment, that we already have tools and tool chains in place for observability and automation, and being part of that conversation right at the beginning. But that can only go so far, right? And now we're adding this abstraction layer potentially of AI and saying, well, you're doing a great job, but you could probably be doing it better if you start using GenAI tooling. And so on top of that, it could be better, right? But this is a new thing we have to learn. We have to understand the wizard behind the curtain for this, because we're not just going to trust it outright. We'll play with it and we'll do some pet projects with it, but to actually put it in our production environments, you know, the conversations that we're having with our customers and partners is it's a little scary to allow that to happen, especially in the development space. But fear not, there are opportunities that we can start to build our muscles with this and start to employ GenAI tooling in our DevOps processes. So we're going to go back to our modern developer stack and start to see where things are already enabled within the DevOps space. The green dots there are showing us functionally where we're already seeing usage, we're already seeing tooling that's starting to become mature and go through a number of versions that are improving, seems like weekly. And even in the places where we have those orange dots, we're saying they're GenAI capable, we're actually seeing those kind of fading to green now. And one of the areas that I've noticed some traction more recently is around the CI/CD pipelines and the orchestration spaces. We're starting to see more agentic deployments that are leveraging GenAI and LLMs to help with those deployments and make sure that test cases are being run, opportunities for us to kind of take the burden off of the DevOps engineers and put it on someone that's, you know, always available and able to keep an eye on our deployment processes. And so I thought this was a good idea to kind of look at all the functional aspects of the DevOps process and see specifically and tactically where we can insert GenAI tooling and actually see an advantage very quickly. So the first of these are coding assistants. There are already a bunch of them, and there are definitely more to come. I will say it's been really cool lately. I've started seeing tools and platforms that are really helping us from the initial steps of the software development lifecycle, where we're building product requirement documents and leveraging GenAI tooling to scaffold the documentation. Some of them can be very specific. I've seen tools where you actually just put in, I'm going to be building a web application that needs an authorization process and will be doing some business activity. And it'll start to go through and identify opportunities. It'll ask you questions like, is there going to be a mobile aspect to this? Is it just web? Oh, here's a good authentication process. Make sure you take into consideration user management. And so there are a variety of things that it's starting to bring in for you so that you don't have to consistently make sure you're covering all your bases. It's setting up that checklist for you, which is great. And then we tie that into the actual coding process. And like I said, there's a lot of coding assistants out there, but they can help us start to do some of the more tedious and tasks that require a lot of minutia as we go forward in our development process. And so let's take a look at coding assistants in action. And thanks to Erica Dietrich from the DevNet team for putting some of these videos together. This first example, what it's going through is helping us build a script to interact with the secure access APIs. And so I'm importing requests, and it realizes, oh, okay, if I'm importing requests, then you probably need to process some JSON. So I'm going to import that for you. Okay, I'll accept that. And then the next thing it does, because I'm asking for an authorization process, it'll say, well, you need to do a get token process. And this is what it's doing is it's identifying a pattern that all developers have to do when they're leveraging an API. They have to authorize and authenticate that API call to make sure that they can actually use it. And so these code assistants are allowing us to kind of fill in the blanks really quickly without having to think about it, without having to go to the documentation. It's giving us multiple options, and we get to choose which one we like. Now, I will say these aren't foolproof. This specific example is going to the secure access APIs, and this coding assistant doesn't know anything about Cisco's secure access APIs, so it can't figure out exactly what needs to be done. But what it can do is give us the framework necessary, and then we can fill in the blanks as the developer. So if I want to set up a basic format for an API call in Python, I can type that in, and it'll generate that whole setup for me, make sure I have the URL, make sure I'm processing the response, and I can accept that code. Now, from the coding assistant side, I do want to take a little bit of a break. We'll come back to the coding assistants. I was trying to think of a way to stress the importance of documentation. I know I mentioned it earlier. I can't say enough about documentation. It's one of the main things we do in DevNet. But I thought it'd be really good to kind of compare it to different strengths of coffee. So espresso, surprisingly, one of the lower end caffeine levels in your coffee drinks. That's your code comments. I will say they're helpful for developers that are collaborating between projects. It's not always, you can't always get in someone's brain and try and figure out what they did. And if you're working on projects together, it's really helpful to understand what they did. So the code comments are basically table stakes for working on any project that's not just your own. Drip coffee is a little bit stronger. I equate that to functional documentation, something that's going to be useful to end users, people that are setting up those applications. Now, I will say, not as important in a lot of web applications or mobile apps. We kind of intuitively know how to use them, so not absolutely necessary. But for things like ERPs and CRMs where things are a little bit more complicated, functional documentation is absolutely necessary, and it's helpful when the developers are part of that process. And then the real high-test documentation, the stuff that's incredibly useful for the longevity of a project, is the API implementation and usage. So meshing those services together for an application, because applications do not, for the most part, run and process in the void. They interact with other services, and understanding where all those integration points is incredibly useful as we pass those projects on to other peers. And so we're going to take a look at coding assistants helping with comments. And this is really cool because there's this opportunity for us to literally just select the code that we want to generate a comment for and ask the coding assistant to do that. And this seems really trivial. Then this is a very small example. But what it's doing is, if I accept that, it will create my doc string in a format that I don't have to keep doing over and over. Because usually what you'll do is you'll cut and paste it and then move it to the next one. And it's saving, it sounds like a little bit of time, but over the course of an entire application, it could be saving hours, honestly. And there's also some scenarios where we can use shortcuts like /doc, and these coding assistants will figure that out. Now, this scenario is working the other direction. It's actually using the comments to generate code. So as we go through and work through this comment and figure out what we want to do, one thing we're missing is actually parsing the token out of the response. So what we're now asking to do in our comment is to return the token, and you've seen it just show up. That bottom line, line 21 there, is now parsing that out and returning it to the function call from whatever code that we had set there. So I, as a new developer, and this is really helpful, especially in the network automation space, I, as a new developer, might not fully understand what needs to happen. And I will say, even as a seasoned developer, sometimes just parsing data sets is tough. And being able to have something write that for me is really exciting. All right. So we covered documentation. Now we're moving on to probably one of the more tedious aspects, which is software testing. It's not fun, but it is necessary. We can leverage GenAI tooling to help us with test case and code creation, code review and analysis, make sure we're performing code coverage. Code coverage is a tough one, making sure that we're actually hitting every line of code when we are testing and making sure that the results make sense with our contingencies. On the integration side, we're worried about large data sets and creating those. That can be very tedious activity as well. API evaluation, just to make sure that we're hitting every API that is potentially implemented within our service. And this is going to help us with our cross-functional security as well, because every single API that we interact with, especially for third-party services, is a vector for attack that's going to be in our application. So being able to make sure that we've covered off on that with our integration tests is incredibly crucial. And so I'm going to show you guys this quick example of a coding assistant scaffolding some unit tests. And we have about 150, 160 lines of code in this particular script. And what it's looking for is some uncommon domains that are being experienced in traffic through our Umbrella platform. All I have to do is say /tests, and accept that, and it starts building out the test cases based on the code. And this is really exciting because I cannot tell you how tedious it is to write unit tests, make sure that you're using the right libraries within Python to make that work, where it's doing all the decorators and building out the functions for us to actually run the test against. And the really cool thing that it's doing is it's actually building out mock endpoints for us to test our integrations so that we don't necessarily have to hit the production URLs as well. So very exciting. And now it might not be perfect and it might not be exactly 100% right, but I have a really good starting point. I have 80 lines of code that I didn't have to write. I didn't have to go back and forth to the documentation to figure it out. And so there's a really exciting opportunity there. Finally, at the end of our loop, we have operational efficiency. We can leverage predictive AI and GenAI to start to make decisions around application security, mitigation and optimization solutions, and even manage our deployments with AI agents. And that's some really exciting opportunities there because it's taking away that repetitive pattern type activity that we will do in our everyday life. So real quick, I'm going to finish up with this. What about infrastructure as code? It's kind of the same, right? So with the network automation space, infrastructure automation space, we are now dealing with engineers that haven't been working in coding their entire career potentially, and they're a little hesitant to get into it. So the GenAI tooling can help us shallow that ramp, lower the barrier to entry in building a automation practice, because we're now able to use these tools to help us build Ansible playbooks or leverage our Terraform providers and really tie into the automation platforms that are out there and helping us push our infrastructure out. On the testing side, we can leverage these tools to tie into network automation testing tools like PyITS and Genie, leveraging Cisco modeling labs to virtualize all of our platforms, and that also build synthetic traffic to make sure that we're covering all of our use cases. And then finally, on the operations side, it's exactly what we saw with software with the application deployments, leveraging predictive AI with generative AI to provide that end-to-end visibility and security into our platforms, to provide us also with mitigation and optimization solutions. And I'm going to show you actually an example of that with this network troubleshooting and remediation video. So again, thanks to Jesus Yeskis for this particular example. What we have here is you guys are looking at Cisco Modeling Labs. He built a virtual network. And what we're going to see over the course of the next few minutes is a agentic deployment of a bot that will identify when the IS neighbor is down and figure out ways to mitigate that. So the first bit there showed that our IS neighbor was down, and it went through, identified the problem, and is going through and actually figuring out what we need to do. Now, this is through the tool chain. We have LangChain involved. We have Fast API and ChatGPT LLM that's helping us with the mitigation techniques. This is all tied to testing through PyITS. So there's a lot of players in this particular space, but I wanted to show you guys this as an opportunity to understand that now, instead of getting a PagerDuty call at 3 a.m. and having to get on your machine and figure out what's going on, we can actually leverage these kinds of agents to not just identify the problem, but also provide us potential mitigation solutions as well. And then we can tie it into a messaging solution. So we can do this all from the comfort of our own bed if it is 3 a.m. and this is happening. It's giving us all the information that we need to make a decision on whether or not to take these actionable steps that it's provided. And then in this particular scenario, we've set it up such that all I have to see is, yes, do that. And then it'll go through and actually employ the actionable steps that it has laid out for us. So not only has it helped us identify what the problem is without us having to dig into anything, it is now going through and fixing it and making sure that everything that needs to be done is done. It's actually going through the back-end service right now, and we'll actually see the messages come back into the bot that says it's going to be done. It's coming, it's coming, it's coming. So, there's a lot of opportunity here within not just the developer space or the network automation space, but the day two activities as well can be leveraged with this kind of tooling. And you can check out all of the content for this specific solution in developer.cisco.com. And as you can see here, it's said that everything's up and running. And we actually see in our graph here that the ISIS neighbor is back up, and we are back up to the number that we expect, and everything's been remediated. And all I had to say was, yes, do that. So that's pretty cool. So just to finish up here, this is exciting. This is really exciting. I know that we were talking earlier about how challenging being a developer is, and then if you're sitting there as a network engineer or an IT operations engineer going, well, you're expecting me to learn this coding and DevOps process, and then you're adding AI on it. It's not about that. This stuff is really neat, and I really want to challenge everyone to think of this not just as a tool, but an enabler for solution building. We want to be able to abstract away complexity, not just the complexity, but the tedium as well that sometimes comes into our jobs as engineers, and also while ensuring safe use of GenAI. We saw some examples earlier where we can use in IDE and in CI/CD tooling to make sure that we're staying in the place that we want to work. That part is very interesting because we're saving time from jumping back and forth from documentation. We don't have to run searches in Google. We're making sure that we're actually answering the right questions and not the wrong questions within our IDE. And this will ultimately give us an opportunity to streamline automation and API consumption strategies within our organizations and really push the notion of adopting a automation practice within our IT operations organization. And finally, I'll just finish off with, if you need any more information about where we're going with Cisco and DevNet and all the opportunities around GenAI and automation and programmability, you can head to developer.cisco.com and we'll have all that information there, and look out for more. Thank you so much for your time here. We really appreciate it. Check out the DevNet Zone if you haven't yet. We have a lot of workshops and sessions going on, and I appreciate your time. I hope you guys have a great afternoon. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Thank you for sticking around and being here. We are only halfway through today. We have so much more to get through. We just took a look at generative AI and the influence that has on application development and what it means to DevOps engineering, and how this all ties into advancing our automation approach. Now, it's only been a few hours, and I think I've just lost count of how many times we've heard the letters AI across this broadcast and across all the speakers today. Coming up next, we have a very, very special guest, though. Over in the studio with Em, I'm really looking forward to hearing more about how this guest addresses AI, amongst other things, in the defence sector. Let's welcome Colonel Michael King, Director Land C4 from the Australian Army, over with Em in the studio.
Thank you so much, Dave. I'm really excited about this interview. It's not often that we get to hear direct from customers, and I think this is one of the first times that we've had a customer on the broadcast as well. So without much further ado, Michael, how are you?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Emerald. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. And, well, I would love to hear, if you could introduce yourself to our viewers, what you do at the Australian Army. That would be lovely.
Sure. So, Colonel Michael King, I'm the Director of the Land C4 program. That's a Land Command, Control, Communications and Computing program. Effectively, our area is responsible for delivering all the communications and computing capability that Army and the ground component of Air Force use within the deployed environment anywhere around the world.
Yeah, so it's a really big job then.
It's a fascinating job.
Yeah.
It's my third year, at the end of my third year on the job, and it definitely has some real rewarding components to it, and being able to deliver real capability to our soldiers is what's most important to us.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. And it's good to hear, as Dave said, I think AI has been a really big topic for us. And, I'd love to hear from you and the Defence Force and where you find that there are the challenges and opportunities for using AI in your space.
Yeah, it's so the Army and broader defence, but in my context for Army, it operates in a different environment than what most of industry does to it. So we operate what's most likely we have to be prepared for what we call the D-deal, the denied, degraded, intermittent or low bandwidth environment to it. And that means that we have an expectation that our networks are not going to operate with a connection to the broader enterprise or into the global network. You see where a lot of the development where AI is going along the broader industry base has that huge dependency of being connected. And that is, therefore, as we look at how we look at AI into the deployed, into the combat environment, we have to have a far more balanced view about what exactly the technological capacity is to deliver that effect at the edge when we don't going to have that connection to the global network.
Yeah, I can see that.
So as we look at that, I see that as an opportunity for us to really have a really good relationship with industry, because we need to have a good open discussion that is not about the vendor but about the industry participation to what's really important for us within the department, to understand where AI is heading, where the technology opportunities exist that actually can be used within our unique environment, but also where Australia's AI specialists have the capacity to get after some of those areas to it. There's a huge change in growth of data development in Army that we've never seen before, and AI presents an opportunity for us to really exploit that, but we have to do it in a very deliberate, measured way to make sure that we're actually not setting false expectations.
Yeah, and how does Cisco fit into that picture for yourself then?
Yeah, and so I mean, Cisco is a very it's a great relationship that what I've had with the Cisco team within Australia. Part of the part that makes it quite a unique relationship for me is because a lot of the relations with other industry partners is about particular products or capabilities that we're required to deliver for our commanders and to our soldiers. But Cisco isn't necessarily trying to be involved in the intimate levels of the products itself, as opposed to understanding where they can contribute to that broader discussion to it. There are some pretty significant challenges that we have going forward that we have to address to it, and it's great to have some industry partners out there that can have a real robust conversation about what industry's real capacity is to it, and that's where I see Cisco being a really good friendship for us to have, a strategic partner for us.
Yeah, and in terms of that partnership and also the more broader partnership with industry, where do you see it becoming more effective for rapid capability delivery?
For how we become more effective in how we do delivery? I think if I look at our past and some of the lessons that we've learned from the past to it, I need to make sure that we continue to have a really good, transparent relationship with industry, but also one that has more bounded efforts of where we do developmental work to it. So we're always going to have to rapidly change technology like anybody in the sector does to it. But our ability to do that needs to nest with the fundamental requirement that I have, is to constantly make sure that our soldiers and our commanders have what they need for the fight. So therefore, I need to make sure that relationship is based on trust with industry, as well as the other parts of defence and broader government. But also, I need to balance that with trying to limit developmental work in the near term where I can, and really put a focus on commercial off the shelf and military off the shelf when I need it to deliver now.
And you mentioned, in particular, I guess, obviously you have to change quite quickly to evolving environments, evolving threats. In terms of cyber threats, how have you seen that evolve in the defence industry in particular?
So we have the same experience as a lot of other industry does. I mean, it's no new expectation that anyone with a computer network needs to be able to be prepared to have your networks challenged, and that may be somebody wanting to deny your network, to degrade it. It may be for theft purposes, or it may be just simply for reputational sides of it. I think where the part where is a consideration for us to it is that although industry and broader enterprise need to make sure that their network is resilient against some of those threats to it, our networks in the forward tactical edge have to operate even when that occurs. We expect that we are going to be attacked. We expect that we're going to fight through that, and it's going to be imposed on us on a point of time that is going to be at a key point of friction for us. And we need to still make sure that we have the processes in place to be able to fight through that. So as a result, when we look at our cyber threat assurance to it, we're having to consider how our networks are ready to do that, how we have resilience and understanding of what is essential for us to move, and how we use our diverse network options to achieve the effects we have to. So cyber is a real risk to us, as it is for everybody, but we are naturally designing our networks to operate even when that all gets put into place for us.
Yeah, I was going to say the network seems really critical in these positions anyway, and I work within the commercial space, so it's really interesting to hear the differences between, you know, a traditional network and a defence force network. Are there any other elements that you would say stand out or that would differ from a commercial network?
I think one of the other big parts, and I think it leads into for the first question, Emerald, that you asked me is also we naturally work in a low bandwidth environment to it. Even our satellite links, our using high frequency communications, there's different systems we have, but none of them give us the level of bandwidth that what industry and broader enterprise come to rely on. Optic fiber networks are not there as a fundamental access point to it. We try to use national infrastructure where we can, but sometimes it's just not appropriate or is not available. So we need to make sure that as we look at how we run our networks, we look at that consideration to not have what we can do within that boundary of constraint for us. Sometimes we have to move data with true dial-up original speeds of internet from 30 years ago. That's still a reality of how we have to fight, and we need to make sure that we can work in that and not get consumed with where the technology offers us with a high bandwidth opportunities.
Yeah, I'd actually love to dig a little bit deeper into that as well, because obviously you've got a very disparate amount of networks and different environments that you're in. How do you actually go about adopting new technology?
So I was saying before, Emerald, that we need to, I need to be able to change the system as my threat need and technology changes. So the threats, any threat from a state or a non-state actor is constantly changing. I need to understand what that is to it and what the implications on the network are. I need to look at the changing need about how our formations change to fight, not only from an army, but also across the joint force with our Air Force and Navy partners, as well as into our coalition partners. So if that constant needs changing, I need to make sure I can adapt to it as well. And obviously there is the natural obsolescence of technology. So as I look at how we do that, I need to deliver that change at a predictable stage on time. I need to give the assurance to the commanders and to the soldiers that when we're changing some of the network, when they tell us they need something, I can deliver it on time. And that goes back to why we put a lot of pressure on increasing expectation of commercial and military off the shelf, because it's a high assurance of delivery for us. But I still need to do that developmental work. And so I need to achieve that outcome, I need to be able to be far more transparent with industry about what actually my needs are as long out as possible, so that industry is able to actually put the developmental work, the intellectual rigor into those technologies, work out where they wanted the investment, so that when I actually do need it, it's then already now on the shelf and it's ready to be considered for it. I also need to look further out. I need to look out beyond the next, into the next decade of where technology doesn't really exist yet, or its maturation isn't where we may need it, and look at where we are working with industry to inform their requirements from the military's unique requirements into that technology. Or there are a lot of technologies where industry just don't have the ability to monetize because it's quite unique for the military. And therefore, we need to do some of that research and development ourselves to build that up so we can transition it to industry at a point of time.
Yeah, I understand now why we're talking today as well. I think you really embody the go beyond theme that we're going on at this stage, because you're looking at not what technology is doing for you just as today, but what it's going to be doing for you in the next 10 years as well.
We have to, because if I don't start doing that, if we don't start looking at that now and investing in that now for what may be the case in 2035, then I'm going to be forcing myself to failure in the near term. I can accept risk in technology development out in 10 years' time because I can make mistakes there. I can't afford to make mistakes in the here and now.
Yeah, and I guess, this is my last question, and it goes back to that relationship between, industry, Cisco, what you're looking for in terms of partnership and trust. What does that look like with an industry partner? Is it workshops? Like, how do you build out that trust with someone like Cisco?
Yeah, it's a huge effort we've tried to put a lot of focus on over the last few years because the relationship with industry is so essential for us. I can't deliver what I need without having industry there ready for us and supporting us. And the way we can only do that is by having a real relationship of trust and transparency. And that's a two-way street. I need to be quite open with industry about what my requirements are and the timeframes for it. And I need them to be able to be quite honest about where the risks are in that technology, where the schedule risks are, so we can actually plan together and collaborate that on together. There's a lot of opportunities in a lot of areas that we could go after, but I'm forced to make sure I prioritize what's going to have the greatest impact to make sure that I'm not setting myself a failure by trying to do too much across an area to it.
Yeah, no, perfect. I think your account team is going to be very happy to hear all of this. They're probably combing through to make sure that they're hitting the right marks for you. Thank you so much for your time. It's been lovely to have you at Cisco Live and to hear about what we're doing in terms of customer engagement, what we're looking around in the AI space. In saying that, we're going to throw back to Dave in the studio. He'll take us to the next section. Thanks Dave.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Em. That was fantastic. I think you hit the nail on the head, really seeing how the Australian Defence Force is going beyond and really living up to that theme and those expectations there. So up next, we're gonna have a session that I talk to my customers about quite often. Are you managing your network, or is your network managing you? Networks continue to grow and they become quite complex and distributed. Traditional monitoring falls short, not providing the full picture. This next talk will dive into network visibility, driven by cutting-edge thousandeyes, goes into simple metrics to provide deep insights into network's performance, outages, and user experience. Let's head over to Centre Stage now, where we have our customer, Coles Group, on Centre Stage.
Head of Product, Network and Application Synthetics, thousandeyes, Prabh Singh.
Hello everyone. I know this is being live streamed, but I've got to tell you a quick story. Last time I was at a venue with people with headphones on, I was in a disco ball with my wife, and so I feel like I'm your DJ for the next 30 minutes or so. And folks that are online, nice to meet you all. I'm Prabh Singh. I'm a director of product at thousandeyes, and we're part of the assurance team at Cisco. And in the next 30 minutes or so, I really want to have a deeper discussion with you around how do we help you manage your networks more efficiently, give you more time back across projects that really matter and allow you to innovate for your business. And just to quickly, set the stage around the problems that we see, I think this is a problem that we all live, which is, at the end of the day, as a networking company, our goal is to be able to allow any user to access any application across any environment. We want to get packets from point A to point B as efficiently as possible and make sure we can continue to run our businesses smoothly. And over the last let's say 10 to 15 years, what we've really seen with really the digital trifecta that we know of, the cloud computing era, ensuring that applications move to the cloud, consuming SaaS, that puts pressure on our network teams to re-architect your networks to be able to better access these applications. And in the last few years, we've also seen the emergence of SASE, which is how do you secure users, whether they're coming from the office or home. And what that's really done for connectivity is made things a lot more complex. And the goal for us is how do we help you navigate this complexity as these big migration trends happen and give you the right tool sets to be able to see across every environment from an IoT facility, from a manufacturing facility, through access networks, through cloud provider networks, and to the applications themselves. And why does this really matter for the business? I think I'll probably be repeating myself if I said we want to minimize downtime. But it's also what we're seeing more and more. We're seeing companies needing real-time tool sets to be compliant. How to help you meet the different regulations across countries around the world, to have the ability to track inventory and assets across even environments you don't own, so you can understand capabilities and how that's impacting experience. you also want to give time back from downtime and making sure you're meeting compliance needs to what truly matters, which is innovation. Continuing to work on projects that further your business and further create value for your customers. And so in the next kind of 15 to 20 minutes, what I really want to do is dive deeper into how we're doing this with really a household brand that we all know here in Australia and in other parts of the world, and how we're creating the platform for you to be able to continue to make sure your business is as efficient and reliant as possible. And so first, I want to play a quick video. This is a household name that you all know that will show you what we're doing with this customer. Please roll the video.
Coles is one of the largest organisations in Australia. It has about 1,400 storefronts with employees, over 120,000 people, and it's a really complex ecosystem. Up until this point, we would get a call to say Wi-Fi was broken. Now, sometimes it's Wi-Fi, sometimes it isn't. So I asked Paul, if it's not Wi-Fi, where is the problem?
We never really had a lens on when there's an IT incident going on, how's it affecting the business? The real success story is about Cisco came and worked with us as a partner and worked with us on understanding the business need. Some of the great Cisco people that support me actually went out and had a talk to some of my store people, and that's not one person, that's 5 people have done that from Cisco. That's transformational if you have a vendor that is committed like that. So we had some great investment in App Dynamics, doing some really good stuff around some of our stack. ThousandEyes doing all its goodness and magic about BGP and the internet. Cisco Catalyst Center doing all that goodness around my Wi-Fi space, right? That's my tool. What was the real outcome is we started to get them to work across the whole of the business.
Together with Cisco Services team, we created dashboards to bring all that data together to give us the answer we were looking for. The time to resolution has gone from days, weeks, or even not knowing to being able to identify the issue in hours. We're becoming even more proactive. Team members don't even have to call us and tell us we've got an issue. We already know, and even better, we're already fixing it.
I go to my local store now feeling that with Cisco we're making a change and we're actually delivering the value that the business expects.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming John, Network Services Team Lead at Coles. Nice. Yeah, thank you for being here, John. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. So, John, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, your role at Coles, and how long you've been there?
Yep. So I started my career as 20 years ago. Joined Coles 2 years and a half, approximately. My team takes care of all WAN, including SD-WAN, plus network management tools and monitoring tools and automation.
Yep.
So pretty much we take care of all Coles sites in relation to these technology aspects.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And Coles is a brand we all know, a really big brand here in Australia. But Coles is more than the supermarkets that we know of. Can you tell us more about the various Coles businesses?
That's right. So Coles, we all know Coles as supermarkets. We all know Coles liquor lands. We also know the Coles Online and maybe Coles Financial Services. So it's huge brand, and a lot of things happening behind the scenes. We have the front end is shops, but back end is a lot of things happening in the distribution centers and everything in the distribution centers and automated centers. So
yeah. And tell us more about the infrastructure that you manage at scale at Coles.
So Coles is, as we said, it's around 14 or 1,500 stores. That's around 2,000 plus routers, 5,000 plus switches, 20,000 plus access points. So it's a huge network, huge infrastructure, and every single device of those makes a huge difference. If it goes down, it's really critical. So if you can imagine that if we lost a switch in one of our distribution centers, that might impact the offloading and unloading of trucks going to the stores, so impacting huge amount of stuff on the ground, doing the packaging and putting the products on shelves.
Yeah.
So having one switch down or not working as it meant to be, it's a huge impact to the business and the workflow of this certain site. Or if it's a distribution center, it will be much more impacting.
Yeah, and one of the things I also noticed, when I was kind of Googling around and just getting to know Coles a little bit better is, just how big of a part digital services and the digital ecosystem plays in continuing to make sure you give shareholder value back to Coles, and in also ensuring that you're putting groceries where you need them and items that you need from distribution centers all the way down to the shelves where customers really need it. And you're investing in a new robotics center really as a testament to continuing to use digital services to be able to do that for your business.
You're right, probably it's a good pick, and yes, that's true. Coles, one of the main three pillars for Coles' whole strategy is accelerated by digital. So that's where Coles invests a lot of money and effort to be supported by digital and new technologies to support the business and to improve our customers' experience while shopping.
Yeah. So tell us more about the problems that you serve the business. What are the core things that you're tasked to do at Coles to help them solve the business problem?
So in Coles' networks team, we got few challenges. One of the main things is the compliance to Cisco requirements, either it's software or hardware. So keeping our software up to the supported version, hardware as well to be refreshed, getting support from our vendors, and that's need to be done within the most proper cost optimization thing. So because of the challenges that we got, so we need to do our work within a cost-efficient way, and isolating any problems that might happen that might impact the day-to-day operations of this network. And the third challenging bit is having the network ready all the time for any new business requirement, any new innovations, explore new ways to do things. I think that's the main three things that our team or challenges that's facing.
Yeah. And as we were discussing, the background and how do we help you, one of the things that really struck me was, obviously you have a massive footprint of infrastructure, the access points, the routers, the switches that you manage. And we did a quick back of the envelope math, because I think if we just take a look at the reality of Coles, I did a quick search of Google Maps and the Coles around the central business district here in Melbourne, and your business hours are 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. And one of the things you mentioned is we want to minimize downtime, and especially distribution centers even, they're 24/7. So there's only certain hours in the day where you can manage your routers, your switches, your upgrades that you need to do. And if you look at the back of the envelope math, it was some really large amount of time that takes you just to lifecycle management.
Exactly. So if we pick up the lifecycle management exercise, so if we think of upgrading our switches, so it's around 5,000 switches, that if we give the switch around 30 minutes to upgrade it, the pre and post checks and do the actual upgrade, for 30 minutes, if you're doing the simple math, it will give us around 300 days a year. So that means dedication of at least 2 engineers doing iOS upgrades, which is challenging because it's a huge network and we need all the time to keep up to date with our software compliance. So it's a huge time spent on one single task.
That's massive. And so when you think about the core roles that you just mentioned, can you tell us more about sort of the day in the life of a Coles network team?
Yeah, so as I said, we have one of the key things in our team is lifecycle management, keep our network compliant with the recommendations from the vendor. The other thing is keep the network running. So if any thing might come up, issue or something that the team needs to troubleshoot and find out what might be the problem.
Yeah.
And the third one is that the team having the opportunity to innovate, find new ways of doing stuff, exploring new technologies, And being able to commit to business requirements. If something, a new requirement comes to the team for deploying new things, then we have the time to do it the best way we can do it. So that's the main three things that we face. And we found that automation and utilizing modern observability tools will fit the first two things, the first two challenges of lifecycle management and the troubleshooting. And then having them use them in a proper way and most optimized way that will give us the time to do whatever required for the innovation. So if we save our engineers time in those tasks that can be automated, or save their time in trying to troubleshoot stuff, that if we can find something that helps us in this, we'll have the time to do the innovation bit that's really we need to focus on. And we need to keep all the day and every time, like all the time, we need to keep finding the new or commit to the business requirements.
Yeah, you basically want to minimize the amount of time you spend on lifecycle management and troubleshooting live issues. You want to maximize the amount of time you're spending on new projects that really continue to further the business.
That's right. Yeah.
And one of the things that so to that effect, when we were talking about just sort of how do you make this happen? So how do we use the tool sets that you already have to continue to make sure you run your business process efficiently? And you talked about some of the automation that you've built in as part of the effort to ensure you're doing this at scale super fast. So tell us more about that project.
So we have in-house, we have a tool called My Portal that's developed by one of our lead engineers a few years ago. And this tool is doing a lot of things to orchestrate the automated process for us. For example, for the iOS lifecycle management, the iOS upgrades, we utilized the functionality of embedded in Catalyst Center to do the upgrades, but we used My Portal to orchestrate this process end to end. So we don't need to have an engineer up in the night doing the upgrade. Just the engineer need to schedule which store we need to upgrade, and then put the time, and then the tool will take care of it. So it's really made our saved the time that will be spent on a simple task, which is software upgrades, by fully automating this process. That's because of the great work that was done by the team and our engineers to build our. He's a main engineer, lead engineer.
So it's really as simple as I type in the store number you said, I type in some additional details, and automatically it happens, and I get a check.
Yeah, the team managed to get this done. So with the utilizing of the APIs via Catalyst Center, it do the actual upgrade and fully orchestrated by the tool. So it do all the pre and post checks. So as you know that if you do an upgrade, you don't only check the switch up before and after, but you need to check other services like access points, are they up or not, phones connected to the call manager or not. So this tool managed to talk to all those systems, external systems, and make sure all the pre and post checks are fulfilled, done. If everything is good, then it send an email saying it's completed. If there is an issue, it automatically create a ticket, and then after hours on-call teams will action it. But that took a lot of relief from the team, so they don't have to be, or someone to be up in the night to do these upgrades.
Yeah.
It's done just now seamlessly.
And this is built on top of APIs of Catalyst Center.
And true. So our tool is the orchestrator, and that's talking to the APIs to the Catalyst Center, and we leverage this functionality for doing the swim process within Catalyst Center to perform this end-to-end process fully automated.
Wow. And one of the things I asked you, is there a way to open source this? Because I can already imagine so many other companies.
We need to ask our lead engineer who developed it how much he wants.
We'll charge for that. Okay, sorry. Maybe we'll get to that later. Let's shift topics now. We've talked about automation and the power of automation to ensure that you can really automate away the lifecycle management of the infrastructure, but also what role does assurance and observability play in continuing to make sure we can minimize troubleshooting downtime, and where do we fill in the gaps in the stack that you really need?
As you know, that as of today's networks, it's becoming more complex, and the traffic flows are really getting more and more complex. So, for example, from a single store, you might have traffic going from the store to our DC data center, or to the cloud, our cloud managed services or a third-party managed service. So it's really getting more and more complex every day. And with the containerized applications that's out there in the market, now it's really hard to identify if there is a problem, where is this problem coming from? Either it's a network or something else. And you know that every time if there is a problem, then first thing we will blame the network. So yeah, having this a powerful tool to be able to diagnose and have a quick isolation or identifying where might be the problem in, that's really important to our day-to-day operations. And also saves our engineers time to spend to troubleshoot the whole path for a certain problem. So having kind of a modernized tool to be able to support in this, that's really saves our engineers time.
Yeah, and it's really difficult to solve these problems when you don't own the infrastructure. You don't have APIs to automate away or solve problems, right? It's going over a third-party network, a third-party cloud provider, or a SaaS provider.
No control. Yeah, that's right.
You have no control, but it's part of the digital supply chain, I call it.
And part of our responsibility to be able to say if it's network problem or something else.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a reason my T-shirt says, please network responsibly, right, as a landscape continues to evolve. So tell us more about how you've instrumented Cisco ThousandEyes across codes today.
So ThousandEyes, Code started looking at ThousandEyes a couple of years ago. It was introduced by one of our senior designers, Jason, who was in the video.
Yeah.
When it started, it was meant to look into the main core infrastructure or like services on the internet to monitor code's services on the internet. And then another need came last year, was picked up by my colleague Paul. He's also on this video.
Yeah.
Paul manages the wireless network, so he was having a challenge of every time there is a problem, Wi-Fi is not working. So he managed to work with ThousandEyes to pick up what if it's really network problem, is it really wireless problem, or it's something else?
Yeah.
And then this year, after completing our SD-WAN rollouts last year, and this year we started to deploy ThousandEyes enterprise agents on the SD-WAN routers. And then out of this, we started to run some tests, which is turned to be very beneficial to us. We managed to tag those agents with multiple ways to fit our needs. So first tagging was per state thing.
Okay.
And then per headend. So we have the angle we look into the network helps to say if it's a problem in per state or per headend. This was really helpful when we started deploying our ThousandEyes enterprise agent on our SD-WAN routers.
Interesting. And I think you were saying also about a specific issue that you had a few months ago. And I think it's important to dive deep into what you saw and how did you troubleshoot that issue.
That's one of the issues that we faced a couple of months ago. We were having a problem in SD-WAN fabric, and from the first, looking at the first with the first glance, we found that there is anomaly started at certain point of time, and then was impacting the whole state. So the tagging, as you can see, it's per state.
Yeah.
But it was impacting the whole state. That's helped to say that it's more than just service provider thing. It's more than just a state-based thing. More than a head-end problem. It's much more than
more than just a single store. It's more broader.
More broader problem. So we managed to find that there was an issue in the SD-WAN fabric.
Actually, you know what? Let's just do a quick demo and show that, because I think it's always useful to show how things look in real time. So if I can have the AV team switch to the computer, let's walk through kind of what that looked like. So what we were seeing earlier on the screen was actually a dashboard view. It's a correlated view across all your states going to SD-WAN. And this is a deeper view of all those locations. Really, these are stores on the left-hand side targeting a specific target. And really what you're starting to see now are your path discovery across your infrastructure, and then where loss was happening in this case, right?
That's true. So it gives us kind of, normally gives us understanding if it's problem, where the problem might be sitting, whether it's in the service provider, somewhere in the application itself. It helps to clean the path if it's not a network problem, or if it's a network problem, then where it's coming from. So it's really this visualized path helps a lot to be able to quickly look into the problem and identify it, rather than going into a hope-by-hope basis and checking every single hop and what the issue is. So it's visualization thing is really beneficial to us to be able to identify what might be the problem.
And it's like awesome to be able to see this is your head end dropping packets, and that's really where the problem's occurring. And if you maybe like go back in time when problems weren't occurring, you can see some of the red nodes disappearing and agents, which are basically your stores, becoming green. So the other thing you were also mentioning is how do you use, and I think the data to self-serve some of your third-party and partners to make sure that you can give them the data they need to be able to first check whether it's truly a network problem or an application problem. Let's walk through that example.
Actually, this example is really a good example on how we utilize thousandeyes to prove that whether it's a problem in our network or not. So we got a third-party application, and we were not sure if, they kept saying we are losing packets. Check your network. So we managed to, all the problematic stores, we managed to have running those tests to the URLs that's being used by them. And then by using this, we managed to identify, so we built up this dashboard for them, and then give them the URL.
Yeah.
And then we'll be able to check if whenever a problem happens on a certain store at a certain point of time, they just look into this dashboard and see if there is actual problem in the past or no. If not, then they will check their end. And that saved a lot of our my team's time. So rather than having a dedicated engineer looking into the past and checking every single time that thing might happen, then no, it's just they open the dashboard and then look into it, pick up the store, check if there were any losses or delays happened at this single point of time when the losses had happened.
And so what am I seeing up on the dashboard right now?
It is. So the top one, don't worry about the top one. It's a secondary URL for this provider. The main one was the bottom one, which is in the green one. Yeah. So the primary one is URL based in Australia, and then if they found a problem, then they log into this certain store and then do the investigation. We educated them how to use this tool, and then they can do the troubleshooting themselves.
Yeah, and so you can even go in and see if there's a specific increase or decrease in latency, where that's happening.
And also because sometimes the issue happened within the weekends, so they will not call the after-hours engineer to start looking into it and then call me the SD-WAN expert to start troubleshooting. No, we just give them the URL. We set up the test dashboard, and then they just log in and check what might be the problem is. And then if it's network, then it is us. If not, then they have deeper investigation. And that has been set up for them a couple of months ago. And then, we didn't hear back from them anything since then. So they had been familiarized with the tool, know what needs to be done. And then, it saved a lot of my team's time to, rather than just spending time in conference calls, troubleshooting what is the problem, it just now offloaded to them.
Well, John, thank you so much for the time. I really hope we continue to partner and give you the time back that your team needs for the innovative projects that you're working on. And I really appreciate the time and walking us through how you've customized and really built on top of what's already available and helping your team continue to put groceries on shelves. And I look forward to shopping at Kohl's.
Yeah, thanks, Rob, and
take care.
For the time. Thanks
so much. Thanks, everyone.
That was fantastic. Isn't it always great to hear from one of our customers, and especially a customer like Kohl's Group, and hear about how they're managing their network. I really like how you can see the theme of Go Beyond really resonating across all of our talks this year, and you can really see how it's in. I hope it is inspiring you to join the movement, and you too can go beyond. Now, I know that session would have tickled a few of the engineers out there in the audience, tickled their fancy a little bit. And right now we're heading over to the studio where we have a former engineer himself over with Dave West in the hot seat with Shika. So Shika, over to you.
Thank you, Dave. And from one Dave to another, welcome, Dave. Thank you for being here, and thank you again for doing this. It's such a pleasure to have you in Melbourne every year.
It's great to be here and great to be back again.
Yeah. How has your experience been so far? Did you go into the world of solutions?
I have not been into the world of solutions yet, but we do have time later.
Yes.
We did the keynote this morning. We did the exec symposium. We did the press and analyst event. So
You've
it has been nonstop.
very busy, clearly.
Everyone said this is day 1. I'm like, this is like day 3. It keeps going.
Yeah, and you have 2 more days to go, and I'm sure you met a lot of customers as well. From the keynote, which was incredible, when we started the broadcast, we were kind of guessing we were predicting what the keynote will have, and then we were like, obviously AI, sustainability, but then so many things stood out for us. What were some key things that stood out for you from the keynote?
There's a lot of focus on helping customers modernize infrastructure, helping them deal with the threat landscape and cyber threats, and being able to make sure that they make their infrastructure resilient. But I think the thing that stood out most for me was just how we've brought together the portfolio. It was an integrated discussion, and that was really different than what we've done in the past, where each one of the business entity groups comes up and talks their innovation and their technology. And this time we showed how we're bringing things together. And I think when I did my one-on-ones with customers afterwards, they were like, wow. Like the integration with Splunk across XDR and Talos and ThousandEyes, like I had no idea. The integration with ThousandEyes across the portfolio, what we've done with Webex and Microsoft Teams rooms and devices. And then clearly all the work that's happening in cybersecurity, threat prevention, detection, response, and then what's happening with digital resilience. And then the big thing was AI infrastructure. Not just generative AI, but just that next generation of product portfolio that we're bringing to the market to make it easier for customers to begin their proof of concepts and make their use cases a reality.
Yeah. And I think that's one thing a lot of our customers, actually, I'm based out of Melbourne as well, and a lot of them is like, yeah, we talk to different people in different, it's sometimes so segregated, but I think the story of One Cisco is resonating a lot with our customers. I'm sure you've seen that. And in terms of APJC, you've been kind of our leader for such a long time. Do you want to kind of say how it's different from other regions and what stands out in your opinion?
You were reminding me that I'm a little bit old. Is that what you were saying?
No.
A long time? I think this is a evolving region. We've got both developed countries, like Australia is a developed country, Japan is a developed country, and then we've got really fast-moving developing countries like India or Indonesia. And I think that's what's different and unique, where on one hand, you've got sort of the developed approach where you've got a lot of legacy that you've got to carry forward that happens in developed countries. But in developing countries, in this part of the world, which has 60% of the world's population, they can leapfrog legacy. They can move much, much faster. And so we see these new areas like AI, next generation digital resilience, modernizing infrastructure happening super fast in these developing nations. And so it's exciting. So on one hand, I've got to be grounded in the reality of what happens in developed countries, and on the other hand, I've got to run very fast.
Yeah.
And we've got to run very fast right now because, things are moving incredibly fast. And, Moore's Law is alive and well, and we're seeing it now with AI and ChatGPT and everything that's going on in today's world.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes our region very unique as well. Culturally, there's so many different cultures, and then obviously, as you mentioned, so many developed nations and developing. So it's like a mix of everything. It's a melting pot in so many ways, and I'm sure you meet customers from all different countries having different opinions and different, perspective on so many different.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting and definitely kind of stands out from the other regions.
It does, and I think that's what's unique
Yeah.
about APJC.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different cultures, a lot of different countries, developing, all moving at different paces, all speaking different languages.
Yeah.
So it's complicated too.
Yeah.
But that's why I like it,
Yeah.
because it keeps us on our toes and keeps us moving very fast and making sure that we are delivering the next wave of innovation to help our customers be successful. And, you know, the one thing about APJC is at Cisco, we may not be the biggest, but we are the most innovative.
Yes.
And we've got to be the most creative, and we're far away from headquarters. And so the expectation is that we're going to innovate faster than others, and that we're going to grow faster than others.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. And it's kind of a very special experience to be part of this region. Well, I'll put in a bit of a fun question because you mentioned there's so many languages. Have you picked up any languages now that you've been living in Asia for so long?
Here's what I can tell you. I am terrible at all language. I can barely speak English, so let alone any others. I can order a meal. I can order a beer. I can say hello and goodbye. I can say congratulations. But like when I go into a business conversation in a language that's not English, most of the account teams are like, no, just speak English, Dave. Please just speak English.
Maybe they need to have the AI translations like we have in Webex. So you speak in English, and then all of our customers can have...
You would be shocked. Some of the tools are really sophisticated.
Yeah.
When I first went to Japan, you know, I would say that some of the translation tools were a little immature. But by the time I left, like I lived off of those. So I could literally throw my phone down and somebody could be having a conversation. And maybe it was 80% accurate, which was enough for me to figure out exactly what I needed to do. So tools are getting better. AI is getting smarter. You know, I said on main stage today, I think it took us, 5 years to build the first 350,000 generative AI models, and then 6 months to build the next 300,000. So none of us can imagine the next 3, 6, 12 months. It's going to be incredible. It's the pace of innovation is just incredible.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And with all the customers that you've met so far, is there something that's standing out specifically? I'm sure that a lot of AI conversations, but anything that stood out for you?
I think the thing that stood out the most is that a lot of our customers have become believers. I mean, we've been driving hard to improve our security position and make sure we have a, really strong security portfolio. And, I've presented here for many years. But this year, it was the first time I had customers grab me and said, you know what, Dave? I'm a believer. And I haven't had that happen in a while, especially around cybersecurity. So, the work that, Tom has done around improvement in the firewall for us to be a Forrester leader, what we've done around SSE, Secure Services Edge, what we've done around SASE, and then what we're doing with Splunk and really building this overarching umbrella for digital resilience. Customers were excited and encouraged, and to see our two development leaders stand side by side and tell an integration story of what they're doing together. I was excited sitting in the audience. So I'm really encouraged by that, and I'm excited about what we can do and what we can deliver to the market. And I think now more than ever, the threat landscape is super complicated, super sophisticated. The threat actors are using AI maybe even more pervasively than our enterprise customers are to, get the advantage. And I think now more than ever, they need us to really lean in and deliver the next wave of innovation.
Yeah, I agree. And I think I've had a similar experience. Obviously, I work in collaboration. So when we announced that Splunk's going to be part of Cisco, second day, my customer's like, okay, what does that look like for us? And I'm sure that was something that a lot of customers were asking all of us in Cisco, and it's really good to see how it's kind of come together, the integration, hearing Tom Casey, and then we had Patrick Lim earlier in the studio as well, talking about observability and kind of clearing up the notion that XDR is not going away, it's just going to be working together. App Dynamics is not going away, and it's going to work together with Splunk, kind of making our customers more secure. So I think that is definitely one thing that has got a lot of customers excited.
I think you're absolutely right. I just met with a partner, and they were like, this is the first time I've heard the development team be more advanced than the go-to-market team
Yeah.
because the development is moving so fast. And maybe, we're not doing as good enough or good enough for as a job to tell that story in the field. And I heard some of that from our partners, like, wow, like what you're doing with Splunk, with XDR, with Talos, with ThousandEyes, how you're integrating AppD in. We talked about in the press and analyst discussion how we're building telemetry into AppD to feed more seamlessly into Splunk. Like, it was the first time I'd heard it.
Yeah.
So I am learning things at this event, which is exciting for me.
Yeah. And another thing that's a very hot topic with our customers is sustainability. And today we saw Vanessa talking in the keynote around like the designer and then also obviously announcing new ceiling mics. But in terms of sustainability, specifically for our collaboration devices now, do you have anything special that you want to add on? Because the I'm from collaboration, so I need to put in a collaboration question. This is not planned, but yeah. So in terms of the devices, and now with our MTR devices, have you seen a lot of excitement in our customers now that we're partnering with Microsoft as well?
I see it. I am more excited than ever. I thought Vanessa did a phenomenal job in telling the story. We have the best devices in the industry, and again, we can argue with others, but we have the best devices in the industry. And Snorri's here at this event. Not only are we integrating across Microsoft, Google, and others in the market, you can do a Zoom meeting right on our devices, but it's probably the most robust, mature platform we have at Cisco, bar none. In terms of how we've integrated calling, contact center, everything that we're doing with MTR, with Microsoft Teams Rooms integration, it's incredibly robust. And, when I saw the contact center video, I was amazed on how smooth the transitions were and how seamless they were when the user, and if you haven't seen that demo, take a look at it. But, the individual asked the agent, this is an AI agent, one question and then turns it around and asks another question, then turns it around and follows on with another question, and the agent handled it seamlessly. And that's incredible technology. And I think we are starting to really drive leaps and bounds over others in the market. So am I excited? I'm excited about devices. I am excited about the platform. I love WebEx. We use it every day. And, we see WebEx in action with AI and language translation, everything. I just wish all of our customers could have the same experience that we have with it every day. And it's our job to make sure that we give them an opportunity. So, yes, WebEx is awesome.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. I'm sure a lot of people in my BU would be very happy to hear it. Yeah, WebEx is awesome, and I think a lot of customers do realize that value, even with the devices. So they still stuck to our devices, and now with partnership with Microsoft, they get the best of both worlds. And it's been, I think, in the last 1 year since we've announced it, so many of my customers have taken that on, and they still love our product, they love our engineering, they love our devices, but they're using the MTR. So some fun questions, I guess. So last year you said Cisco Live Melbourne is your favorite. Has that changed? I'm expecting an honest answer.
This is the best Cisco Live that we have worldwide. This is the best customer event that I attend year after year. Nothing has changed. I love coming here. I really wish I had an opportunity to spend time in Melbourne. I feel like I come to Melbourne to work. It is such a beautiful city. Australia is such a beautiful country. I never send people on assignment to Australia anymore because they never come back when I send them here. I understand why. I don't think I would come back if I got sent here. But I love it. I love this event. I love this city. The people are magnificent, and it's just great to be able to host it here and always look forward to coming back.
That's awesome. Yeah, I am from Melbourne, and I think maybe next time you do need to come, go around, have some really good coffee because it's very popular. But no, Melbourne, I think what you said in last year's interview is like one of the most intimate experiences, because that's when you get to see customers, talk to them, and then we have some of our customers in the studio for the first time. We're interviewing them, from someone from Cole's group, how they have kind of taken all the Cisco technologies and transformed their stores. So it's just great to see how customers have a testament for our products and our portfolio.
This event is like a family event.
It is. It feels
like seriously, it's like a family event, and everyone's in it together. The audience is rooting for you. Our customers and partners are rooting for Cisco's success. You don't really get that anywhere else, and so that's what makes Cisco Live in Australia so special.
Thank you. That was great. And I think, again, being from Melbourne, that makes me very happy. So all your answers are getting me very excited. Thank you so much, Dave. Last but not the least, now that you've been to Melbourne so many times, I have two very important questions to end on. Have you tried Vegemite? Do you know what Vegemite is?
Of course I do. People ask me. It's definitely not the food I would bring if I was deserted on a desert island, and if it was my only choice, maybe I'd bring it.
Yes.
But I opt for something else besides Vegemite. Yes, I've tried it.
Okay.
Not my favorite.
Yeah, you're like, I do need some sort of common grounds with the customers, because Australian customers, they probably are very obsessed with Vegemite.
Yeah, but I can meet common ground with them with a beer.
Yes.
Or a good cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And be just fine.
Yeah.
The Vegemite we could keep off to the side.
Yeah, you can probably have the Tim Tams on the side to kind of make it better, if not Vegemite. But no, Dave, it's been incredible to have you, and I think every year we feel so special. You and so many other execs come visit us in Melbourne, meet our customers, and it's just such an incredible experience, and we feel special. And now after this interview, I feel even more for collaboration answers and then a lot of APJ-related answers. Thank you so much, Dave, and see you soon again.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we're off to the center stage.
Please welcome to the stage Smart and Sustainable Real Estate Lead, APJC Cisco, Chris Anderson.
Thanks for having me, everyone. Great to see you all. I love the headsets. It looks fantastic. So thanks for joining us today. I've on a lovely Melbourne weather day, or in fact, I think it was about 7 minutes since I've been outside, so it's probably all changed since then. But could I also introduce, welcoming on stage today is Andrew Liu, our Director from Product Management for our Energy Management and Sustainability Office at Cisco. So welcome, Andrew. Great to see you. So as we said, you're in Melbourne very recently. You're probably still recovering from jet lag from Silicon Valley, I assume.
A little bit, yeah. I'll be all right.
So thanks for joining. So we're looking forward to a great conversation for the next 30 minutes around how we're driving intelligent buildings, how we're driving sustainability and driving greater improvements in the way we use buildings. Fantastic to see so many of you here, and also equally as great to see what's with these couches. Yep. Hey, what is it? We talk about this, like when we talk about trying to get people back in the office and get them to use the buildings in better ways, we talk about having a magnet to get people into the office, and I think the same thing's happening here with these couches, is the encouragement to get everyone down to the front. So awesome to see it. I did see a couple of sessions before, a couple of people sort of nodding off as they were going. They do look a little bit too comfortable, so make sure you pay attention. Don't switch channels to the music channel as we're speaking, but anyway, let's jump in, shall we? So we are at a point where we have had just so much conversation around what's happening with the occupancy of buildings and what's happening with getting back into the office, and how do we use and how do we work differently these days. So this session is going to dive into some of those things, as we know this is a topic that is so conversational for every organisation across Australia, across APJC and across the world. So we've got some really interesting insights. If we look at the Occupancy Insights report from CBRE for APJC, or Asia Pacific, we see that a lot of organisations are settling on how many days they are asking people to be in the office. And the headline is, that's not 5. But 70% of organisations have settled on the request of how often they want, and the average is 3 days a week. So we know that we're now looking at things like, what is the occupancy of the building looking across the week? How does that apply, and what does that look like across the month and across the year? And then, how does that impact how we're enacting our sustainable outcomes for our buildings? How hard is it to be able to manage a building and manage the usage of power consumption in that building when you don't know who's going to be in from day to day or week to week? So huge challenges on that. And then, of course, when we look at the cost of materials and implementing and creating change inside buildings, we know that there's a compelling reason to actually do more with less, bring together technology and make it do more across the building. So when we look at that, and then, of course, that last one, the generational shift in social aspects in terms of the way people want to work. We know that we've got new generations that expect different things. We know that heavily weighing on people's minds is how their organisation is focusing on the sustainability of the environment and what we're doing from a CSR perspective. So we know that we need to cater differently for employees across our organisations. But equally as much, the number of different people that have got a heavy stake in intelligent buildings and the way a building operates is growing as well. We see a massive need for IT, facilities teams, real estate teams, and even sustainability officers and teams to come together to work through how we can actually do things better, how we can drive greater workflows across the building. So we're going to dive into a little bit of that and sort of maybe step you through from Cisco's perspective if we think about what that looks like from a smart buildings perspective. There's probably three really key aspects of that. The first one is, how do we drive the future of work, and how do we drive as you've probably heard today in the keynote, future-proofing your workspaces and creating an environment where people can come in, they can have really flexible ways that they work, they can find the right space to work, they can use the information that's coming from the way they're working and the way they're using the technology to feed back to facilities teams to create a better experience for them. How do we take that data and use it, which is a really, really interesting way. The next one, of course, is, as I said, doing more with less. How do we bring together the elements of a building, like the operating technology, the sensors and the physical elements in the building that we need to be able to measure and get telemetry and information from, and combine that securely on the network with the ICT environment, the mobility data and the network connectivity for IT to be able to operate. How do we bring that together so that we're spending less to get more? So, the last one, of course, sustainability, and of course, sustainability starts with energy management. We need to know what's happening in the environment. We can't manage what we can't measure. So when we think about this from that perspective, looking at the way we drive automation using insights and information, looking at how we measure and understand our carbon footprint, looking at the operational costs, and that's where Cisco's invested a lot, number one, in building together the energy management environment, where all of our systems that manage the technology you're invested today as an organisation, your wireless environment with your wireless controllers, your Catalyst Centre with your switch management environment, your control hub from your collaboration technology, and then your spaces platform with the telemetry and the information coming from there. We've invested really heavily in bringing energy consumption management into all of those platforms and make them available so you can understand how your environment is working and also what it's costing. So, Andrew, why don't you run us through and have a bit of a chat about the next level of that, what we're doing from a measurement perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chris. So, when it comes to building infrastructures, I think it just makes sense to have consolidated data and energy platforms, right? Think about it. You need energy to actually collect data, and then from the data you collected, you can use it to actually direct where you're actually sending the energy, right? And Cisco's PoE platforms is actually a really powerful one to actually help you deliver this consolidated energy and data platform, right? It offers simple installation, on-par efficiency with AC sources or alternate current sources, and is actually more efficient when deployed with your local renewable resources or energy storage devices, which are actually typically DC native. On top of that, it gives you the granulated visibility and control of all the endpoints you're connecting to. Just to simply illustrate the simplicity of the PoE system. On the left-hand side, you have a traditional lighting system, right? The red part is the high voltage AC part, right, that you need to be installed by an electrician to supply power to the systems. But on top of that, you have the green part and the yellow part, that is the proprietary communication devices, low voltage communication lines that also needs to be installed by a different group. On the other hand, on the right-hand side, you have a PoE system, one cable, category cable, for power, control, visibility, everything. It's cleaner, it's more efficient, and that's the way things should be. Now, with that in mind, your network really becomes a unifier of both your traditional IT systems, that's your cameras, your switches, your communication devices, your OT devices, such as your sensors, lightings, air handling units, and then on top of that, you have Cisco Spaces and also your energy management system sitting on top as an overlay feature. And with all of this unified, you can now start looking into more advanced use cases, such as space optimizations, energy savings, and etc. So network is now really become the foundation of a smart building, right? Over here, I know the eventual vision is to have a combined IT-OT network, right? But we're not quite there yet. Some of our customers like to actually have a separate IT and OT stack. And actually, even in some of our own deployments, we do that. It provides an actual layer of installation for security. Maybe not necessary, right? But it actually offers the customer, I think, a layer of comfort.
I think that's the key, isn't it? Choice. So how do we actually drive this in at a measured pace, measure the value of it, and then expand it across your environment? So.
Exactly. It's about meeting the customer where they are, right? So if you want to deploy smart buildings, if you want this smart infrastructure, how do you start? We understand that each of our customers actually have their building environment is on a different level or at a different place in their life cycles, right? So there are multiple entry points you can come in and have a smart infrastructure. It can be as least disruptive as a room refresh, which is simply about updating your IT devices on your PoE network, right? And it could be something as disruptive as a deep retrofit, which happens every 10 to 15 years. Your building will actually rip out its original wiring, update that, right? Or even a new build. And here are several considerations, right, when it comes to designing a smart building infrastructure, right? It's about your space utilization. It's about your health and well-being of the occupants. It's about achieving your net zero goals. And of course, on top of that, you have security, physical, and also IT. And also on the left-hand side, we have basically all the use cases that can be delivered through a smart building infrastructure. But it takes a village to actually deliver a smart building, right? So it's actually an expanded ecosystem that Cisco has been working with. Of course, in this ecosystem, Cisco does have the advantage of owning quite a few pieces in this whole space. At the core, we have the Cisco networking, right? And on the auxiliary points, we have sensors from Meraki, we have physical security from Meraki, and we have our own security offering as well. But we're partnering with other companies in this ecosystem, and you can see this is quite an expanded part, right? And when we talk about partners, it's not just endpoint manufacturers, not just lighting vendors, right? We're talking about data system, like data backend, data system integrators, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, consulting companies, all of that. And I think Chris is going to talk a little bit about how.
I think this is really interesting because when we look at all of this ecosystem of partners and we talk about what you just talked about a moment ago with respect to the different kinds of stages that you might be in with your build environment, right? So I think that's the key, is starting with some simple use cases that can impact the way your workspaces operate, understanding and getting insights into what's happening inside the building, understanding what's happening inside the floor of your building. But this doesn't have to be just if you've got one floor in a building, but it also can be, right? You expand if you're operating just a floor and you're leasing that element in the building, then there's a whole heap of use cases you can apply without even opening the ceiling. But then as we get into the other elements where we might be working with some of our partner organisations, like on here is Molex that we've implemented to drive the sustainability in our office in New York. Looking at the changes we've made as the build gets more complex or gets more involved, we can start to step up those use cases, but none of them depend on each other so heavily that you can't go and implement those in order that you prefer, isn't it? So,
exactly.
Yeah. So I think that's really interesting. And then I think the key here is then the way we've started to look at how we apply this. We've got quite a few really interesting case studies and use cases of the way this technology is being applied to drive different sorts of environments. And we thought we'd share a few examples here. So starting with, this is the Cisco office in Paris. This is a really interesting building, as you can see there by the visual. That's a real photo from the actual environment inside the building. This is a heritage-listed building where we took over the lease and we were not able to make a single change into the physical environment. Now, how many of you have tried to deploy wireless inside a building like that? I mean, it's all well and good. Wireless is wireless, but the backhaul and having to plug everything in is not so easy when you can't do anything inside the building. And so the flexibility of the technology to be able to drive this is a really powerful insight, right? So what we had to do here is we had to get creative. We even installed Wi-Fi access points inside furniture and hid them inside furniture and those sorts of things inside the building. So sometimes it's as easy as just the physical connectivity and enabling this building to be more functional and more coverage so that people can work flexibly. But the other thing we did, as you see here, so for those who may not be familiar or aware, so the WELL rating is a standard basically that measures the environmentals inside the building. This is becoming really, really popular and really in focus from a lot of employees because they want to know when they come into the space that it's going to deliver for them. It's going to be clean, it's going to be comfortable, and they're going to be able to work safely in there. So we get a lot of feedback from organisations that are looking to drive those capabilities. And this building got a gold rating in terms of the way it was measuring the environmentals and the way they were being reported. Even in being able to trigger when something's out of line, for example, CO2 levels inside the building. When that level gets a little bit high, people start to doze off. Now, no one on the couches, we haven't lost anybody just yet, so no signs of high CO2 in here. But when those levels get a little bit high, we want to take action. So part of this measurement is being able to trigger and notify people to go and adjust the air conditioning or make changes inside the building to make sure that it's delivering well. And that's what we did with integration into the building management system here. So real time, the information coming from the Cisco network, coming from the collaboration technology in the meeting spaces is feeding that into the platform and into the building management system so it could drive changes inside that building. Our next one, and I hope a lot of you may have seen this, this is a case study that we use a lot, is our New York implementation where, post-pandemic we got everyone back in the office and started to look at what we needed to do. And this was our first implementation where we drove the changes to drive a flexible work environment. We went back to concrete in this floor and we took it back and we enabled complete connectivity of all the physical elements of the building via power over Ethernet, fully powered by the network. That's lights, blinds, the sensors that operate in the building, all of those things brought onto the network so that we could understand in real time what was happening. We're collecting about 5,000 points of data inside this building, across the building, in terms of all of the meeting spaces, all of the environmentals, the network environment, the occupancy insights, so that we've got a really, really strong and powerful view of what's happening inside the space. So similarly, with air quality metrics and all of those things all being measured and driven, consolidated down using the ICT equipment to get us those insights that we need to drive a better environment for that building. A little bit closer to home, so there's some overseas examples, but a little bit closer to home in our Singapore environment, we did a retrofit of the building and moved everything to power over Ethernet lighting while we left 92% of the same light fittings in place. So one of the key elements here, we were able to remove the high voltage in the ceiling, make it much more OH&S safe. We were able to enable more sustainable delivery of power of the lighting. We've driven control of the lights now, and all of that was done by removing the existing power cabling structure and putting it onto the network. So it's a great example of that being able to be done without massive change in, pulling the whole ceiling apart and redoing the whole environment. And then the other aspect here that's worth really noting is the exceptional results we got from our Leesman survey, where employees in the building rated it so highly that it was only trumped by our Atlanta office, which was more recent, where we completely refurbished the entire building. So really powerful data that we got back from our user community in terms of the experience they got inside the building. And then expanding that, because as I mentioned before, this is not just tied to a floor or a building. We're looking at how we can apply technology across precincts and regions to be able to create greater connectivity and greater workflows across the whole environment. So Canary Wharf is a great example of an environment in London that was basically a watershed location. It was a wasteland, and they built a full precinct there with residential areas, commercial areas, and retail, and all of that connected with Cisco technology driving high-density Wi-Fi connectivity, so basically the fastest and best connectivity in the London area with great speed connectivity, and you just walk into that precinct and you're automatically connected because the Cisco environment, just like it's happening here at Cisco Live, when you select it in the app to be connected, it automatically connects you as soon as you walk into the building, and away you go. National Landing, another great example. This is out of Washington, DC, and this is another precinct that ran 40 kilometres. We're talking kilometres or miles. I think 40 kilometres of fibre optic to connect that whole precinct and bring everything together. Once again, to create really high-speed connectivity, but also to enable a whole great level of automation across that precinct as well. So some really great examples of how that's applying not just across a building or a campus, but across precincts as well. And the role that ICT and technology can enable to drive greater outcomes across environments. So that's what we think, obviously as we're talking here is some of the next level of what we can do here. So when we're talking about the evolution of a building and how it can go from smart to intelligent, how do we actually use the data that's there? So smart buildings, being able to collect lots and lots of data. How do we drive to intelligent buildings where we're actually starting to use that data really powerfully? How do we drive automation of elements that were previously not connected? How do we measure consumption and understand it so that we can change and drive improvements in the way that we're using the building? And of course, that's for you, Andrew.
Yeah.
But so jumping in,
nice.
So of course, looking at that when it comes to sort of future buildings and where we go next. I guess we're looking at the next level of capability here.
Thank you, Chris. So obviously, you guys have already heard. We have talked about the power of PoE. Right? It's simple, it's efficient, it's actually give you granular visibility and control. But what's next? Right? Our eventual vision for smart building infrastructure is an end-to-end DC microgrid. Right? Why DC? Right? If you look actually around in this building, every power consuming appliance here is very likely DC native. And as of last year, about 83% of the energy generation capacity that came online is also DC, right? Wind, solar, energy cells, fuel cells, all of those actually generates power in a DC native way. So on the one hand, you have a source that is DC. On the other hand, you have appliance that is DC. In between, you are actually stuck with a traditional AC alternating current system that hasn't been updated since the 1880s, right? It will be all nice and well, except for that every time you convert from DC to AC and from AC to DC, you lose about 8% of that energy, right? So what we see as the next phase of disruption really comes into that end-to-end DC microgrid. Now, PoE handles the lower voltage, lower wattage portion, such as lighting, venting, your personal devices like laptops and cell phones. PoE is completely capable of handling that. But what happens if you need to connect to something a little bit bigger? What happens if you need to connect to your switches? And that's where the high voltage portion is where we see this disruption happens. And that leads us to the concept of energy networking. Again, on the very left-hand side, AC systems, a little bit dated. 90-watt PoE PoE has been around for 20 years, right? That's a trusted, stable system, right? Then moving towards that, we have a little bit of an example here for you, right? This is your PoE cable, 100 meters, 100 watt, 60 volt. This is a class 4 FMP. This is 380 volt DC that you can actually touch. And as you can see, this cable is comprised very much like the category cable, right? Multiple twisted pair cables. And each twisted pair is able to handle or deliver about 600 watts up to 2 kilometers in range in a touch-safe, ground-safe manner. So very similar capability and benefits to PoE, but much bigger capacity and range, right? We'll talk a little bit more about this in our content corner tomorrow. And if you guys are interested, we actually have a live system in demo right over there in the sustainability corner.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, yeah, this is the key, is we start to think about what comes next with the evolution of buildings and what we're looking to innovate with. I think this is really interesting. Digitally delivered power at high voltage, intrinsically safe to touch, removes all of the need to worry about OH&S and safety concerns and those elements, but then allows us to deliver power much more effectively. So I'm excited to see how that sort of pans out. And the reason we're excited, because we see a massive area of growth here with organisations looking to intelligently enable their buildings. Right? We can see here this view is we're expecting to see a massive uptake from about $45 million of investment to 45 million buildings that are invested in smart and intelligent technology today, up to 115 over the next few years. So there's projects going on all over the place with organisations enabling and driving more intelligent and sustainable use of their buildings. So we see that as a really powerful element.
Oh, and before moving forward, actually, Chris, I would like to point out that if you don't mind going back to the slide just now, all of these buildings you can see, there's a wide range of life cycle of these buildings, right? On the left-hand side, you have a brand new build, right? That's completely from scratch, net zero. I think it's actually net positive. But on the right-hand side, you also have historical buildings that you can actually deep retrofit with smart building technology. Yep. So the application of this infrastructure really doesn't have to be just restricted to the brand new shiny buildings. It can actually be applied everywhere.
Yeah, and the example of bringing technology together and data together, right? So I think we've got an example there in Sydney, not too far from us. The Opera House was able to reduce energy consumption by 20% and decrease water consumption by 30% by just connecting their systems in the building together. We talk about the power of the data and the power of connecting these systems, 20 disparate systems connected with massive benefit that they've been able to execute. So that's really powerful. And that's the point, right? We have the ability here to apply this technology intelligently, create workflows and create execution of use of data, that we get to the point where we're not just talking net zero here. We're not talking buildings that can be net zero. We're talking the ability to actually be net positive in terms of the building playing its role in driving a more sustainable outcome. Yep. So I think for mine, that's a really powerful area where we see technology being able to apply to make a really significant difference. Okay, so there's a little bit more to learn. So there's certainly more examples. As Andrew mentioned, over on your right-hand side in the sustainability zone, the smart building technology, we're stepping through all of this and showing you how getting it all connected, getting the data and getting the control means that we can start to automate and enable greater workflows in the building. So if you haven't seen that already, pop across and have a look. Have a look at the Intelligent Buildings paper here. This is a really good view. It steps through the case studies that we've talked about a little bit here. There's also some great power in have a looking at the VR experience of the New York office in Pen 1. So we've got that here, but also online. You can go and do a 3D tour. You can see the balances of spaces, as we said, all the way from greater employee experiences and up to creating the data collection and then the 5,000 points of data, as we mentioned, bringing all of that together to drive what a smart building looks like from Cisco's perspective. What do we think, Andrew? Ready to drive into the next level?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, fantastic. So thanks everyone for joining us today, and I hope that that was powerful and you could sort of understand in some of the areas from Cisco's perspective and how we're driving from smart to intelligent. Come and see us in the sustainability zone and come and see some of the technology in action. Pop in your diary for tomorrow afternoon. in the centre stage, we're going to have that technology with hands-on as well. So thanks so much, everyone, for joining us. And for those online, enjoy the day wherever you are. Thanks so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back to the World of Solutions and Hub Tour. I am here with Sarah Simpson to talk about all things sustainability. Sarah, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Karen. Great to be here.
Sarah, can we just start with why do we have a sustainability zone here at Cisco Live?
I think the first thing I really want to tell you is this is our second ever sustainability zone at Cisco Live APJC, and really that is a testament to Cisco's commitment to sustainability. We know the time is now to focus on sustainable goals, and that is why we have a net zero target of 2040. Now, we're doing that through a number of different ways. We're focusing on how we're using reusable energy, how we're focusing on the energy consumption of our products, and also transitioning from linear programs to a circular business. Outside of that as well, we know that companies worldwide have sustainable targets and business goals. And only 37% of those businesses actually have a goal and a target in place, which really gives Cisco such a great opportunity to focus on how we're supporting our customers and our partners to build those goals and get there to their targets. And then the last piece as well, our Cisco purpose is powering a sustainable future for all. So if we're not focusing on sustainability, we're really not aligning to our purpose.
Can you tell me what people can see here around the sustainability stand?
Absolutely. We've got so much for everybody to see. You might be able to see just behind me here, we have 2 VR experiences for our attendees to come and take part in. The first one is really around sustainable data centres, looking at all of our latest innovations around data centres. You'll be able to see the hardware, the software, the dashboards, walk through the cooling racks and really see everything that we're doing there. We also have people here available to talk about our future innovations with liquid cooling. There's just so much around data center. And our second VR experience is actually around smart buildings. So we have a number of smart buildings around the world. If you're interested in walking through the virtual halls, you'll be able to walk through our Atlanta office and also our Penn 1 New York office. You'll see innovations such as collaboration, Meraki. You'll see some of the PoE-powered blinds, etc. There's so much to see within our VR experiences. Next, we have energy management. You, as a Cisco customer or a partner, may already have some of these platforms in place, which means that you can come and talk to us and really understand what those platforms can do for you in terms of understanding your energy consumption and help you really make data-driven decisions around your business. And then the final thing I just want to touch on is our circularity pod and the programs that we're talking about there. Green Pay is a great offering that we have out to our customers for payment solutions, and something that really excites me is our Take Back program. We've got a 21-year running take-back program that a lot of our customers and partners still don't know about, so that's why I'm giving it a plug today. We will pick up any of your old Cisco equipment for free. We will refresh it and redistribute it out into the world where possible, and where that isn't possible, we will actually recycle 99.X% of it, which is so exciting. And if you don't know about that program already, either come and see us, come and talk to us about it, talk to your account manager. It's a really great program.
I can clearly hear the passion in your voice that you're such a champion around sustainability. What else can people who are attending Cisco Live learn about around sustainability outside of the sustainability zone?
Yeah, absolutely. We have more sessions than ever this year. We've got a whole learning map for people to take part in, to cover, to follow multiple different sessions. We have talks on centre stage. We have talks in the content corner that will all be made on demand. And I also just want to take a moment to talk about the sustainability focus of the event itself. This T-shirt that I'm wearing as an example, we've saved 40,000 plastic bottles from landfill by choosing a provider for these T-shirts that use recycled plastic bottles to make them. You might notice as you're walking around or capturing in the footage that we're a little bit sparse on carpet and here and there, and we've done that on purpose. We have carpet where we need it and we don't where we don't need it. And what that does, it allows us to save on freight, and it saves those emissions going out into the world. Outside of that, any food that can be reused after the event, we send to Oz Harvest and they distribute that out to Melbourne. And the last one, we're in Melbourne. Everyone loves coffee in Melbourne. Your coffee cups around the event is 100% recyclable. That is the cup and the lid. So drink your coffee straight in the recycling. Enjoy.
I love that. And as a coffee drinker, I'll be definitely thinking about that as I am having my coffees. Thank you, Sarah. Just one more thing. If our people at home want to know more about sustainability, what Cisco can do for them in helping their journey, is there anywhere that we can take them?
Absolutely. Start on our website. Our sustainability website is a great place to look at everything. But my personal favourite, we actually have an ebook, Sustainable Solutions with Cisco. That will really give you an end-to-end view of everything we do at Cisco, from how we're innovating our products to be modular, to be more sustainable, to be more energy efficient, all the way through to our CX services, how we'll work with our customers to help them define their goals and go on the journey with them. And then all the way through, as we mentioned before, to our circular programs such as Green Pay, Refresh, Recycle. Everything should be in there for you.
Thank you, Sarah. It's wonderful to talk to you. And I believe we've got a QR code that people can also go to find out more information about their sustainability journey as well. Thank you again. Don't go away, because coming up next, I'll be talking with Reg Johnson about all things NIN. Welcome back, everybody. And I'm here now with Reg Johnson at the NIN stand. Reg, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Karen. Great to be here.
Right, good to see. So, Reg, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the history of the NIN. And can you tell me then, what are some of those key elements that are underway at the moment? And what would you say some of those great successes are to call out?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the NIN's come a long way since it was first launched in 2020. This is our third year at Cisco Live, and we've got over 60 stakeholders here this week participating in the actual Cisco Live stand here. And also we've got students from all around the country participating in a hackathon, which you'll hear a little bit more about later. From a success point of view, I guess there's three key factors we look at with NIN. One is that I'd argue that it's probably the largest industry-led innovation network now nationally. The second is important around collaboration with universities and industry. And the third is the scale of what we're doing with the NIN. So that's really bringing together, I guess, the capacity and capability across the network to focus on challenges, and those challenges around cybersecurity, healthcare, and also skills, which you'll hear a little bit about as well.
Thank you for that overview, Reg. So can you give us a little bit more detail of what is the NIN comprised of?
Yeah, Karen. So the NIN is made up of a number of elements which are distributed across the country. So first of all, we have a number of specialised centres in technology and strategic industries. The research chairs, which are aligned to Cisco's research priorities. Our innovation centrals, which are co-located on university campuses. Then we also have key alliances in cybersecurity and health. And then, importantly, what we're seeing here also around the student hackathon is our focus on skill and talent, which is working with the students across our Network Academy program and working on industry projects with our Innovation Central. So ultimately, the success of the NIN will be judged by the extent of which it sort of aligns with national priorities and global challenges. So the NIN's particular focus is on the role that digital technologies can play in meeting those challenges. I think also creating a step change on the impact of industry and university collaboration. So the NIN is about reducing barriers to collaboration, but also improving results.
Fantastic. Well, Reg, thank you so much for your time here today. I'm really interested in going and talking to other parts of the NIN stand, which I can see is fantastic. And I think I might make my way over to Cyber Alliance first. So don't go away. I'll be back very soon. And thank you again, Reg Johnson. Welcome back. I'm here with Angelo Puglielli as part of the NIN Cyber Alliance team. Angelo, welcome to the broadcast.
Look, it's great to be here at Cisco Live this year. The NIN Cyber Alliance is a collaboration that unites industry leaders, academic institutions, and government agencies with the goal of enhancing cybersecurity. And so Cisco plays a key role in this partnership. It's all about leveraging our Talos threat intelligence organisation, upskilling through Cisco networking academies, and innovating technology that allows us to respond to cybersecurity challenges.
Sounds incredibly important. Can you tell me, do we have any projects underway at the moment?
We sure do. So I'll talk about three. Firstly, we have an OT IT security project, which is all about securing operational technology and industrial control systems. Secondly, we're focused on an area of cybersecurity standards called the Cybersecurity Model Certification, which allows organisations to maintain certain cybersecurity standards. And thirdly, we've developed a cybersecurity training program called Beyond the Breach, which educates industry professionals on how to respond to cybersecurity incidents.
Amazing. So if people want to find out more about this Cyber Alliance within the NIN program, where can they go?
First and foremost, they can come and visit us here at the stand, or they can scan the QR code on the screen. That'll provide more information and also highlight how to join the NIN Cyber Alliance.
Angelo, thank you very much for talking with us today. And up next, I'll be going and talking to James Stewart as part of the NIN as well. Don't go away. Hi everyone and welcome back. I'm here at the NIN stand again and I'm here with James Stewart. James, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Karen. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. James, now I believe that your involvement in NIN is with the mastertech area.
Yeah, so I look after the NIN from a program management side of things. So one of the key things you would have heard is around skills and talent development, and we do that through our innovation centres and our networking academies. So today we're running mastertech for 3 days across the world of solutions, and we're looking at solving an industry problem set by Coles.
Fantastic. Can you tell me a little bit more about what's the focus around mastertech?
Yeah, so Coles are looking at what does a sustainable store of the future look like, and trying to help Australians live healthier, happier lives. So we've got 15 students from around the country, all competing to solve that challenge. They're representing innovation centres and selected by their universities to be here for the next 3 days.
Fantastic. And I can see that we've got tables here behind us of people.
Yeah, they're working hard. So they're working for 7 hours straight every day, and when they go back to La Trobe University, who are supporting the program, they'll work more and try and solve this problem for Coles.
Fantastic. So can you tell us a little bit more about what are the challenges that Coles have set?
Yeah, so Coles have asked the students to think big. So from Melbourne Central to remote Queensland, across the 850 stores across Australia, from paddock to plate, how can we solve the sustainability challenges for our customer?
Fantastic. Thank you, James, for your time. It's great to be speaking with you. From here, I'm going to be talking with Richard Dodsworth on the NIN alumni. Hi, everyone. I'm back here at the NIN stand with Richard Dodsworth. Richard, welcome to the broadcast.
Thanks, Karen.
And you are certainly no stranger to the broadcast. For those who have been here for a number of years, they would remember you as our broadcast host. But I see this year we have you here at the other side of the microphone as part of the NIN. Richard, I was wondering if you could tell me what your role is with the NIN and perhaps what does excite you about that role that you do?
Yeah, exactly. So the NIN, yes, I did retire from Cisco. I thought I'd retired and I got coaxed into coming back and working 1 day a week on the NIN, as you said. So I think for the alumni that I'm part of now, for Cisco, it helps Cisco bring some expertise to the NIN partners so they can have a closer connection with Cisco from a technology point of view. From the partner side of point of view, they get access to some well-seasoned Cisco knowledge to help in their projects. And I think for people like myself as part of the alumni, it's really a chance to stay connected, stay hands-on with the technology that we all love, and to stay connected to a lot of old friends that we've made along the way. So I'm really pumped and excited to be part of the NIN and part of the Cisco alumni that's supporting that.
Fantastic. And look, we're here in front of the Health Alliance stand here. Can you tell me anything about this?
Yeah, so in terms of healthcare, we see that as a critical piece of the infrastructure these days. And one of the projects that the NIN has been involved with Curtin University is called Healthy Connections. And Healthy Connections is all about enabling remote and distant communities in the Pilbara in WA to be able to have remote diagnostic equipment taken out into the field to service those remote communities, to be able to do blood pressure tests, ECGs and other tests that they otherwise would have to come into hospital to do in Newman. So off the back of a ute, you can take off this Medikit that's been created, do the analysis there, then and there, and then through AI send up information back into the cloud to be able to do depersonalised analysis of what's going on with the person and then give them a report back and let them know what the next steps should be in terms of their healthcare. So really interesting project to be able to take what we take for granted, perhaps those of us who live in the city, out to those regional and very, very remote areas to give them the same access to healthcare that we have here.
Thank you so much for your time here today, Richard. The NIN would be incredibly grateful to have you as part of their membership there. You bring an incredible amount of experience and, as you said, perspective with Cisco. And thank you so much for talking us again.
It's an absolute pleasure, and it's great to be on the side of the microphone for once, so thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Spot.
That was great. Raymond really touched on some key points as to why Cisco is your leading partner in this ever-changing world. I really liked his pieces around secure connectivity and its importance in this AI era that we're all embarking upon. It's a conversation piece that's really resonating with my customers at the moment, as is future-proofing the workplace. Let's head over to the world of solutions now, where we have some guests to tell us just how we do that.
Hi, I am Simar Singh, Technical Solution Architect with Cisco Meraki. Today I will talk about sustainability, the latest buzzword which means different things to different stakeholders. With Meraki, onboarding onto sustainability journey is just so much easier. There are 3 key outcomes that we will focus on today. First, reduce energy. This is achieved by turning off access points and cameras in the facility when there is no one to use or to monitor. Second, reduce travel. Since this is a cloud-based platform and secure access is available anywhere, it prevents multiple customer site visits. Third, avoid waste. Think about the number of power cables and plugs that you don't have to deploy. And of course, at Meraki, we promote product reuse and take back initiatives. Come and join the journey with us. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Vice President Product Management, Cisco Compute, Cisco, Daniel McGuinness, and Vice President of Product Management, Data Center Networking, Cisco, Murali Gandlaru.
Hi, everybody. How are you all doing today? Good? All right. So, I'm sure you've heard the phrase AI almost entirely throughout the day. This is another session on that. What Danny and I are going to do over the next few minutes is talk about AI across the industry verticals and the kind of infrastructure needed to actually support the real-world applications. And AI is definitely the biggest disruption to the data centers since the public cloud. And you all know the numbers, you know how big it is, but it actually is driving a lot of change in terms of enterprise strategies, how enterprises are looking at their infrastructure build-out plans, and what is the killer app, or what are the set of killer apps that are required to fill out those data centers.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so hey, Murali. Hi, everybody. Danny McGuinness, look after product management here for our compute business unit. I think, for this session, when Murali and I were thinking about the session, we know a lot of you come to Cisco Live, you're used to getting a deep dives on products and talking to all the subject matter experts. We wanted to up-level this one a little bit because we're at such an interesting time when it comes to AI, right? We're at this inflection point where there's still a lot of we don't know what we don't know happening at the moment. And so we wanted to kind of step back a little bit and just talk about what's happened in the industry to help you get some food for thought so you can bring that back to your organization and help drive some of those early decisions that are going on inside your business. All right, so Before I actually get into it, I do want to introduce one of my colleagues, Todd Brannon, did an interview with a very impressive woman, Dr. Griffiths, and she is not only the president of Dakota State University, but she's also an expert in AI. This woman has just an impressive resume. I'll give you a couple examples so you know who you're about to hear from. So she served on presidential appointments in the U.S. on the National Science Board and the U.S. President's IT Advisory Committee, as well as the U.S. National Commission. She's worked across many international organizations like NATO and the United Nations, federal agencies in the U.S. like NASA and the Department of Energy. And she's also a member of the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, as well as a chairman on the Workforce Subcommittee for the Commission. So needless to say, this woman is very, very smart, very, very well known. Anyway, let me kick off the video. Let's roll the video.
So we're here in Madison, South Dakota at Dakota State University. I'm joined by Dr. Jose Marie Griffiths, the president of the university. Dr. Griffiths, thank you so much for having us here today.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it.
You've spoken a lot about the symbiotic relationship between security and AI. And now we have quantum computing on the horizon. It's really not on the horizon anymore. And that's going to accelerate both those domains to levels we haven't seen. Talk to us about those dynamics and how you see that unfolding.
I've seen the interrelationship for quite a long time. I was on the National Security Commission for AI, and we were talking about AI, and I was looking at workforce for them, the workforce task force. But when it came to cybersecurity, there wasn't much conversation. And I was saying, but you know, AI can really do so much for cybersecurity. We can develop models that can do some of that early penetration testing, evaluation of results, and so on, plus other things.
Talk to us about the impact AI is going to have in the agricultural realm.
Agriculture is an area that came rather late to notions of cybersecurity and critical infrastructure. It is a critical infrastructure, obviously. So we've been working with some entities, Case New Holland being one, to look at agricultural vehicles and how they communicate, how they take information from sensors, how they communicate with the satellites, and how we can make those much, much more secure, because in the past they haven't been very secure because nobody really thought about doing it.
How do you see AI transforming financial services?
I think we've actually been using AI in financial services for some time. If you think about the credit card companies and the calls you get about potential fraud when you actually did buy 4 pairs of shoes that day, and it's okay, but I'll tell you where it's lacking. I went to Australia recently, and I got my hotel payment was being paid in advance, and the payment was stopped. And I get a message, it comes in the middle of the night, that says, "Is this your payment?" And it was, but what the financial services sector did not know, I had purchased my air ticket on that credit card. I had paid for my visa on that credit card, and it didn't quite link it. Say, oh, she's coming to Australia soon. They're using AI in some ways, but not necessarily comprehensively, to start gathering all this information to create a picture of my life and what I'm doing in various locations.
How do you see AI transforming healthcare?
So if I think about healthcare, there's a lot of application already in looking at data, healthcare data, particularly scans and imaging, and extracting more information out of those. So we've already heard about earlier detection of certain kinds of cancers from scans, because artificial intelligence can take a lot more data than we human can process, and so they're able to help with diagnostics. But at the same time, artificial intelligence is also going to be helpful in the development of new vaccines, in the development of therapeutics, in a whole number of areas. I think the first challenge is there's a little bit of fear on the part of organizations. They're not quite sure where to start. I mean, there's so many different areas where artificial intelligence could play a role. So where do I put my resources? Get involved, play with it a little bit, understand the different potential applications, look at your data assets in particular, and look at the products and services you're generating, and see which ones are the ones you would want to amplify to help you move ahead.
Dr. Griffiths, thank you so much for your insight and your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Amazing. Yes. You know, I think one of the best things about our job is we just get to talk to customers like this. Dr. Griffiths has been a partner for a long time, and it's amazing to hear some of the stories that are happening around our industry right now. Pretty much every industry we're a part of is being disrupted by AI. It doesn't matter if you're in manufacturing or retail or financial services or life sciences and healthcare. There are use cases coming out by the hundreds in which customers are starting to discover ways to leverage this newer technology. And like Dr. Griffith said, I mean, it's been around for a while. It's not brand new. It's just the advent and the rush has really accelerated here in the last 12 months. So anyway, I think what I want to do just for the next couple of minutes before I hand it back to Murli is kind of lay out sort of like what we're seeing across different organizations, hopefully give you some food for thought and how you could maybe approach some of this in your own organizations. I think the first thing is to recognize that every organization, frankly, every application's approach to AI is very unique and very different. And so to kind of internally, when we think about AI, when we're thinking about product strategy or overall, the way we're trying to take the business, you've got to put some structure around this. So hopefully, you'll benefit from some of the vernacular or the taxonomy that I'm about to share with you. So we kind of break AI down into three distinct areas. The first being build the model, which is heavily focused on training and deep learning. The second being optimize the model. This is the one that most enterprises are probably familiar with, where we're actually doing fine-tuning, using our local data sets. RAG, or retrieval augmented generation, is a common use case here. And then inferencing, right? What good is a model if we actually don't use it in some form or fashion? So the build the model is actually the one that uses some of the most demanding infrastructure that we have. Think of hundreds, if not thousands of GPUs spread across many servers inside of a data center with very complex networking in order to provide that east-west traffic between all of those GPUs. When we start to think about this optimize the model, the fine-tuning, what we're really talking about here is where, think about your environments right now that you're in. You don't necessarily go out and develop every single application that your company uses, right? A lot of the applications you buy off the shelf, and then you provide local data sets, and you use your company data, your company policies in order to make that be customized or specific to your environment. And that's really what happens with optimizing the model. At this point, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of LLMs that are available to you via tools like Hugging Face. But they ultimately need to be trained or eventually need to be trained on your data in order to do something specific for your environment. And this is what we see most of our enterprise customers doing today.
It's adjusting to their use cases.
Exactly. And then ultimately the inferencing. And on these two sides, what we're seeing is a lot of this is being done on a single server, frankly, with a handful of GPUs and sometimes not even GPUs. A lot of the inferencing use cases that we're looking at are using CPUs and small environments. Where this one becomes even more important is that we're pushing that out to the edge. And it's more about workload placement and thinking about performance and scale, data integrity, things of that nature.
And that's why probably the variety of use cases that you talked about, retail, manufacturing, and other kinds where it's more distributed out to the edge.
Absolutely, which brings a whole new set of complexities associated with it. All right, so now let's jump onto the people side of it. So if you think about, most of you, I would imagine, are typically represent IT, your cloud and enterprise IT, or the networking team here. That's typically the persona that comes to a Cisco Live. What we're seeing happening right now is that a lot of the lines of the business and these AI practitioners, which is almost a new role that's being formed inside of companies, are the ones that are doing the early decision-making decisions in terms of what business models they want to run. It's almost like they're thinking about how are we going to make money, how are we going to save money, how are we going to drive efficiencies into the business. And then, once there's already reached a certain level of maturity, it's being handed over to you, and it's like, all right, now you need to operate this thing at scale. Now you need to provide the SLAs that you provide for every other workload in the environment, and you're kind of stuck at that point. It's a tough decision because you're almost scrambling on what you do. So our recommendation here is, you really want to start to insert yourself earlier into these conversations and help drive some of those architectural decisions.
And we've seen this before, right? Whether it's with the public cloud, shadow IT organizations initially being formed, or even before that, the virtualization teams going and building things out. We've seen that ultimately it mainstreams with the IT organization. So getting ahead of the curve is important.
So hopefully, conversations like this are the beginning of helping you start to figure out how to get inserted into the space. I can guarantee you that your company is summoning your company, if it's not in your teams, are absolutely having these conversations around how do we bring AI into our environments. All right, so why is it so complex in business? Well, the analogy that I like to use here is we're literally building the car and paving the road at the same time. You're not late, you're not missing out on anything. This is the year. We are at that inflection point of where AI is starting to become. We're getting over that hype cycle, and it's starting to become the reality. And so all the things that we've had worked out for a decade or decades, performance, budget, resources, our security posture, how we store our data, all of that is actually being completely reconsidered right now. So actually, I mean, if you're in IT, it's a great time to be in the industry.
Now that looks like my neighborhood road every summer.
All right, Murali, talk us a little bit about how we're going to get started here.
So how are we going to get started? That's a great point. As we go through this journey of innovation, first thing to ask yourself is what is the desired outcome you're looking for, especially around the use cases that your particular enterprise, the core of your enterprise business or provider for that matter, what are the desired outcomes? What kind of applications are going to be running on this infrastructure? That will define, like the three big buckets that Danny talked about. That's one way of bucketizing it. But once you do that, what kind of applications are you going to run on each of those infrastructure environments? That will define how you build out your infrastructure. How many GPUs do you need? What kind of network fabric do you need to interconnect them? And then the third one is, do you have the appropriate skill sets in your organization? Are you building out for that? Is there training that your employees are getting? Those are the three big things that we would typically see. And to do that even, one of the things that you want to consider potentially is picking the right partner as you embark on this journey. And how do you pick that partner? A partner that has experience and history in the IT infrastructure, building out through many of those earlier disruptions that we talked about, whether it was hybrid cloud or before that it was virtualization. Having the breadth and depth of portfolio, not just point products or point solutions, but across the entire spectrum. And finally, have the ability to not just deliver infrastructure to you, but have a simple, scalable, seamless, and secure way to manage, operate, build, and operate your infrastructure. And so that's where I think we believe that Cisco is the right partner for your journey that you're going or embarking on. And let's sort of navigate how Cisco is looking at this and why. First of all, Cisco's philosophy, I mean, Cisco is now, 40? It's going to be 40 years this year since Cisco was founded. And we pride ourselves in building products that people love, especially around infrastructure. Whether it is in the data centers or other parts of infrastructure, quality is an important metric. And quality is not just about the software or the hardware that systems that we are building out, but also the philosophy of the components that we use, making sure that they're quality components and it's built at scale. The component lead time, supply chain is all built properly. Think big. Think about the ability to scale and scale in a flexible manner. These are the big three philosophy points that we look at. So that's what we're calling the One Cisco vision. And the One Cisco vision, and you probably saw this today at the keynote, and also you probably have heard about this a few times. It's the three big buckets, right? We're talking about the future-proof workspaces. The presentation just before us gave a very, very erudite way of what the requirements are going to be in the modern workspace. And then the AI-ready data centers, and which we're going to spend time on, and the digital resilience that underpins all of these.
And this is a really important one. When we talk about AI-ready data center, there's a lot changing in the data center. It's not just about products. I mean, Murali and I are one cog in the wheel when you think about the innovation that we're doing with the product strategy. The entire infrastructure is changing. What it takes to power these environments is completely being rethought. The solutions, the stacks, the softwares that has to integrate.
And the service organization around it. Absolutely. And so we believe that with this Cisco vision, when we think through in a cohesive, consistent manner across these environments, we're setting our customers up for this journey that they're going on. For that, you need the building blocks. And essentially,
as Danny was mentioning, I am responsible for the networking side. And when I look at the networking piece, we can talk about it a little bit more as we go through it. But the networking is built from the 4 principles, and I can think probably we could extend it to the compute side as well, of silicon, systems, software, and our operating model. Those 4 together bring them together. And essentially, these data center building blocks are key. The Nexus 9000 series, the Nexus dashboard to manage it, the optics built from quality components, and then on the UCS side, compute side?
So on the UCS side, I mean, most of you are probably aware we have a full portfolio of rack and blade servers, which we're really proud of, and all the same principles that Murali just mentioned applied to our overarching strategy. I will say, though, that what we really focus on, besides just these building blocks, is about how we manage it end to end. Don't you think that the simplified operation?
Absolutely.
And so one of the important pillars when you think about AI for us, one of the things we really try to drive into our teams when we think about strategy is we don't want to differentiate between what that operating model looks like in traditional workloads versus AI workloads. Like we said, a lot of these AI decisions, they're going to happen outside of traditional IT teams. But eventually, you'll be tasked with supporting them and bringing them into your environment. And we don't want you to have to think about them as distinctly different environments. We want it to be that it's a unified operating model, regardless of the application or the workload that runs
Absolutely.
there. Yeah. So, all right. So we do have a little bit of innovation that we wanted to share. Why don't you talk about the switch first?
Yeah. On the left-hand side, what you see there is essentially what we announced a few weeks ago, which is our 800 gig switch. It's a Nexus operating model, the Nexus switch. Essentially, you have 64 ports of 800 gig now put into that small form factor there, the ability to break out into 400 gigs, and further down into 100 gigs. So as you transition and think about your next generation, you have the ability now to get 51.2 terabytes of bandwidth through that. And so if you can build out fabrics, you obviously need to manage them, whether it is for any of those 3 use cases we're talking about. So that's why adding these new building blocks, planning for that is important. And on the use...
And what good is an 800 gig switch if you don't have some 800 gig ports to plug into it? So we're super proud of this. It's if you think about when I introduced, I talked about build the model, optimize the model, and use the model. So this is the box that's very much focused on that build the model. This is the high density 8-way GPU. HGX reference architects, very much based off of an NVIDIA DGX design. OEMs offer it in HGX format, so it's SXM based. Super proud to get this one into the portfolio. It's absolutely answers like a lot of what our customers need. But remember, it's not the only answer to solving AI. I think is also an important takeaway. So with that, I think the other thing, when you think about all the things that you want to do as product leaders, as business leaders, it's also important to think about what you don't want to do or what you shouldn't be doing. And so a big part of our strategy overall is making sure that we're partnered with the other leading partners that you bring into your data center or into your IT environment. So, too many logos here to name all of them, but a big portion of our strategy is establishing business relationships, technical integrations, end-to-end support across this vast ecosystem of partners that are really required to build out these full stack solutions.
And many of them are right there in front of us.
Absolutely, yes. A lot of them are in the audience here.
So basically, now that we've discussed some of the innovations, the products, our partners, let's talk about 3 elements that are also important as you start embarking on this journey. First of all, we want to make sure that whatever we build and whatever we recommend is also included in what we call our blueprints and our validated designs. And these blueprints and validated designs are actually the amalgamation or the bringing together of all the innovations on the compute side, the network side, some of our partner solutions, adjacent on top of running on top of them, to make sure that what we're actually building actually will work in each of those 3 buckets of AI that we talked about. So that's why the networking blueprints and the validated designs are important. Then in the middle comes the Cisco AI pods. We're very, very excited about the announcements that just came out. And fundamentally, the first bucket, when you take that to the middle, and then you are able to build out them, have a name, a logo, a product ID to it, and you're able to sell it for the use cases, that's why it's a very differentiated approach. We now have that end-to-end solution validated for you. Finally, we bring this all together through an option for you to manage your network fabric and your NVIDIA clusters from the cloud as a service. And that's what Nexus Hyperfabric for AI is. So between the three, 1, 2, 3, essentially we have all sorts of options for you to be able to build out your AI infrastructure, whether it's build it on your own, BYO, whether it is aggregated as AI pods, or it's managed from the cloud. Danny. So this is an example. I won't touch upon it. This is just a visual example of the blueprint. And essentially, it shows you the workflow of how we get from the blueprint down to the Nexus dashboard, the management plane, and manages the fabric, and how you're able to derive outcomes that you can get from it.
Yeah, so let's tie this together a little bit. So, when we started talking, right, one of the ideas here was, how do we help you get started in this space? I think time and time again from every single customer we meet, there's often this, I don't know what I don't know. I mean, the extreme of this that I hear from some of my largest customers, we just had our customer advisory board a few weeks back. And one of the interesting topics that came out of there was IT was asked to go procure 500 GPUs. And so the questions start. Well, what are they for? I don't know. Well, it's going to run AI. Well, but what's the application? Don't know. Well, what's the size of your model? I don't know. Well, how many concurrent users will you have? I don't know. So think about that, 500 GPUs. That's a lot of servers of that big box that I was just talking about. And so what we've really leaned in hard on, we've always done this concept of Cisco validated designs. It's actually inherent in what we do in our business. And the idea there is we take and build out full stack environments that are tested and validated in our labs with very extensive documentation that we hand to you so that you don't have to figure that all out, from BIOS settings to BMC settings to how to tune the applications, how to install it. So fully documented on everything that we test and we validate in our labs. Performance tested as well, so that you can kind of hit the ground running and not have to reinvent the wheel, right? If there's 100 people in this audience, we can do it once and we can save 100 of you a whole bunch of time. So that's kind of the premise in a CVD. What we did next, and Marley just mentioned this concept of an AI pod, we were like, all right, we have to take that one step further because you're being faced with that example that I just shared a moment ago, right? You're being questioned of go procure or go help me build this environment. Well, there aren't tools out there. There's no book, right? We're paving the road and we're building the car at the same time. There is no book like we have for VMs on how to size these environments right now. We're all kind of figuring this out together. So the concept of an AI pod was really to take all that great work that we did in the CVD, which, by the way, is months and months of testing. I hope we're not taking that for granted. But then package that all up into a single SKU based on use cases. So when you get that example of I don't know what I don't know, at least now you have a stack that you can say, all right, great. Here's what I would use for an inferencing RAG use case model. It's a starting place that goes the entire stack. It includes Nexus, it includes compute, it includes your OpenShift software, includes your NVIDIA NVIE software, as well as Intersight and Nexus dashboard, with a full set of automation instructions around that to help you instantiate this and get it up and running from day zero. These are very complex environments to build. There's a lot of things that have to come together in order to get these environments to work. And we hope that you can benefit from this and really be able to accelerate your starting point. Now, that was the whole intention of AI pods. And there's something I just want to mention really quick. There was something that you may have saw there. It said AI advisory services. This is a whole set of configuration tools that will come out early next year that as you do start to learn more about your environments, as you do start to learn about concurrent users, size of model, type of GPUs you want to run, you'll be able to input that data into these tools to help you further dial in these environments. So anyway, that's just a big example of where we're investing a lot of our resources to help simplify this for you.
Definitely love an advisor for sure on this. So Cisco Nexus Hyperfabric is that third bucket which we were talking about earlier. Essentially, what if you could reimagine how you designed your network, procured it, and then once you procure it, stack it very quickly, and then manage it and operate it. That's for AI infrastructure environments. What if you could now extend it all the way out into the GPUs and the DPUs that sit in the infrastructure, be able to intelligently and early be able to detect congestion in your fabrics, and all of this managed with a very simple UX model, UI model, and be able to deploy it across multiple edge environments, especially in smaller environments where you have much more constrained set of space, but also smaller GPU needs. That's where this could be a good start for a simple approach. So bringing it all together, essentially, you could think of some use cases. Just quickly touch upon one use case, which is the financial services use case, like was discussed in the video that we just talked about, right? Real-time fraud detection is a real use case. Now, how do you take something that's at an application layer, and what if you had to detect it, you were able to detect it in the infrastructure, maybe at the compute layer itself with a policy that is able to detect an anomaly, or in the network? How do you tie that back up to your infrastructure management and then provide that insights to various other systems that are measuring this and monitoring this? This essentially is why having a full stack solution like Cisco's offering with AI pods, being able to connect that to the other parts of your infrastructure, which Cisco helps because of its breadth and depth of portfolio, is why we think Cisco is your trusted partner in this journey, and we'd love to have you be that as our partner. Only Cisco can bring these various and varied components with high quality, with fidelity and scale and flexibility towards building out these AI-ready data centers.
I think the common theme here for us is it's not just about obviously building a product portfolio is critical. It's also about helping you get started and simplifying the end-to-end operations for it. And that's what we're really investing a lot of our team's time on and our resources, not just in our teams, but across the whole company right now.
So putting it all together and just summarizing, how do you take action? As I said before, define your desired outcomes and use cases. Identify your infrastructure needs based on the applications that you're going after and the part of your infrastructure, or the place and the part of the infrastructure where you're going to, of your network where you're going to build it out, or your infrastructure where you're going to build it out. And then make informed decisions about which of them are strategic and which of them are tactical. And that's where I think we would love to be your partner, and thank you for listening to us.
Yeah, and use all the tools that we created. That's what the QR codes for there. All of this stuff is readily available and at your fingertips for you to use. So thank you very much. Thanks, Murali. Thank you. Thank you, everyone,
Thanks
for being
a lot.
here.
Hope that was
Enjoy
good.
the show.
Thank you.
Wow, AI is just everywhere this year at Cisco Live. I just had the opportunity to walk around the world of solutions and was able to visit the AI Hub. And it's so exciting to see so many customers on the spot doing their AI ready assessment and then immediately going over to one of our expert engineers to talk about where they're up to. But switching gears, we're going to go over to the other side of the studio in a moment. Dave is with Raymond, who is the Cisco's VP of Networking and Engineering Solutions Engineering, APJC. He has flown in all the way from Singapore. Dave, I'm so excited to hear what Raymond has to say. Over to you.
Thank you, Em. Yes, it is super exciting. And Raymond, you do have a title that is a bit of a tongue twister, I must admit. But it's a very, very important title that we have. So
Thank you. The title, it's also the surname.
Yeah, the surname. I don't dare. But Raymond, Raymond Yancey van Ransberg, welcome. Welcome to Cisco Live. Thank you for joining us. How's it been today? How have you been?
Oh, it's awesome. It's really great to be back at Cisco Live, and in particular here in Melbourne. So many customers and partners that we can spend time with. Today, for me, one of the highlights was definitely the keynote. Threading the whole story through was just amazing. So I think for anyone who hasn't seen the keynote, take some time out and go and watch the recording that'll be available online.
That's a great, you're doing our job for us. But yeah, that is a great shout out. The keynote will be available on record after this as well. But not just the keynote was, as I said, had some great topics and all the coming together story. What about the World of Solutions? Have you got a chance to wander in there yet?
I did. I had an opportunity to wander in there. Also did a session today on Centre Stage. The World of Solutions, being an engineering leader, is always a place where I can find myself, and it varies. There's an awesome demo on XDR and Splunk in the security area. And then if you go to the AI hub, they've got a Hyperfabric that they can talk you through and show you the ropes. But probably the best area to play in is around DevNet, capture the flag, and the labs. It's really an opportunity to get your fingers on the keyboard, get working, test your skills, but in the process also learn a lot, because we learn through doing, and that's a great opportunity for anyone to go and spend some time in one of those lab areas.
No, you're absolutely right. I think we got a chance to play around in the World of Solutions just yesterday, and it was fantastic. As you say, getting hands-on, that's where you want to be.
Exactly.
I know my SE, my solutions engineer, is over on Capture the Flag at the moment. She's been running that, so she's desperate for me to get over there. I'll have to give it a try. Yeah, lastly, we've heard it, Em alluded to it earlier. How many times do you reckon you've heard the letters AI across today? Not just today. How many times have you heard it across the last hour?
It is AI bingo these days. It's like difficult to count.
So we're almost coming towards the end of day one. What's been the most exciting thing of Cisco Live for you so far?
I always find the opportunity to spend time with our customers and partners very rewarding. Great opportunity to engage, understand what some of their business problems and the challenges that they face, but then doing that mix of how do we use technology to come and help them. And there's a lot of innovation going on at this point in time. I think today we talked about some of the innovations around AI, if I can use that term again.
Please.
But also innovations in networking, innovations in our collaboration portfolio, innovations in the security portfolio. So across the board, there's so much innovation going on, and that's truly exciting. It's an opportunity for us to see how we can bring that to bear and how we can use that within a customer environment to deliver on some of the use cases.
Yeah, you're just right. That innovation is incredible. And as Dave West had an interview earlier, and he even mentioned it, that APJC is the fastest to innovate. And I think that's something it's a really good region to be a part of, and seeing that innovation come to life.
Correct.
Some of the, I guess what we're talking about, innovation and the networking side, there's a couple of new product launches. Mm-hmm. Wi-Fi 7's now here. Yeah. What's your thoughts about that?
It's really interesting, and a lot of people talk about Wi-Fi 7 as a launch, but in actual fact, it's more around the capability in the AP. It's not just around Wi-Fi 7. We talk about ultra-wideband that drives a lot of capability for us in the Spaces environment, and that's some of the, call it the add-on benefits that we integrate into the overall portfolio. But a couple of key themes there. First, SKU, a single piece of hardware that is globally able to recognize as you power it up, firstly where it is, so that it applies the correct regulatory framework from an RF perspective, but then also realize if it's actually on-prem or in the cloud is just amazing.
Wow.
It's one of those opportunities where we've worked towards this for a while, but seeing that happen is changing the game, changing the conversation. And now it doesn't matter if you want to use it as an on-prem or as a cloud-delivered option. It is a single SKU that you can order, and you can change your mind halfway through the process as well. The licensing model, unified licensing, gives you the ability to move that hardware between on-prem and cloud seamlessly. So taking all the friction out of the conversation and making it so easy for you to consume and to use it in whichever deployment model that you want to do it in.
That's actually great. That's really great. I'll be using that. A lot of my customers at the moment caught between that. Which platform are they going to be using on? And I think that's a perfect piece to the puzzle there. I think I was bombarded before by the collaboration team around the new ceiling mic announcement as well, and the AI capabilities of that in environmental sending. It's exciting stuff that we have
very
going.
Exciting, very exciting. And it's nice to see there's a constant flow of innovation that's coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's touch a little bit about you. You've had a career in IT spanning across multiple countries for over 30 years. What's been a key highlight in your career, or in a key standout time in your IT career?
It's really difficult to pick a particular moment. I think for me it's some of the transitions that took place in my career and my journey of development. And for me it's probably the learning or the standout is that realization that we've got to be able to change. We've got to be able to move into new spaces. It might be unfamiliar, it might be different, but that is the opportunity that's being presented. It's almost, one of my colleagues referred to a sliding door moment, something new happening, and you've got the opportunity to step through the door at that point in time. Classic example in probably 24, 25 years ago, I was working in Johannesburg, South Africa, in Cisco at the time. And there was a shipment arriving in a box, opened the box, and there would be white telephones and a CD. And at the time, I was focused on routing and switching and security. That was the days of the PIX firewall. And I looked at this and didn't really understand what it was, but being inquisitive, CD into a server installed, and that was the call manager acquisition that we made with Celsius, and they basically shipped to every office a couple of these Celsius phones, white phones, really ugly at the time, and then the software. And for me, that was my first step into becoming a voice at the time. It wasn't collaboration, but a voice specialist. And it was just intriguing. I spent a lot of time reading, studying, playing. And that was an opportunity for me to build up. But I think that's the moment of change. And throughout my career, there's been many of these sliding door moments where you've got to take risk, you've got to put yourself out there, almost take a step into the unknown and see what happens. Sometimes it doesn't work, but that's the opportunity to fail and to learn from the experience and then move on.
Some may say go beyond.
Correct. Go beyond. That is exactly the theme.
Now, I'm going to be guilty of this one now. How do you see AI changing the role of solution engineers? And what skills do you think are most important for them now?
Yeah, it's very topical at this point in time. I think AI, being the bingo word, is popping up everywhere. Customers, partners, internal. And there's a real focus on what do we need to do to equip the team and to skill them up. And I think there's a whole host of things that you can do. I think firstly, a realization that for us to become more proficient and understand it, we've got to do some training around the AI and ML basics so that at least we've got a bit of a handle on it. There is elements around automation, so picking up the scripting skills is always good, and that's where DevNet can come into play as well. Focusing on data and analytics, in the keynote they talked about, it's all about the data. The more data we've got, the better, but sometimes the data's not clean, it's not organized, and it's an opportunity for us to understand that better. And then the focus around security. It's not using AI for security, but how do we use security within the AI construct? How do we make sure that from an AI model perspective that everything is in place? So I think those are some of the key areas to focus on. There's a lot of certifications out there, some of them industry certifications, some of them within Cisco. By the way, we've even got Cisco certification that's enhanced with some AI capabilities as well. So from a CCD perspective, there's new lab exams that focus on that. So that's important. We're incorporating it into the curriculum. I think a couple of final words there. the conversation around responsible AI is still front and center, and it will be as we move forward. And I think that's really important to understand what it means and how it applies in the role and also out of the role. And then more in general, Cisco is incorporating AI capabilities throughout the portfolio. If we think about the One Cisco story, everything is built on the AI capabilities that we built into the portfolio. And for us as solution engineers to understand how do we bring AI to life across the whole portfolio, it doesn't matter if it's collab or security or networking or observability, but where does AI play and how can we demonstrate the value and the use case to our customers? Because a lot of the time, like in Webex, we had the conversation around the dog barking today. From a user perspective, they don't realize that there's an algorithm at the back that was trained to identify dogs. And it's interesting, if you talk to the developers, they will tell you how many breeds they actually use to be able to train the model. So a lot of interesting stats there.
How many breeds do you have?
I can't remember. I had a conversation over dinner many months ago, and I found it very interesting.
Just looking ahead now, what is one area of tech innovation that you're next excited about?
It'll probably be wrong if we don't say AI, but I'm not going to fall in the bingo trap. Leading networking or networking sales and APJC, I'm really encouraged by the innovation that we see across the networking portfolio, and in particular if we look at secure networking. Comment that was made today in one of the sessions is AI is nothing without the network. It doesn't matter if we do AI at the edge, or if it's inferencing, or if it's training, that connectivity in the infrastructure is fundamental to it. And we've got to make sure that we help our customers drive through modernization and bring some of the new innovations to life to deliver on that. So AI is definitely important, but for me it's also around the infrastructure. How do we modernize the infrastructure? How do we do it in a secure way so that we deliver on that policy, the segmentation, as well as the enforcement throughout the networking infrastructure.
I think you were up on center stage earlier around secure connectivity, and
correct.
That was a key piece that that stood out. So this year's theme is Go Beyond. What does Go Beyond mean to you? Just quickly, as we verify.
I think it's encapsulated in the response that I said earlier. Yeah. It's for me, Go Beyond is being willing to take some risk. Calculated risk, but put yourself out there, learn something new, do something different, because that's the way that you get to know your capability, your skills, and understand yourself better.
No, that's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. Raymond, thank you so much for your time. We are going to head across to center stage now to hear all about digital resilience and building digital resilience. Let's head over to center stage now.
Please welcome to the stage Chief Architect and Cisco Fellow Cisco, Matt Gillies, and Director of Observability Technical Interlock Splunk, Chris Crocco.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. I know we're right between everyone and beers. I'd like to welcome to the stage my colleague, Chris Crocco.
Hey, everybody.
So thanks for joining us here today. We're going to talk about what we think is a really exciting topic, which is around building digital resilience and how you do that as we bring Cisco and Splunk together. So first, what's really important is, what is digital resilience? I think in a nutshell, digital resilience is this ability for the business to continue to operate in the face of any disruptions. These could be security disruptions. We know that there's an escalated volume and sophistication of security attacks. So how can we actually make the business more resilient to those? And lastly, whether it's an application performance issue or a network performance issue, how can we ensure that the business continues to operate? Now, depending on where you are in your journey, there are different ways to really achieve digital resilience and business resilience. The first is really about the data. So first being able to actually take the data and bring the data together from multiple sources. And Chris and I are going to actually show how this is done today. So once we've actually got the data, how do we actually sift through and sort through that data? The next is, we've got all these different data sources, and again, not just for Cisco, but we're thinking about the data across the entire organization. How do we then start to prioritize some of the data and figure out like what's important to do next? And once we've actually prioritized all of that data, the next thing is how do we actually get predictive? Here's where we can actually use machine learning and start to actually baseline what normal looks like. And if we know what normal looks like, then we have the opportunity to make predictive, proactive recommendations about the environment. And lastly, ultimately all of this leads to optimized experiences for all of the users. This is about getting real-time insights and doing this for not just Cisco, but thinking about everywhere from the application to where your users are. Chris?
Yeah, so as Matt mentioned, all of this is predicated on data. And it's not just your network data. Splunk is able to take in any data from any part of your environment. So data center and on-prem infrastructure, public clouds, private clouds, third-party SaaS solutions that may be in your environment, as well as custom applications. All of that can be sent into Splunk, into one platform, and then used for multiple purposes. And the way that we do that is through our SPL query language, search processing language. And that allows you to get a lot of insights, search, analyze, ingest and automate, and act against that data, again, in one place for multiple purposes. On top of that SPL, we have built out Splunk AI. And with Splunk AI, you're able to use machine learning, true generative AI, and a wealth of other capabilities to help you detect, direct, and remediate incidents faster in your environment. And again, you can apply this to both security use cases, and as you're going to see a little bit later, observability use cases and network use cases as well.
So Chris, I know like the first thing everyone wants to know is like, how do we get data into Splunk? And this is kind of a key slide and concept to understand.
Yeah, so like I said, you can put just about any data into Splunk, but we're at Cisco Live. Networking's kind of a big deal here. So let's talk a little bit about how we manage network data with Splunk. Whether you're using traditional networking data, so syslog, SNMP, including polling and traps, streaming data, so NetFlow data or other telemetry data that may be coming out of your environment at high fidelity. Or you might be using microservices, cloud-native services, or kernel-level services and using gRPC and eBPF. You're able to take all of those data sources that are in your network and send them into Splunk. Now, depending on which one of these sources you're using, we give you different data collection and management solutions that are optimized for the data type. So, as you probably heard Tom Casey talk about in the keynote, we're starting to introduce TAs or technical add-ons that are specific to Cisco that help you with onboarding and optimizing that data so that you get immediate value from it. If you're using a metric or distributed trace-based system or a cloud-native system, OpenTelemetry is our open standards-based method of getting that in. It's an open source project, but Splunk is actually the #1 contributor to it. And we continue to invest in that to make sure that we're able to get in that very high fidelity data from those kinds of services. And then if you have something that just needs to push directly to an endpoint, we also provide APIs that help with that solution. And what this means is once you get all of this data in, once it's optimized from your environment, we can do things like performance monitoring across your application stack, your network stack, and your infrastructure stack. We can help with incident management, so instead of just dealing with a laundry list of alerts and manual tasks, we're automating a lot of that away and reducing your MTT everything. And then we're giving you AI analytics and insights, not just when things break, but how to make things even better.
So the work that we're doing right now is really investing in different ways that we can have data across the entire Cisco portfolio integrated with Splunk. And again, Splunk is really agnostic to the data source. So you can think about data as it applies to your entire enterprise. So today what we're going to actually show you is 2 different demos, and we'll use a combination of different techniques to get data from the network and data from applications into Splunk. Chris, do you want to talk about these 2 ways?
Yeah, so I talked about a couple of different methods for getting data into Splunk and optimizing that data. And a question we get a lot is, when do I use which? Well, if you're using those more modern services, if you're pulling in metrics, and those are a higher priority because you have closer to real-time detection and monitoring requirements, OpenTelemetry is really going to be the recommended solution for you. It's designed for metrics, it's designed for distributed tracing, and it's designed to sit close to your data emitters in a very open way that allows you to make it a repeatable process as you pull those metrics and traces in. If you're pulling from more traditional technologies or standard technologies from a particular vendor, including Cisco, you may want to use Splunk TAs, which again stands for Technical Add-on. What this is going to do is allow for the normalization and optimization of data. So you're going to see us talk about 2 in particular today for Catalyst Center, but those aren't the only ones. You're going to see a lot more of these for the Cisco portfolio. And as Matt mentioned, it's vendor agnostic, and we have a lot of Splunk-supported and vendor-supported technical add-ons in what we call Splunk Base, which you can think of as the app store for Splunk. That helps you get that data in, as well as start extracting value right away from the platform.
Yeah, so this is new and exciting. It's about 6 or 7 weeks old. We started shipping our first major integration from a Cisco perspective into Splunk. And as Chris mentioned, this is what we refer to as a gold standard. It means that this data integration is officially supported by Cisco and Splunk. And so what we've actually done here is we've got a single Catalyst application with 2 different TAs that I'll talk about, these technical add-ons, ways you get data into Splunk. So today you can go to splunkbase.splunk.com, you can select the Catalyst application, and it will actually install all of these TAs for you. Now, I mentioned 2 TAs. Why do we have 2? Well, what we're actually doing today is we're actually bringing together data from 3 different Cisco products. The first is Catalyst Center, then we've got ICE, and then we've got Catalyst SD-WAN. Now, there's different types of data that we actually want to pull from these different products. In the case of Catalyst Center, we actually want to use the REST interface and pull data through that. In the case of ICE, we actually want to use some of the data that's exposed via syslog. So we're just showing you there's different ways that we can actually ingest data into Splunk. And finally, with Catalyst SD-WAN, we're going to bring data in via the REST interfaces, but also NetFlow data. We're going to bring that into Splunk as well. And I think what's exciting here is if you've used each of these solutions independently, what we can actually do when we bring all of these data sources together and the kinds of use cases that we can address once we've actually integrated all the data.
So let's talk a little bit about the features within Splunk that we're going to show you today that are optimized for these types of use cases. So if we look at everything that we see here, Splunk provides application synthetics as well as infrastructure monitoring. We are going to talk a little bit about Log Observer, which allows you to pull the logs from your enterprise platform into the optimized work surface of Observability Cloud as well as App Dynamics so that you have a seamless interface between your logs, your metrics, and your traces. All of that is pulled together with IT Service Intelligence, which you can think of as your manager of managers and your incident automation engine. Splunk also provides real user monitoring so that you can see what's happening on the client side and back end of your applications, as well as an on-call solution and APM for those distributed microservices. Now, the one we're going to talk about the most today is IT Service Intelligence. And again, this is a way for you to act as a manager of managers and see all of your services in one place, whether they're business services, network services, or other technical services that you may not own. You can see them all in one place and get true end-to-end visibility. This also allows you to apply machine learning and AI and start applying AI ops concepts, so you're not only reacting to events better, but as Matt mentioned earlier, you're going from reactive to proactive based on those insights that ITSI is able to provide. It's allowing you to also manage your incidents better. So again, instead of having a laundry list of alerts that you don't know which to work first or coming in different siloed areas, we put those all in one place and we tell you which ones are the most important so that your resources are acting most effectively. And then we allow you to get better insights and better visualizations so that your business leadership, your technical leadership, and every other persona has the view that they need of your environment.
So let's get to some demos on how we actually make this real. So we're going to show you two different demos and we'll kind of talk through what's happening here. The first demo is, we know that we can use thousandeyes and create synthetic measurements using thousandeyes, and we can do that wherever we have an agent, and I'll show that. And if you look at this deployment here, we've got some applications in public clouds, some applications in private data centers, and let's say the users are connected via SD-WAN from a branch location. So what we actually show is, how do we actually connect what's happening with an application that can be running in any of these locations to the underlying infrastructure? So how do we know if it's an application performance issue or a network performance issue? What do we do to bring the metrics together for each of these different applications?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is ITSI, and we can see a top-level service tree of everything in the corporate IT environment. Let's start with the application issue that we see over on the right. I can see APM is showing I have a problem, but also my employee portal is having a problem. And if I follow that tree all the way down, I can see selections portal is where I have the root of the issue. My APM and my real user monitoring have shown me that those are the problems, potentially caused by an application, potentially the network, and it's started to aggregate all of the alerts together so that I can start acting against what's causing this degradation. Now, if we click on that acknowledge button, it's going to bring us into what we call the episode view. The episode view, you can see my MTTR, which is roughly 8 minutes right now, as well as my alert noise reduction, which is the amount of those individual alerts and notable events that have been packaged into these episodes for me to work holistically. I can see which of my services are being impacted. I can see my ServiceNow ticket has been created for me by ITSI. And I can also see all of those individual events over time in my environment. ITSI has flagged my RUM error rate as my possible root cause, so I know that that's the place that I need to look first. So I can go look at those individual events. I can see where it came from, a more detailed description of the alert that it has recommended that I work first, and then pass through to Splunk's Observability Cloud digital experience monitoring solutions for further troubleshooting of those high fidelity metrics. Once we're in Observability Cloud, you can see these are application synthetics that are running in different data centers around the world, and I'm seeing some uptime trends that are not looking great. If I look a little further down, I can see that those are specifically my TCP connection failures that are happening. So this is starting to look a little bit more like a network problem. If I go look at my real user monitoring, again, what my end users are actually seeing, client side looks fine, but I do see a spike in my network errors from the back end. This is definitely looking like the network, so let's go look at our thousandeyes data. What we're looking at here is data from thousandeyes being sent by OpenTelemetry into Splunk's Observability Cloud so I can see my network synthetics and tests and my application tests in the same place. This alert that I see here is for a packet loss issue that we're seeing from thousandeyes, and clicking on the button that we see in the bottom right, that's going to take me to the exact test that flagged this detector.
And two important points here I'll make is that, number one, OpenTelemetry has actually been available in thousandeyes for more than a year. So this OTel integration that we're actually doing from the application to thousandeyes, we're actually sending those metrics from thousandeyes today. And what's also interesting is that we've got a detector here that's configured in Splunk, and that detector now can cross-launch directly into thousandeyes. So now we're looking at thousandeyes because we've figured out this is a network problem. Now with thousandeyes, what's been great is we can do these synthetic measurements, and we can do them wherever we have an agent. And we've been putting agents wherever we can. We've got cloud agents. We've got agents that we could put in routers and switches. We've got agents in our collaboration portfolio. We can run them on laptops and hosts. But what's kind of been missing is we haven't had an ability to look at the flow data. And that's what we're showing you here. So now what we're going to be able to do using the thousandeyes agents is actually turning them into a NetFlow collector. So now what we can actually correlate is the synthetic measurements that we were doing before with the flow data that's actually collected by those agents. So now we can actually see specific applications and figure out what ports those applications are running on. So now we've got actually packet counters related to a specific application. So this capability that we're showing you here today, this is brand new. This is coming out in the next month. So it really combines that ability to do synthetic monitoring with the collection of flow data related to a test. Super exciting.
Yep. So Matt, if we go back to ITSI, I think we had a bigger problem there. Do we want to take a look at what that might have been?
Yeah, let's take a look. Now, this next demo here is kind of the next level of detail. And the next level of detail is we can go back and start to get insights from the underlying networking portfolio. And we call this demo exceptional operational experiences. So we showed how we could do this with OpenTelemetry from kind of the synthetic monitoring all the way up to the application. Now let's see actually how we can get the data from Catalyst Center, from ICE, and from Catalyst SD-WAN. So Chris?
Yeah, so going back to our ITSI service tree, we can follow our network topology down to Catalyst Center. I can see in Catalyst Center, my Catalyst wireless is where the root cause of the problem is, and it's specifically in my access service. If I open that up, I can see my top-level KPIs. Again, I don't really need all of the KPIs from Catalyst in ITSI. I just need the ones that tell me there's a problem. And what I'm going to do is go one layer further to tell me which entity or data emitter is having the problem, and I can see it's this specific AP.
So now let's switch over. What you're looking at here is the brand new Catalyst application that we've built with Splunk. And what's important to note, I'll emphasize a few times, we're actually pulling data here from multiple different sources, integrating it into a single dashboard. So we're pulling in security data. We're pulling in network health data. You can see we've got data from ICE that's actually coming in here as well. We've got threat information that's actually coming from the firewall that's running on the Catalyst SD-WAN device. And if we click on devices here, all of this device information, this is actually coming from Catalyst Center. So now we're seeing specific devices, and in this particular case, we see a user that's logged in with an iPhone, and they're also logged in with a Windows workstation. So they're actually logging in two different ways to the network. But we know that there's an underlying performance problem of some sort. So if we click on Network Insights here, now we're actually looking at data that's coming from Catalyst Center related to the health of these devices. And you can see here we're actually pulling the data from the WLC, from Catalyst Center, and we've actually got a network health score. So what's really interesting here is it looks like the health from a network perspective, in this case, is actually okay. So we're reporting an issue with the Windows client, but the health score is okay. So what could it be? And this actually is why bringing security data in here is actually really important. So as you can see, we've got the IP addresses of the unique devices, the MAC addresses. All of this is actually being fed from Catalyst Center. So now let's look at from a security perspective. So now we're pulling security data from ICE here. And we're actually pulling security data from Catalyst SD-WAN as well, so the firewall that's running on the branch device. And you can see here we've got blocked connections by IPS events. We've got compliance status. But if we scroll down here, what we're actually seeing is things like security advisory details, but also we're showing policies. So in this particular case, if we go look at that Windows device, this Windows device had a unique policy. It had a different policy than the wireless iPhone device, and that policy was actually quarantining the device. So the reason that this particular device or this user had a problem is one device was actually being quarantined with a firewall policy, whereas the other device wasn't. But we would never have been able to find that problem easily if we'd been looking at these data sources independently. So what we actually do here is we bring together all the data sources, we have a single view of the data, and then we can actually correlate these together to actually find the problem much faster. So I think like what we tried to show you in these two demos is that when we bring together Cisco and Splunk for the network, this allows our customers to connect their business services to the related infrastructure and do this holistically across the entire enterprise.
Yeah, and as we saw, Splunk allows you to dramatically reduce your MTT everything. Mean time to detect, mean time to resolve, mean time to innocence. And what that allows you to do is move your operational complexities from reacting to incidents to innovating and making sure that your networks and your infrastructure are more resilient and innovative for a better experience for your end users.
And lastly, I think you can start to see is that if the goal of digital resilience is to really ensure that the business is not interrupted in any of the circumstances, it's really about how we bring the data together and how we do that for networking and for security and for observability all to the application. So that's kind of the key here, is that what you're going to see us do is actually integrate more and more data up and down the stack, and we have plans for more of these TAs and OTel integration across the entire portfolio. So thanks very much for coming today. We really appreciate your time, and please look forward to future events and more integration for digital resilience. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
ANZ Bank is one of Australia's biggest banks with over 8 million retail and business customers, and we operate across 30 countries. Importantly, we have over 430 branches in Australia, some of them are in remote locations. Wi-Fi and network availability been challenging for the branches. The staff has been frustrated with using applications, and we have been unable to provide our customers with the reliable Wi-Fi support. We bought in Cisco services, and the challenge we gave them was to help us transform that experience across the entire branch network in just 12 months. We have worked closely with Cisco over years on some of our biggest transformation process. We see them very much as a part of our own team, so the trust is absolute. SD-WAN was the solution, and the rollout has remarkably happened in just 8 months, 4 months ahead of a schedule. To make that happen while keeping our branches operating, Cisco services and the network team often did the work during the night. The most remarkable outcomes was that Cisco automation was able to turn a process that took 8 hours to switch a branch over to just 1 hour. The results are obvious. We have actually seen a lift in engagement by branch staff because they can do their job more effectively and easily. It also enabled us to deliver a customer Wi-Fi that is fast, safe, and secure. Cisco services will be part of our future. They deliver a quality outcome, they're a trusted advisory for a bank, and we'll be working with them for many more years to come.
Hi, I am Simmer Singh, Technical Solution Architect with Cisco Meraki. Today I will talk about sustainability, the latest buzzword which means different things to different stakeholders. With Meraki, onboarding onto sustainability journey is just so much easier. There are 3 key outcomes that we will focus on today. First, reduce energy. This is achieved by turning off access points and cameras in the facility when there is no one to use or to monitor. Second, reduce travel. Since this is a cloud-based platform and secure access is available anywhere, it prevents multiple customer site visits. Third, avoid waste. Think about the number of power cables and plugs that you don't have to deploy. And of course, at Meraki, we promote product reuse and take back initiatives. Come and join the journey with us. Thank you.
DP World is one of the largest logistics companies in the world. Per year, we move about 3 million containers, or boxes as we call them. If we stop, the nation starts to stop. Every minute, every hour is crucial.
When you turn up at a terminal, you can see the scale and sheer size of the operation. But what people don't see is what's behind the scenes. One of the important things for our business is ensuring that we have that solid foundation. And you can't do that with fragmented technologies. And that's where Cisco come to play for us. Because we can start to use their full product suite and have that one house view of our technology stack. And so we start with our key cranes. And the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul there is a really important part of the technology stack for us here at DP World. Our industrial Ethernet switching, it's really not seen by anyone, but it's the lifeblood and carries that data across and allows all our equipment to talk seamlessly. And then we move to our core network, and the Catalyst network series from Cisco really comes to play there. That's where we have to, in this critical business, rely on those solid foundations of our tech stack.
We have established a national control centre, and that coordinates with all 4 ports and the ships that arrive into those ports and where those boxes get put onto the ground and when those boxes get moved on to external transports.
$750 million worth of cargo goes through our business every single day. This business is mission critical. We are 24/7, and so it's important we have systems that are reliable and they have that uptime.
Our container ports in 10 years' time will be drastically different. To manage that environment, we need clever systems and rock-solid networks.
But it's like an orchestra. You've got to get every little part right for it to work and really hum. And so that's where having different products from Cisco and having that one-house view is really important for us so that everything works seamlessly. This business is huge. And so as you take a real step back and a high-level view of this business, technology is everywhere. And it's important that we have the right technology in place for the future.
Coles is one of the largest organisations in Australia. It has about 1,400 storefronts with employs over 120,000 people. And it's a really complex ecosystem. Up until this point, we would get a call to say Wi-Fi was broken. Now, sometimes it's Wi-Fi, sometimes it isn't. So I asked Paul, if it's not Wi-Fi, where is the problem?
We never really had a lens on when there's an IT incident going on, how's it affecting the business? The real success story is about Cisco came and worked with us as a partner and worked with us on understanding the business need. Some of the great Cisco people that support me actually went out and had a talk to some of my store people, and that's not one person, that's 5 people have done that from Cisco. That's transformational if you have a vendor that is committed like that. So we had some great investment in AppDynamics, doing some really good stuff around some of our stack. ThousandEyes doing all this goodness and magic about BGP and the internet. Cisco Catalyst Center doing all that goodness around my Wi-Fi space, right? That's my tool. What was the real outcome is we started to get them to work across the whole of the business.
Together with Cisco Services team, we created dashboards to bring all that data together to give us the answer we were looking for. The time to resolution has gone from days, weeks, or even not knowing to being able to identify the issue in hours. We're becoming even more proactive. Team members don't even have to call us and tell us we've got an issue. We already know, and even better, we're already fixing it.
I go to my local store now feeling that with Cisco we're making a change, and we're actually delivering the value that the business expects.
It's a new day for the new era. AI is everywhere. So are we. We have the infrastructure AI needs. And now, the breadth of data AI craves. We'll use AI to help the world see more, do more, and we'll secure it like never before. You've all heard the AI hype. Now you want AI's help. That's exactly what we'll give you. Cisco, making AI work for you.
It's really great to see Cisco and Splunk together on one stage. In particular, digital resilience has been a big topic, especially for us here on the broadcast. We've had 3 different interviews talking about how a customer has been looking at digital resilience as part of their 10-year framework. Patrick Lynn, part of Splunk, how they're building digital resilience as part of their platform integration into Cisco. And then again here with Raymond, our VP for networking and solutions engineers, who was talking about how change was really important. And as organizations look to the next couple of years, being able to adapt to all the different changes and evolving technology is going to be really important. So it's exciting to see that we've got on-live demos that are able to actually, demonstrate hands-on what we can do in order to build out the data that we have to improve our digital resilience. For those that may have been just joining us, we actually, if you've missed any of our sessions today or if you've missed a couple of these interviews, all of our content that we've recorded and all of the content that's at Cisco Live will be available soon at ciscolive.com/on-demand, and you'll be able to review this if you want to take more notes, if you want to send this to someone else within your organization, or if you'd like to explore a new topic. We'd also love to hear your thoughts. There's been so many different things that we've discussed, and it would be great to understand from a customer perspective or from an engineering perspective what you think of some of these developments. So please use the hashtag Cisco Live APJC to discuss and interact with us on socials. Before we move on into the next session, we'll be looking at one of our latest and greatest announcements, which is around the Wi-Fi 7. We'll be looking at networking and how it actually integrates into the IoT with some real-world use cases around the police department and also health. So, without further ado, let's head to Mark and Ruben in the world of solutions to discuss networking IoT.
Welcome back to the world of solutions, and I'm particularly excited to be joining us here from the networking stand as you've just heard us announce the launch of our Wi-Fi 7 access point range during the keynote. So I'm joined here by Mark Rubetsky, one of our solution engineers, to talk all things Wi-Fi 7. Mark, can you take us through Wi-Fi 7 and why we think it's exciting for our customers?
Absolutely. I'm going to set myself a challenge and talk about Wi-Fi 7 in 7 minutes. So with every iteration of wireless, we expect advancements in bandwidth and latency, and that's absolutely the case here. However, it's not the only story. We need to build robust and reliable networks, and we can't do that in silos. So we've been working with the IEEE 802.11b working group in the background, and we've also been working with vendors. So we've been working with Apple, for example, and their iPhone 16 has a Wi-Fi 7 chipset. We've been working with Samsung. Their S23 Ultra has a Wi-Fi 7 chipset. And lastly, to really push that adoption forward, Windows 11 2012 Service Pack is going to support Wi-Fi 7. So the timing is perfect for me to be talking about Wi-Fi 7 today.
Yeah, very exciting. And so for our technical audience, Mark, can you maybe unpack what's new in the Wi-Fi 7 standard and why we think customers will be excited?
Yep, absolutely. So Wi-Fi 7 is the first standard that has 5 gigahertz and 6 gigahertz available from the beginning. And so the first one I want to talk about is MLO, or multi-link operation. And what that enables is a client to have multiple connections to an access point across multiple bands. So you could have 2 5 gigahertz radios and a 6 gigahertz radio, for example. And what that enables is more reliability in terms of that connection to that access point, and it also makes wireless more efficient. The second is preamble puncturing. Now, this is about making wireless better or making it more efficient, to not have wasted RF space. So, for example, we can puncture out certain sections of a channel that are that we detect a device is transmitting on. And then the last one is security. So, while it's not a Wi-Fi 7 feature mainly, it was introduced in the 6 gigahertz band that it's not backwards compatible. And so what that means is that WPA3 is the only security protocol that's supported on 6 gigahertz. So no more unencrypted networks for enterprise, IoT, and guest, and that's a massive tick in my book.
That is good news. And so what does this mean for the next generation of Cisco wireless access points?
So we have been building AI capabilities into our platform for a very long time. It started with AI-RIM, or Artificial Intelligence Radio Resource Management, which enables us to have dynamic channel selection based on what is happening in an environment. And we're using that at Cisco Live here today. The second is Clean Air Pro, which enables us to scan the network for non-802.11 interferers. So if someone's microwaving a toasty that's pushing the wireless network down. And the last is intelligent packet capture. So what that enables us to do is take packet captures in real time, which enable us to go back and look at a problem and search for anomalies that are automatically identified. And that is present in Catalyst Center, and there's also an assurance module within Meraki Dashboard.
Awesome. Thanks, Mark. I'm glad you touched on AI because it's so top of mind for many customers these days. And one question I have is, if a customer is really focused on how they can exploit AI, and they're beginning to deploy AI-powered workloads, does Wi-Fi 7 have any relevance to them?
Yes, so Wi-Fi 7 or AI workloads is all about moving around large portions of data. So you need high bandwidth, low latency solutions, and that's what Wi-Fi 7 delivers in spades. So we can enable those workloads or those inferencing to happen out at the field, but lastly, we can also move some of those data collection points closer to the workload or to the end device. And so what we can do is do app hosting on the access point itself.
Yeah, very cool. Now, just in terms of the use cases you anticipate might be unlocked by Wi-Fi 7, what do you think are some of those use cases that are really relevant?
Yep, so in an enterprise carpeted office environment, I see high-definition video streaming, so 4K, 8K streaming where you've got multiple clients in a room joining meetings, so that's a big one. In healthcare, I see virtual reality being a big use case here. So, for example, we can overlay an MRI or a CT scan for a surgeon while they are operating on a patient. And then lastly, for law enforcement, we can take dangerous scenarios and bring them into a safe area so they can practice and get those mission-critical areas right first time.
Yeah, amazing. So that's great. Thanks so much for sharing, Mark. So finally, can you tell us a little bit about the hardware that we just announced this morning?
Absolutely. So we are launching 3 new access points today. We've got the 9176, the 9176D1, and the 9178. So these are our high-end platforms, and we want to focus on giving the best Wi-Fi 7 experience to our customers out the gate. I really want to talk about the D1 at the moment because in Australia, we only have access to the first 500 megahertz of the 6 gigahertz spectrum, which means that we can't run high-powered antennas today. And so this D1 is meeting a requirement to where we have access points that require external antennas indoors, we can tick those boxes. The second point, I would say, is sustainability. So there's no plastic bags in any of these access points. We do multi-packs for both Meraki and Catalyst Center. A single SKU for both Meraki and Catalyst Center, and no more regulatory domains. So you don't need to worry about the dash Z, the dash B, the dash A. A single SKU, and it's enabled from the access point in a various amount of ways.
Fantastic. Thanks, Mark.
Welcome back, everybody, and I'm here at the IoT stand to talk about all things security and IoT with Ruben Lobo. Ruben, welcome to the broadcast.
Great to be here, Karen.
Ruben, Cisco has been involved in the OT security space for a long time now, and we've been twice in a row in the Forrester Wave leader. Can you tell me a little bit about what are the key themes that we're hearing from our customers?
So when it comes to OT security, it's important to recognize that not everybody's at the same level. Some of our customers are just getting started, others are at an intermediate level, and few are at an advanced stage, right? But depending on where they are in this journey, 3 themes consistently arise. Visibility at scale, dynamic segmentation, and cross-domain SOC. So let me elaborate. When it comes to visibility, getting visibility to OT assets at scale is really challenging. So when it comes to OT, there are an order of magnitude more assets than you find in IT. And all solutions in the market today depend on traffic mirroring to get visibility to these OT assets. So this is a hidden cost that most customers don't take into consideration when they order the solution. And so projects end up getting stalled. Now, segmentation in OT is a lot harder than IT. Now, there's a real fear that with segmentation, you're blocking legitimate flows. And that can cause very expensive downtime. The other challenge is that defining policy in OT is very difficult because nobody keeps track of things like IP addresses that you normally use to define security policy. And then when it comes to the SOC, there isn't enough cross-domain visibility in the SOC. OT environments tend to be really noisy, and when you connect OT to the SOC, the analysts tend to get overwhelmed with the number of events that are going up to the SOC, and so that leads to analyst fatigue. The other challenge is today, OT is no longer siloed, right? If you want to digitize your environment, you've got to connect OT to the enterprise and the cloud. And so now you've got the problem of tracking threats as they move laterally to these domains, and that's another big challenge.
I understand. So can you talk us through what is Cisco's OT security solution? And then I want to come back and talk a little bit more about how is Cisco then helping customers with their challenges in this space?
Yeah, sure thing. So Cisco's solution in the OT space, security space, is called Cisco Industrial Threat Defense. And as you can see, it's got multiple components that are tightly integrated together. So we've got cyber vision that's focused on OT security posture and visibility. We use that visibility and feed it into secure firewall and ICE for zero trust segmentation. We've got secure equipment access that is used for secure remote access to the OT assets. And then with Talos, we've got one of the largest threat intelligence teams in the world, so we leverage them for threat intel. And they've got a services arm that does incident response. And all of this integrates with Splunk for cross-domain detection and remediation.
So you spoke about some of those key hurdles in there. Can we delve into how Cisco's industrial threat defense is so unique in helping in this challenge?
Yeah, so let's start with visibility, right? Cisco has a 20-year history in industrial networking. We are the #1 industrial networking vendor. And so that gives us a huge footprint in the OT space. We have a point of presence where these OT assets are connecting to the network. So that gives us a huge advantage. So we capitalize on that advantage by building the most scalable network-embedded security solution in the market. So we've got cyber vision and secure equipment access embedded in our Cisco industrial switches and our Cisco industrial routers, right? And so now with cyber vision, you can get visibility to every OT asset that connects to the network and understand its security posture without having to span the traffic to an external network. And that leads to huge operational and cost savings for the customer. With secure equipment access, we have the ZTNA gateway that's embedded in our switches and routers. And so now you can get remote access to any OT asset securely from anywhere in the world, even if that asset has a private IP address. So now let's talk about segmentation. We've greatly simplified segmentation driven through visibility by integrating cyber vision and secure equipment access into our secure firewall and ICE. We're able to drive segmentation in a very straightforward manner. So now you can write your policy in ICE and secure firewall based on business processes. So as an example, you can say zone 1 must not talk to zone 2, or assembly line 1 shouldn't talk to assembly line 2. You no longer have to worry about IP addresses when defining policy. Cyber vision takes care of all of that for you in the background. The other key thing is by integrating cyber vision with ICE and firewall, we have put OT in the driver's seat. Now an OT engineer can manipulate assets in cyber vision, group them in certain ways, or move assets from one group to another, and dynamically influence the segmentation policy so that legitimate flows don't get blocked and there's no downtime. Lastly, when it comes to Splunk, we have one of the best cross-domain detection platforms in the market. We have the broadest set of telemetry that you can ingest from Cisco products and third-party products, regardless of whether they're deployed in the OT domain, the enterprise domain, or the cloud. And so with that, we can do true cross-domain detection and track threats as they laterally move through these domains. And so by bringing all of these pieces together, we're breaking down silos between OT and IT to secure industrial networks.
Sounds amazing and truly a powerful integration. And I love to hear how we've got that end-to-end security story. Ruben, thank you so much for your time here today. Is there anywhere that our online audience can go and find out more information on what you've just spoken about, or IoT in general?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go to this QR code that you see on the screen and click on that, it'll take you to a website that will give you a lot more information.
Thank you so much again for your time, Ruben. That's it today for the World of Solution Tours, but don't go far away because we have got a big day tomorrow. But for right now, we're going to hand back to our host at the studio.
How great were Mark and Ruben?
So good.
I have to say, it's always like the video, well, it's always the actual conversations that we have around customer use cases that I think resonate the most with me, especially looking at how, Wi-Fi 7 is really important to both the police defense, like, that particular sector and the health sector. Like, Wi-Fi 7 is out there, helping us fight crime. Yeah. How sick is that?
It's good seeing, those real-life use cases put to, showing on the stage there. It's really, really good.
Yeah, I hope we get more customer stories that come in through either the live channels or, I think we've got some customer stories tomorrow as well that we'll go through. But, wow, what a day.
What a day.
Very good. Yeah.
Oh, I can't believe the amount of coffees we've drunk today, the amount of people we've talked to.
It's still, the place in here, it's still buzzing. It's absolutely incredible. I think we started the day in an incredible keynote, just really set the tone. Customers started sorry, go.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, the keynote, how could we... This is the first time all three of us have been on the desk again.
Yeah, it's
I think you owe me dinner, but...
I think we need to go... For those that are joining us, we all did keynote predictions at the beginning of the day, and whoever lost or whoever didn't get their keynote prediction said has to buy dinner. So maybe we can remind everyone. Chika, Dave, what were your predictions?
All of our predictions did come true.
What
were
was
pretty
your,
good.
what was
Mine
your
was
prediction?
AI. That was a very safe
Yeah,
bet.
you went
And I'm like, I'm just going to say AI because I know that's going to be the conversation.
I think you might have already won before the keynote started.
Yeah. No, but I think it's all the enhancements that were announced because obviously we announced AI last year in so much of our portfolio with security and collaboration. But with the AI agent now, with Webex Contact Center, it's just everything's just enhanced. And in terms of security, how the AI hub, a lot of our customers have visited the AI hub, checked their readiness. So there's so much more that happened, which was beyond my expectations, even though the prediction was just AI.
I think mine was the Splunk and the Splunk integration. So I think that really resonated across all the interviews today as well. I think so. That was I think I won that one.
That was a bit of a home run, though. We did have a couple of Splunk people we were interviewing today. If we didn't mention it at some point, I think.
All right, and tell us about APJC growth. Did we hear about the growth?
So I had two predictions, and I really hope you're gonna hold me to the first one, which is APJC growth. But Dave West did mention again, this particular region, we've got 60% of the population here. We're on the cutting edge of technology. We're early adopters. So he was really excited to see, what we're doing with the Splunk integrations, what we're doing with AI. So I feel like APJC growth was definitely covered, but I really wanted my second one, which was 10 slang words from Dave West.
I think we're going a bit far with that one anyway, but
yeah,
I think I counted 9. I think I counted 9. So so I think the viewers out there, you can tell us hashtag Cisco Life APJC. Where should M take us for dinner?
Please pick somewhere that's good for my wallet or very close to here. I'm not a Melbourne local, so I would actually take the recommendations.
No, but the keynote was incredible. And I talked to some customers during our breaks from the broadcast, and everyone was pumped about the keynote, and especially with the Splunk integration, because there were so many unknowns. People just questioning what's happening with App Dynamics, and then your interview with Patrick, he answered all the questions, and I think a lot of the excitement is now built up from that. So it's just on and forward. So going beyond, I guess.
That's true. So actually, you mentioned my interview. That's probably a highlight of mine. But I'd love to understand. We've been doing lots of different things today, separately from each other. So, what was your highlight of the day? Maybe Dave?
Yeah, I think one of the cool ones was the announcements around Webex and those integrations, the workplace designer tool. It's going to make everyone's lives easier, being able to design their own meeting rooms from wherever they are. I also like the integration of being able to log your workday leave via a phone call, and you can just log your leave. I think that was pretty cool. But what about you, Shika?
I think my highlight was definitely my interview with Dave West. I think that was a really cool one because obviously a lot of the keynote keynote things that he mentioned, he was able to go a bit deeper, which was more specific to the use cases of APJC customers. So that's when we heard from him about the growth of APJC and how it is different from the Americas or the EMEA. And as a region, it's kind of because we have developing nations, but we also have some developed nations. So we need to be on our toes as an organization, but also move really fast. So I think I got some really good insights from my interview with him. And he said he loved Webex. And I'm sure like everyone loves Webex, but just keep continuously hearing that. I think that just made me happy.
Special place in your heart.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I must admit, I really enjoyed that interview as well with Sheikha and Dave West, and especially his comments around, this region is the fastest to innovate, and our customers are believers. That was, Dave West statement, and that's what he's feeling, and that's the excitement here. The customers are believing everything, like what we are now doing in our AI readiness.
Yeah. And what about you? What stood out for you today?
Yeah, no, I think it's, going off that piece, the Cisco Live is a really good opportunity to kind of take a pause and look at what the overarching strategy is and what, where we're seeing customers not only within APJC but globally going. Mm-hmm. So I think, looking at what future workplaces and taking it away from, what other people might think it's just collaboration, but it's not just collaboration. It's networking. We're taking out with Wi-Fi 7 APs. It's also security. And I think what we're doing with Hypershield and, what really stood out was Tom saying that we're melting like security into all parts of our network. And I think that was a really strong visual imagery of how we're actually considering, what the future looks like. What are we going to do with the AI piece? How are we going to build that infrastructure? And then how are we going to protect all of the data that comes out of it and then, feeds into that AI space.
Yeah. Anything that you guys are looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I think you've led into it of how much the AI and the security piece, but I think security observability is something that's going to feature quite heavily tomorrow, I think. And I know for myself, I have an interview with Omri, who's our VP of SASE Solutions. So I think that's going to be a very good piece for especially across my customers that are tuning in as well, and around that sort of cloud platform and allowing you to work faster and safer and smarter from anywhere.
Yeah. I think again for me, I have an interview with Nick Walker from Coles Group. I think again this year we've heard so much from our customers because it's always like us talking about technologies, but kind of mapping that onto use cases and see how customers have been able to use all this technology, that amazing technology and innovation that we come out with every year. So hearing from him how they are making life of Australians more sustainable. So I'm quite excited about that. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to actually listening in on that one in particular. And I think, speaking to Patrick Lynn today about where the future of observability at Cisco looks like, how are we integrating app dynamics, made me realize that there's actually a big question mark. I don't know as much as I thought I did about observability. And so tomorrow in the morning, he has a Keynote deep dive, and he'll be talking about observability in more detail and about what the strategy looks like for Splunk and Cisco. And so I'll be there, I'll be taking notes, I'll probably be Googling things, I think, because I think, there's a lot of different new terminology that's coming out from that particular portfolio. I've learned what ITSI is today, which is IT Service Intelligence from Splunk. And, I thought we had a lot of acronyms, and now that we combine it together, we've got a lot going on there. But, it might be time for us to say goodbye for today. Yeah. We're coming up to that point. So before we go, we'd like to do another, shout out. Please, we'd love to hear your thoughts about what you thought about today. Hashtag Cisco Live APJC. We encourage you to look at the broadcast agenda. We know that you can't spend all day with us, but we know that pretty much after this, all of the videos will be available online. But in saying that, I think it's time for us to go. We'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you later.
Thank you.
ANZ Bank is one of Australia's biggest banks with over 8 million retail and business customers, and we operate across 30 countries. Importantly, we have over 430 branches in Australia, some of them are in remote locations. Wi-Fi and network availability been challenging for the branches. The staff has been frustrated with using applications, and we have been unable to provide our customers with the reliable Wi-Fi support. We bought in Cisco services, and the challenge we gave them was to help us transform that experience across the entire branch network in just 12 months. We have worked closely with Cisco over years on some of our biggest transformation process. We see them very much as a part of our own team, so the trust is absolute. SD-WAN was the solution, and the rollout has remarkably happened in just 8 months, 4 months ahead of schedule. To make that happen while keeping our branches operating, Cisco services and the network team often did the work during the night. The most remarkable outcomes was that Cisco automation was able to turn a process that took 8 hours to switch a branch over to just 1 hour. The results are obvious. We have actually seen a lift in engagement by branch staff because they can do their job more effectively and easily. It also enabled us to deliver a customer Wi-Fi that is fast, safe, and secure. Cisco services will be part of our future. They deliver a quality outcome, they're a trusted advisory for a bank, and we'll be working with them for many more years to come.
Hi, I am Simmer Singh, Technical Solution Architect with Cisco Meraki. Today I will talk about sustainability, the latest buzzword which means different things to different stakeholders. With Meraki, onboarding onto sustainability journey is just so much easier. There are 3 key outcomes that we will focus on today. First, reduce energy. This is achieved by turning off access points and cameras in the facility when there is no one to use or to monitor. Second, reduce travel. Since this is a cloud-based platform and secure access is available anywhere, it prevents multiple customer site visits. Third, avoid waste. Think about the number of power cables and plugs that you don't have to deploy. And of course at Meraki, we promote product reuse and take back initiatives. Come and join the journey with us. Thank you.
DP World is one of the largest logistics companies in the world. Per year, we move about 3 million containers, or boxes as we call them. If we stop, the nation starts to stop. Every minute, every hour is crucial.
When you turn up at a terminal, you can see the scale and sheer size of the operation. But what people don't see is what's behind the scenes. One of the important things for our business is ensuring that we have that solid foundation. And you can't do that with fragmented technologies. And that's where Cisco come to play for us. Because we can start to use their full product suite and have that one house view of our technology stack. And so we start with our key cranes. And the ultra-reliable wireless backhaul there is a really important part of the technology stack for us here at DP World. Our industrial Ethernet switching, it's really not seen by anyone, but it's the lifeblood and carries that data across and allows all our equipment to talk seamlessly. And then we move to our core network, and the Catalyst network series from Cisco really comes to play there. That's where we have to, in this critical business, rely on those solid foundations of our tech stack.
We have established a national control centre, and that coordinates with all 4 ports and the ships that arrive into those ports and where those boxes get put onto the ground and when those boxes get moved on to external transports.
$750 million worth of cargo goes through our business every single day. This business is mission critical. We are 24/7, and so it's important we have systems that are reliable and they have that uptime.
Our container ports in 10 years' time will be drastically different. To manage that environment, we need clever systems and rock-solid networks.
But it's like an orchestra. You've got to get every little part right for it to work and really hum. And so that's where having different products from Cisco and having that one-house view is really important for us so that everything works seamlessly. This business is huge. And so as you take a real step back and a high-level view of this business, technology is everywhere. and it's important that we have the right technology in place for the future.